Everyone was stunned and relieved. They touched the small beads of sweat on their foreheads, still in shock. Senior, if you want to farm monsters, just say it. Did he have to make such a big scene? It was quite terrifying, okay? But this request from the senior of the Dragon Kingdom is quite special, Lucas said. An expert. He's always unique. It's normal for his style to be strange. This is good for us, right? Think about it. As long as ghosts appear, they will be cleaned up by the senior of the Dragon Kingdom. That way, we won't have to worry about our lives. Now that you mention it, that's true. It seems that we were lucky today. Soon, these foreign players discussed. Zhou Han, who was very domineering and dignified in their eyes just now, immediately became the incarnation of kindness. Of course, Zhou Han definitely did not know their thoughts. Even if he knew, he couldn't be bothered. If you were a rich second-generation heir, would you care about a fishing line? Then, Zhou Han threw himself into the joy of killing monsters. In his opinion, dungeon points and supreme enhancement points were the most important. This platinum-grade spiritual herb was useless. The wind and flames kept surging in the air. As long as they discovered ghosts, they could instantly kill them. The information about the battle quickly refreshed on the virtual panel. You have successfully killed the fierce ghost guard and triggered a 1.3 times reward. You have obtained 13,000 experience points, 130 dungeon points, 100 supreme enhancement points, and 2 king-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the fierce ghost guard and triggered a 1.7 times reward. You have obtained 17,400 experience points, 170 dungeon points, 122 supreme enhancement points, and 3 king-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the low-level ghost and triggered a 3.3 times reward. You have obtained 20,000 experience points, 150 dungeon points, 112 supreme enhancement points, and 2 king-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the low-level ghost and triggered a 2.5 times reward. You have obtained 18,000 experience points, 135 dungeon points, 101 supreme enhancement points, and 1 king-grade equipment. Zhou Han was in a good mood and kept harvesting at the altar. It was shockingly fast. Sold. This speed is too fierce. It's like cutting melons and vegetables. Unbelievable. We're both regional bosses. Why is the difference so big? Zhou Han's heaven-defying performance shocked everyone again. They originally thought that he had used a big move to insta-kill the Blood Ghost King. Now it seemed that it was just an ordinary attack. If even ordinary attacks were so strong, it was unimaginable if he released a skill. Your dungeon points have reached 300,000. The reward for successfully unlocking the corresponding slot has been automatically received. It has been placed in your spatial bag. Please check. Has it already reached 300,000? Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was a little surprised. He was mainly focused on killing monsters and did not pay attention to the increase in value. As expected, the doubled reward was tailor-made for him. This efficiency was impressive. Zhou Han glanced at the data on the interface. At this moment, the dungeon points had already exceeded 300,000. Currently, they were more than 356,000, and the supreme grade enhancement points had reached 167,000. Before long, he could enhance the supreme grade quality again. It was awesome. After reading it, Zhou Han opened the spatial bag and took out the reward. A purple light flashed. It was a small brocade bag with spots of light on it. This is the exclusive item gift bag. Zhu Wen's eyes trembled. There was an index on the interface. He recognized it at a glance, but he was not sure. Yes, your eyesight is not bad, Zhou Han said with a smile. Hiss. It's really. Your dungeon points have reached 300,000. What kind of concept was 300,000 points? Zhu Wen counted. Their guild's total dungeon points had not even been unlocked at 50,000. This simply formed a stark contrast. It was a powerful batch. Senior is definitely a powerful contender for the top 10 of this dungeon. Zhu Wen's eyes flickered as he sighed in his heart. He had to think of all ways to cozy up to such an expert. Zhou Han was very calm. It was only 300,000 dungeon points. It was not time to really showcase his skills. If he killed all the ghosts here, it would definitely not be a problem to obtain more than 1,000,000 points. At that time, no one knew how shocked everyone would be. Let's check the gift bag first. Zhou Han played with the brocade pouch. After activating the appraisal, the attribute description slowly appeared in his curiosity. Exclusive item gift bag. Grade, King. Type, gift bag. Description, it contains various items related to the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon. Effect, after opening it, randomly draw an item from it. Description, the extracted item is limited to the Sunluo Ghost domain. It will lose its effect elsewhere. Zhou Han took a look. He could not check what item it was, and it was randomly selected. He wondered what kind of ghost thing he would draw. However, he did not open it immediately. As usual, he enhanced it. You have successfully enhanced it 10 times. Please check the new attributes. After clicking on it, the new attributes appeared on the paper. Exclusive item gift bag +9. Grade, King. Type, gift bag. Description, it contains various items related to the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon. Effect, after opening it, you can choose 2 items from it. Both items cannot be repeated. Description, the extracted item is limited to the Sunluo Ghost domain. It will lose its effect elsewhere. Oh, I won't say anything. An SSS talent is awesome. Zhou Han could not help but like it. The enhanced gift bag had already undergone a qualitative change from random selection to self-selection. Moreover, he could choose 2. It felt good. What was there to wait for? Zhou Han directly opened the gift bag. Purple light burst out and circulated. Immediately after, the phantoms of many items flashed. Then, in order, they neatly appeared on the virtual interface. The system notification came in time. You have opened the exclusive item gift bag +9, so all the items you can choose have been presented. Please make your choice within 5 minutes. Pick 2 items. Otherwise, please bear any consequences of being late. Selection begins now. Damn, 5 minutes? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Han complained weakly, mainly because there were many items. He had wanted to take a good look, but he only had 5 minutes. He was not allowed to do so. Because the system has detected that you have OCD and difficulty choosing, it has decided to give a short time. Alright. Zhou Han was speechless at the system's reply. Was it wrong to have OCD? However, the system did not say anything else. Zhou Han did not waste any time and quickly checked. There were a total of 3 keys on the panel. They slid left, right, and confirmed. When they slid, it was also very smooth. The simple attributes of some items could be seen clearly. Black Soul Pill, a pill-type item. After consuming it, your attack power will increase by 100% in the Sunluo Ghost domain. Immediately, the effect will disappear. Ghost Face Shield, a defensive item. After activation, its defense will increase by 100% in the Sunluo Ghost domain. After leaving the Sunluo Ghost domain, this item will be automatically recovered. Soul Severing Sword, an attack item. After activation, it will weaken the opponent's attack power by 30% in the Sunluo Ghost domain. After leaving the Sunluo Ghost domain, this item will be automatically recovered. After taking a simple look, it was equivalent to a one-time item. Zhou Han would definitely not choose these things. Moreover, his attributes were not bad, so he hoped that the items he chose had some special effects. Shaking his head, Zhou Han continued reading. Soul Contract Token, a control-type item. After activation, it can control a ghost. It is recommended to choose ghosts of the opposite sex. You understand the reason. Fierce Ghost Tooth, a decorative item that is the favorite accessory of female ghosts. If you give it to the female ghost, you will obtain a large number of favorable impression points. Perhaps a beautiful story will happen. Zhou Han was a little speechless. These 2 were special effects, but Zhou Han had no use for them at all. With his temperament, female ghosts threw themselves at him. Wei Xiaoqian was the best example. Then, he looked down and finally saw a more satisfactory item, bewitching fragrance. Although the name was indecent, it was actually a spice that attracted ghosts within a specific range. The consequence of doing so was to be surrounded by ghosts. Those without strength would definitely not dare to do so. The others might not be able to withstand it, but Zhou Han was not afraid at all. Did he think the extreme mastery, Myriad Sword's return, was weak? The last thing he was afraid of was being surrounded. On the contrary, this item was simply a divine artifact to him. As long as he used it, the ghosts would automatically come looking for him without him needing to search for them. How could he not have enough dungeon points and supreme enhancement points? Just thinking about it was satisfying. Not only could it save time, but its efficiency would also greatly increase. Perhaps it could even attract some high-level ghosts to appear. That way, the benefits would be even more generous after killing them. Zhou Han did not hesitate and immediately clicked confirm on the index of the bewitching fragrance. You have successfully chosen the item, bewitching fragrance. You can continue to choose the next item. There is 1 minute and 23 seconds left before the closing time. Please complete your selection before the deadline. Hearing the system, Zhou Han sped up his browsing. However, tens of thousands of items were still dazzling. It did not support the search function. Zhou Han could not finish reading them all in a short period of time. Zhou Han slashed with his hand because the time was about to end. Choose one randomly. It depends on luck. It was mainly because he did not have time. He wanted more from what he saw in front, so he naturally would not choose from what he had seen previously. Therefore, he chose wherever he went. You have successfully selected the item King Grade Advancement card. You have chosen 2 items. The number of times has been exhausted. The item gift bag will be automatically destroyed in 3 seconds. Zhou Han nodded and did not check immediately. Instead, he first took out the bewitching fragrance and checked the specific attribute description. Bewitching fragrance. Quality, diamond. Type, support item. Description, a strange spice that has a special attraction to ghosts. It can make them flock to it. Effect, after using it. All ghosts within 500 meters will be attracted within 5 minutes with the user as the center. Description, the effect of this item is a little special. Weak people are advised not to court death. It was indeed good stuff. It was simply a divine artifact to pull monsters. With it, Mom wouldn't have to worry anymore. I wouldn't be able to find wild monsters. The only drawback was that it was a little short. In just 5 minutes, there might be ghosts who moved slower. Before he could walk over, the effect of the bewitching fragrance disappeared. That would be a huge loss. Zhou Han would not allow such a thing to happen. He could not let the duck fly. These were all a large number of dungeon points and supreme enhancement points. I wonder if it can extend the time and last longer after enhancement. As Zhou Han muttered to himself, he used enhancement. You have activated the talent Infinite Enhancement. The item Bewitching Fragrance has been successfully enhanced 7 times. Please check the new attributes. 7 consecutive white lights flashed quickly, and new data slowly appeared on the interface. Bewitching Fragrance +7. Quality, diamond. Type, support item. Description, a strange spice that has a fatal attraction to ghosts. It can make them flock to it like moths to a flame. Effect, after using it, for 30 minutes, all ghosts within a 2,000-meter radius will be attracted. All their attributes will increase by 30%. Description, the effect of this item is very special. Its ability to pull monsters is superb. Without strength above the Emperor grade, it is recommended not to court death. After enhancement, it could be seen from the description that it was even more attractive to ghosts. The effect also became stronger. First, it would last even longer. It would go from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. This benefit would be greatly enhanced. Secondly, the radiation range was wider. Previously, it was 1,000 meters. Now, it was 2,000 meters in radius. Calculating the area, it was more than 12 million square meters, the square of Pyar. This was a very exaggerated number. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with excitement. He was about to take off completely. Although ghosts could also increase all attributes by 30% in this state, Zhou Han ignored it. Anyway, it was just a matter of insta-killing them. There was no pressure at all. Lead your team and find a place to hide. Before using Bewitching Fragrance +7, Zhou Han still reminded Zhu when beside him. After all, it was from the Dragon Kingdom. He did not want the other party to be affected. As for the foreign players, they were on their own. Yes, Zhu Han said respectfully. From his expression, he felt that the senior seemed to be up to something big. Although he did not know what it was, Zhu Han did not ask further. He had to listen to what the senior said. Without hesitation, he led the team up a big tree. Remember this tree. Seeing that it was about time, Zhou Han did not waste any more time and used Bewitching Fragrance +7. Used successfully. Within 30 minutes, all ghosts within a 2,000-meter radius will target you. Please be prepared for battle. With the system notification, a pink smoke slowly rose and adhered to Zhou Han's body. It had no effect on him, nor did he smell anything. Perhaps the nose of a ghost was different from that of a human. Howl, roar. In an instant, the remaining 2 blood ghost kings at the altar let out ferocious roars and were the first to attack. Zhou Han smiled. He had come at the right time. The effect of the bewitching fragrance had already been displayed. Originally, they were hiding in the dark. It would take Zhou Han a lot of effort to investigate. Now that they had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, it was only satisfying to farm monsters like this. So Senior is talking about the Ghost King taking the initiative to attack. Zhu Han, who was on the tree, saw it clearly and said curiously, "Strange, it's just 2 Ghost Kings. Didn't Senior resolve them with a single strike? Why do you want us to take the initiative to dodge?" "I don't know. If Senior says so, there must be a deeper meaning," one of the lackeys said firmly. "Senior is also from the Dragon Kingdom and takes good care of us." Lackey B echoed. "Hiss. It's so cold. I feel a cold wind. Why has the temperature suddenly dropped? Damn. Damn. So many ghosts in the altar took the initiative to rush out. As they were standing high, they quickly sensed the abnormality, especially when the space suddenly turned cold. Many ghosts that were originally hidden gathered from all directions of the altar. There are only a few thousand ghosts on the altar. Senior, you can deal with them without any pressure," Zhu Han said with a smile. Clearly, he was very confident in Zhou Han's strength. "Brother One, it's not just the altar. Look." A lackey guided Zhu Han to a place with a wide view. "Damn, this number. What did Senior do? There must be tens of thousands of them." What he saw was incredible. Not only was it an altar, but the surroundings were filled with ghosts that surrounded Zhou Han. "It's too terrifying. These are all ghosts enhanced by the night buff. No wonder Senior asked us to hide. If we're not careful and are swept into the ghost wave, we'll be finished." Everyone was terrified. Such a scene was terrifying and worrying. Can we really withstand these tens of thousands of attacks? You should be able to withstand it. They immediately lost their confidence. After all, there were too many of them. They had seen Zhou Han's strength, but was it the same as fighting 100,000? Therefore, the nervousness was understandable. It happened quickly. In an extremely short period of time, the phenomenon changed, and the air became abnormally oppressive. In the entire space, a cold wind wreaked havoc, blowing on the ground. Dust flew and mixed with the hazy fog, like the end of the world. Just looking at the scene was very terrifying. Not to mention that whimpers and roars were everywhere, making one's scalp tingle and feel the fear in them. Wang Defa, they're all standing there in a daze. Run for your lives. Once we're swallowed by the ghost wave, it'll really be game over. There are too many ghosts. Run higher and avoid their trampling. Oh no, Jack is so unlucky. He was actually trampled to death by ghosts. Unlucky. Rose is gone too. She suffered an undeserved calamity. This is really unfortunate news. What happened? The foreign players were caught off guard and collided with the ferocious ghosts. Facing a large number of ghosts with enhancements, one could imagine what their outcome would be. There were a few unlucky ones who reacted slowly. They were either smashed or trampled to death. After Zhou Han used the bewitching fragrance, it had a huge impact on many other places. Somewhere in the forest, Catherine Elizabeth and her many summoned beasts were no longer arrogant. Her exquisite face was in a sorry state. Her expression was grave. Unexpectedly, their luck was so bad. During their exploration, the team encountered a powerful, red slaughter spirit lord. Under the enhancement of the night buff, its level had already reached the Emperor grade. It also brought a group of lackeys and was even more difficult to deal with. Even if she used all her strength, she was not confident of winning. The Emperor grade is too strong. I can't deal with it at all. Sigh, I'm afraid I'll die here today. President, what should we do? The team member, Shabby, said anxiously. The members of the Moon God Alliance muttered with ashen faces. An atmosphere of despair spread. Facing an Emperor grade expert, they could not escape even if they wanted to. P. So what if he's an Emperor grade expert? He's not so powerful that he can't be defeated. The arrogant Catherine did not want to submit easily. She wanted to make one last resistance. However, as soon as they fought, they were instantly slapped in the face. A black light gushed out and blasted her. President, are you all right? It's too strong. Is this the power of an Emperor grade expert? Seeing blood flowing from the corner of Catherine's mouth, it was obvious that she had suffered considerable injuries. The team members cried out anxiously, their only hope shattered. So strong. Am I really going to die here? Catherine's eyes were sad. The Red Slaughter Spirit Lord was preparing for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, an invisible aura floated over. The violent Red Slaughter Spirit Lord sniffed, as if it had smelled something. Its eyes turned red, and it became even more violent. However, it did not attack Catherine again. It directly chose a direction and rushed forward with its lackeys. Catherine was speechless. Member A. The team member was speechless. Everyone was filled with question marks. The people who had been in despair a moment ago were filled with greater doubts than joy. We were actually saved like this. Unbelievable. It must be God protecting us. Amen, Shabby said piously, sitting up in prayer. Catherine's beautiful eyes turned white. Was God so free to protect everyone? Could he cope? She was a rational person and did not believe such nonsense. Looks like there must be something attracting the Red Slaughter Spirit Lord. Catherine quickly guessed in her heart. I must find out the exact reason. As long as she kept a safe distance, she was confident that she could escape unscathed from the Spirit Lord. Soon, she made up her mind and chased in the direction where the Red Slaughter Spirit Lord had left. In another mountain ridge, Lord Buddha Child, the trap is ready. Soon, a large number of Dark Frost Ghost soldiers will pass by here. Hee. When the time comes, won't the dungeon points increase rapidly? Just thinking about it makes me excited. The first place in the points this time definitely belongs to Buddha Child Herald. Oh my! Buddha Kingdom is about to rise up and become famous in the God-fiend continent. The members of the Hall of Grace cheered excitedly, all of them looking forward to a beautiful future. At the side, Herald, who was dressed in a golden kasaya, stood proudly. His dark face was solemn and arrogant. The domineering aura of looking down on the world was vividly displayed. Hiding in the cave, they could clearly see the situation outside. A team member with awakened hunting talent had thought of such a method. By setting traps, dealing with ghosts was not only easy but efficient. It would not cause damage to the team. Nicholas, you did well. After this matter is over, I'll reward you with a bath of holy water. Harold patted a lackey and praised him. He was not stingy with anyone useful. Thank you, Lord Buddha Child. Nicholas licked his lips excitedly. The taste of holy water was wonderful, especially since it was given by the Lord Buddha Child. It represented endless glory. The remaining lackeys looked at Nicholas enviously. Soon, hundreds of Dark Frost Ghost soldiers arrived. Just as the trap was about to be triggered, a cheerful smile bloomed on the tanned faces of the lackeys. However, an invisible aura floated over. The Dark Frost Ghost soldier immediately stopped moving. It suddenly turned around and rushed in a certain direction crazily. What? What the hell? Yes? What happened? Has the trap been seen through? The smiles on the lackeys' faces froze, confused by this situation. It doesn't look like it. I feel like something is attracting them. Could some supreme treasure has appeared? You don't say? It's really possible. Look at how crazy they are. It's very strange. Harold frowned, very unhappy. With so many Dark Frost Ghost soldiers, the dungeon points obtained after killing them were a huge sum to him. One could only guess how bad his mood was. I hope there's a treasure. If I find out which blind thing got rid of my wild monsters, then, humph. A fierce light flashed in Harold's eyes, and he returned to his dignified self. After muttering to himself, he led his team members toward the direction where the Dark Frost Ghost soldiers were running. Similar things had happened several times within a 5,000-meter radius. Everyone was very surprised. After all, this matter was too strange. Some were curious, some coveted treasures, and some wanted to ask Zhou Han for an explanation. Anyway, more and more ghosts gathered in Zhou Han's direction. At the same time, there were more and more players. However, clearly, Zhou Han did not expect such an effect after using the bewitching fragrance +7. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What a charming smell. I can't wait. Who's attracting us? It's actually a human kid. What does he want? He's really courting death. Don't care so much. Kill him first. This way, we can enjoy this charming spice. How dare you, human? How dare you be so arrogant in my Senluo ghost domain? The gathered ghosts let out ferocious roars. Their eyes were ferocious. In order to obtain that fatally attractive spice, they urgently wanted to tear Zhou Han to pieces. Kill me? Heh, then I'll play with you. Zhou Han sneered and floated in the air. The sharp sword intent on his body surged out. The sword cut through the sky like a sword god descending. The terrifying aura made people not dare to look at it directly. Countless sword shadows wrapped around his majestic body. All the swords in the world are under my control. Wherever my thoughts go, they are invincible. Die. Zhou Han's voice was cold, like a god judging all living beings. At this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, the lives of the ghosts were judged. Now that there were a lot of ghosts, it was time to harvest. This was too efficient. Therefore, Zhou Han did not hesitate to use extreme mastery. Myriad swords return. In an instant, the sword light was like the sun, erupting with countless dazzling lights. Wherever the light was, it was all annihilated by the terrifying sword intent. You have successfully killed the blood-dark ghost general and triggered a 1.5 times reward. You have obtained 60,000 experience points, 600 dungeon points, 540 supreme enhancement points, and 2 king-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the Moon Eater Ghost General and triggered a 1.8 times reward. You have obtained 72,400 experience points, 720 dungeon points, 680 supreme enhancement points, and 3 king-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the Violent Ghost Soldier and triggered a 3.3 times reward. You have obtained 33,000 experience points, 250 dungeon points, 190 supreme enhancement points, and 1 king-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the Red Slaughter Spirit Lord and triggered a 2.5 times reward. You have obtained 130,000 experience points, 1,100 dungeon points, 930 supreme enhancement points, and Emperor-grade equipment. Cybele, is this the reincarnation of the Sword God? What? Is there such a powerful Sword Dao? Unbelievable. This Dragon Kingdom player is godlike. Damn, how awesome. At this moment, some players who were closer naturally found this place. As soon as they arrived, they saw such a shocking scene. All of them were incomparably calm and became dumbfounded. In their eyes, Zhou Han was like a sword god. He was relaxed and casual. As he chatted and laughed, ghosts were reduced to ashes, revealing the calm bearing of an expert. With just one move, he could do it to such a terrifying extent. If not for the equipment that had dropped and lying quietly on the ground, one could not help but wonder if these ghosts had really appeared. The combat information in the team is actually constantly spamming. Zhang Xiaobai said in surprise. Looks like boss has flipped out. Damn, how many points is this? What an exaggerated number. Yang Dingtian said in surprise and joy. Don't worry. It's just boss's usual method. We'll just directly receive the corresponding slots of the dungeon points. How wonderful. Lu Benwei said calmly. The team members could naturally sense this huge commotion. Although Zhou Han acted alone, he did not leave the team. Therefore, his teammates could see what he did through the combat information interface. At this moment, after being slightly surprised, everyone quickly regained their calm. After all, teaming up with Zhou Han brought a lot of shock in an extremely short period of time. Their horizons had increased a lot, and everyone was almost used to it. Soon, all the players nearby gathered here. After all, such a strange situation had caused quite a commotion. Luo Feng, did he save me? Catherine also saw the scene at the altar and Zhou Han's figure. She seemed to know the reason why the Red Slaughter Spirit Lord had left. The king-grade demonic beasts she had painstakingly summoned previously had all been killed. Catherine was naturally furious. The person she hated was right in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she snorted softly. Although you accidentally saved my life, I'm magnanimous and won't argue with you about our previous grudge. Lord Buddha Child, it seems that this player from the Dragon Kingdom ruined our plan and made us lose tens of thousands of dungeon points. I'm so angry. Should we teach him a lesson? Let him know how powerful us Buddha Kingdom players are. One of the lackeys pointed at Zhou Han and said angrily. Harold's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the lackey expressionlessly. Then he spoke flatly. This Dragon Kingdom player is quite strong. It will only take me a few moves to deal with him. However, there's no need. His team must be nearby. Therefore, for the sake of your lives, I've decided to conserve my strength for the time being. I'll deal with him when the dungeon is about to end. Harold had already remembered this lackey. Damn it, didn't he see the other party killing like this? He had no sense at all. However, as a Buddha child, he definitely could not admit defeat. That would be embarrassing. For the sake of the team's unity, he could patiently find an excuse to explain. Lord Buddha Child is indeed merciful. Please don't worry about our safety. Our Buddha kingdom has lost face. Our hearts ache. How can we live? Teach him a painful lesson. Lord Buddha child, this lackey said calmly. He was very pious and cried. It was simply sad and tearful. Harold gritted his teeth inadvertently, and a fierce aura slowly appeared in his eyes. You're not afraid of death, are you? Then I'll find a chance to kill you. Now, these words could be said to be roasting him on fire. He didn't know how to explain it. It was impossible for him to fight Zhou Han. If it were before, he would still be filled with confidence. After all, he had the inheritance of the Buddha. As the boss of the area, his strength was outstanding. However, after seeing Zhou Han's heaven-defying performance, he knew the difference between them. If he were to fight such an expert, he would be courting death. His eyes turned cold at the thought. Slap! How dare you? Harold roared angrily as he slapped his insensible lackey. Lord, I'm innocent. What did I do wrong? The lackey covered his face and said in confusion, Don't you know what you did wrong? Harold kicked the ball over. He gave him a look and imagined it for himself. He hadn't pulled back, and he couldn't think of any excuse. I was wrong. The lackey stammered. Seeing how serious the Buddha child was, he immediately turned on his imagination and quickly thought of his mistake. Buddha is merciful. I actually persuaded the Buddha child to act rashly. We should convince the enemy with words, not violence. I'm guilty. Merciful Buddha, I've fallen into an abyss where I can't see sin. Please forgive my conceit. Yes, it's better to admit your mistakes. After you soak in holy water, you'll cleanse your sins. Harold heaved a sigh of relief. His expression was calm as he bluffed seriously. Unexpectedly, this method of kicking the ball worked. With that, Harold drank a large bottle of water. After all, he had to reward holy water later. Around him, the same thing happened a lot. Many people who had been clamoring to find trouble with Zhou Han immediately cowered. They were as obedient as they had been arrogant just now. So many king-grade equipment. This number is probably no less than 3,000. It's like cabbages. Damn it. I only have a set of diamond-grade equipment. If only I could have a few. Looking at the piles of king-grade equipment that dropped on the ground, the players shed tears of envy. The greed in their eyes was deeply hidden. Although they wanted them very much, no one dared to snatch them. What a joke. Snatch? Did he want to die? After coming to the God-fiend continent and eliminating a group of weaklings, no one who could survive now was stupid. He naturally knew that although treasures were tempting, life was precious. Zhou Han was easily harvesting heads on the battlefield. He naturally noticed that there were a large number of onlookers. However, he did not take it to heart. The sword light was still dancing in the air. Roar! Tisk, TSK, TSK. Human kid, your spirit lord is here. After luring us here, I'll let you die properly. I want the magical incense. Suddenly, there was a huge fluctuation in the distance. With his arrogant words, dozens of majestic and cold auras surged over and enveloped Zhou Han, filled with cold laughter and mockery. Sure, you came at the right time. Zhou Han was not angry, but very happy. There were not many new ghosts, only 20 to 30 in total, but they were all Emperor grade. The benefits of killing them would be even more generous. This was because he had just killed a Red Slaughter Spirit Lord that was also Emperor grade. Not only had he obtained more than 100,000 experience points, but he had also obtained about 1,000 Supreme Enhancement points. This was only the reward of 2.5 times. If he triggered the 10 times reward, how satisfying would it be? An excited smile appeared on Zhou Han's face. With a thought, he changed the direction of his sword and attacked these Emperor-grade ghosts. What? How dare you? This power is strange. Damn, so fierce. Damn it, I underestimated him. I'm not willing. A powerful sword intent enveloped him, unstoppable and invincible. Soon, these old ghosts realized that something was wrong. The shocking power contained in the sword aura far exceeded their expectations. All of them immediately screamed. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the combat information on Zhou Han's interface kept refreshing. You have successfully killed the Soul Spirit Lord and triggered a triple reward. You have obtained 140,000 experience points, 1,200 dungeon points, 1,030 Supreme Enhancement points, and Emperor-grade equipment. You have successfully killed the Red Slaughter Spirit Lord and triggered a 2.5 times reward. You have obtained 130,000 experience points, 1,100 dungeon points, 930 supreme enhancement points, and an Emperor-grade Dharma treasure. You have successfully killed the flame-melting spirit lord and triggered a 4.3 times reward. You have obtained 170,000 experience points, 1,500 dungeon points, 1,200 supreme enhancement points, and 2 Emperor-grade Dharma treasures. You have successfully killed the empty clarity spirit lord and triggered a 7 times reward. You have obtained 250,000 experience points, 2,200 dungeon points, 2,000 supreme enhancement points, and 3 Emperor-grade equipment. Damn, what's going on? There are so many golden lights shining. Equipment dropped. The quality of the equipment doesn't seem to be low. Is the difficulty Emperor-grade? Emperor-grade? This is the first time I've seen it. Emperor-grade equipment is fine. Didn't you notice the golden pink light? Yes, what is that? Do you know? You must be ignorant. That's a Dharma treasure. It's very rare. At the same quality, the combat strength unleashed by a Dharma treasure completely crushes equipment. The greed in everyone's eyes intensified. From the way some players clenched their fists and kept swallowing, it could be seen that they were restraining themselves forcefully. If the large number of king-grade equipment previously tempted everyone, now that Emperor-grade equipment and Emperor-grade Dharma treasures had appeared, many people began to become restless. Their malicious gazes kept sizing Zhou Han up. As they tried their best to find flaws, they quickly verified the feasibility of the plan in their hearts. TSK. These Dharma treasures are all Emperor-grade, right? As long as I obtain one, it's impossible not to take off. Huh? Do you want it? Go and snatch it. We support you spiritually. Damn it, don't be ridiculous. I don't want to die. Unless this big shot is fatally injured, I feel there's still a chance. How do you know he's not injured? He might be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. After all, he's consumed so much energy. I don't believe he still has powerful combat strength. This move is so fierce. It either used a forbidden move or a powerful Dharma treasure. There's a huge limit to both. It consumes a lot of energy and cools down for a long time. Yes, look at his face. He's probably weak. This is a good opportunity. If he recovers, he won't have a chance at all. Everyone. Damn it. Can you be any more ridiculous? Making up such a reason and instigating it was too low class. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that others were born beautiful. That's right. Many people were active and began to egg him on. They did not dare to easily test Zhou Han's strength. After all, there was only one chance. If he failed, it meant that his life would end forever. Therefore, some people with ulterior motives did not want to take the risk. They hoped to encourage some idiots to do experiments. However, these players were not stupid and were not instigated. The effects of the bewitching fragrance are about to expire. You are forbidden from using this item again for 24 hours. The effect will not be effective. Time flies. Has it been half an hour? Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han muttered to himself reluctantly. For half an hour, he was immersed in the crazy harvest and naturally did not pay attention to the time. As for how many ghosts he had killed, even he did not know. In any case, it was an extremely large number. Just as Zhou Han was about to count his gains, a rumbling sound came from his body, and then a huge force circulated and surged in his body, making him even more clear and agile. As if breaking some shackle, his life level increased a lot. Zhou Han was also quite puzzled. Soon, the system notification came and he finally knew the exact reason. Congratulations, you have obtained a new comprehension from the slaughter. Your sword heart has become purer. In 15 seconds, your fearless sword heart will automatically advance to a higher level. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up slightly. This was a good thing. He pulled out the attribute panel of the sword heart and took a look. Fearless sword heart. Description: the path of the sword Tao is fearless. If the heavens stop me, I will destroy the heavens. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want these gods to disappear. Attributes: attack plus 1,300,000. Effect: comprehension increased by 10% when creating your own cultivation technique. I must have attracted a large number of ghosts. They match the description. They're fearless and march forward. That's why I can advance. Zhou Han guessed with a smile. Zhou Han never expected such a coincidence. It was a pleasant surprise. After advancing, the sword heart would presumably be even stronger in terms of comprehension. It could play a very important role in becoming a top expert in the future. As he thought about it, the rumbling in his body intensified. Your sword heart is about to advance. Attention, the advancement process cannot be stopped voluntarily. Moreover, your consciousness will fall into chaos. Please pay attention to your safety. There is a certain chance of failure. Damn, why didn't you tell me early? Zhou Han was shocked and hurriedly began to change his strongest defense equipment. Zhou Han was not afraid of these players. He was mainly afraid that there would be some powerful experts in the Sunluo ghost domain, especially since the Netherworld Ghost Emperor was still looking for him. The hatred of snatching his wife was irreconcilable. As a powerful emperor, the other party would definitely not let him off. After his consciousness fell into chaos, he could only be passively beaten up. Therefore, Zhou Han must be fully prepared. Otherwise, if his sword heart did not advance, he might be finished. 10 seconds are up. Advancing now. As the system notification sounded, a powerful suction force instantly absorbed most of Zhou Han's strength. At the same time, the sword shadows flying in the air were all retracted, turning into pure energy in preparation for advancement. In an instant, Zhou Han's aura became much weaker and a little dispirited. Your sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 0.01%. Your sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 0.02%. Your sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 0.03%. The speed of advancement was a little slow. He did not know how long it would take to complete it. As Zhou Han thought about it, his consciousness quickly faded and he returned to chaos. Other than the system notification, he could no longer sense anything else. What's he doing? Suddenly meditating there. What happened? There must be something wrong. What does that mean? He's not tempting us, is he? Everyone had long been paying close attention to Zhou Han's every move. At this moment, they saw Zhou Han sitting quietly on the ground, motionless as if he was silent. There was no sound at all, and he looked harmless. Their thoughts became active. All of them were bewildered and began to make wild guesses. After all, the equipment all over the ground was too tempting. Ordinary people could not control themselves at all. Did you see that? The sword aura wandering in the air has all disappeared. Right? I can feel that his aura is very weak. Could it be? Could it be that there's really something wrong with his health? These players looked at each other and could see the anticipation and suspicion in each other's eyes. The aura suddenly became so weak. I don't believe there's nothing wrong. I just don't know what the problem is. Is there a need to think? It must have been caused by the battle just now. You don't know how many he killed. I came early and saw the entire process with my own eyes. The number is very terrifying. Even a god will be exhausted after killing so many, a player said with a serious expression. The others had not arrived early. But what did it matter? In the current situation, many people were tempted. As long as they added fuel to the fire, someone would definitely have the intention to take a gamble. If the situation was as he said, then he could take a share of it. If that wasn't the case, the one who died was someone else anyway. It had nothing to do with him. Sure enough, the greed in many people's eyes intensified. The scene was in a stalemate for a while. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. He slowly approached one of the Emperor-grade equipment. Then, carefully, he extended his hand. He picked up his equipment and ran. Yes, that works. Didn't the big shot notice? Looks like he's really too weak to care about us. Haha, now's the time. Let's charge, brothers. I can't wait any longer. So many top-grade equipment, great. Yo, I want this Emperor-grade Dharma treasure. These 2 Emperor-grade equipment are mine. Goodness, we're rich now. Hurry up and pick up the equipment. Otherwise, when the big shot recovers, it'll be game over. I didn't expect to encounter such a good opportunity. This is God's pity. Soon, everyone realized that the first person to pick up the equipment was fine. They immediately became active. Without hesitation, they all swarmed over and snatched the equipment. FCK? This Emperor-grade equipment is mine. You son of a BTCH. Baka, are you tired of living by snatching things from my great Sakura kingdom? Dog, this is your father's Dharma treasure. Put it down now. These belong to our Kimchi kingdom. Soon, the scene became very chaotic. In order to snatch equipment, there were many battles. How can you do that? What's the difference between such behavior and theft? Catherine couldn't stand it anymore and condemned angrily. You stupid woman. Is this equipment marked with a name? Why can't we pick it up? Don't waste your breath on her. We've been here for so long. She still thinks we're on the blue planet. You've come to the Godfiend continent, so why talk about morality? Don't you know that the strong prey on the weak? You're really brainless. If you continue talking nonsense, I'll cut you. You. Catherine was trembling with anger and incoherent. She naturally understood the logic. She just wanted to hold on to that sense of justice in her heart. However, there were many of them now. It was useless for her to stop them alone. FCK, this equipment seems to really be owned. Cybele, that's true. The equipment that dropped is bound to the other party. That's a little annoying. The players who had taken their equipment and fled quickly returned. This was because when they were about to change their equipment, the notification was like this. This equipment is owned by the one who dropped it. If it is not unbound, you cannot control it. Looks like this is caused by the special nature of the night parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon. This won't happen outside. Sure. Looks like you've done this kind of thing a lot. You have a lot of experience. So what now? That's easy. As long as we kill him, we can remove the binding state. Kill him. Everyone looked at Zhou Han unkindly. Anyway, the other party was so weak that there was no response after snatching equipment for a long time. That must be because he could not attack for some reason. Since he had already offended the other party by snatching his things, he might as well go all out. Everyone felt that this suggestion was very good. After all, as a big shot, he definitely had a lot of high-quality treasures on him. If a few dropped, they would really take off. Your sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 37.1%. Your sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 37.2%. Your sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 37.3%. At this moment, Zhou Han had no idea what was happening outside. In his consciousness, there was only the progress bar of his sword heart advancement. Lord Buddha Child, should we attack? Seeing everyone sharpening their swords and attacking Zhou Han, one of the lackeys asked, My lord, this player of the Dragon Kingdom must have equipment that exceeds the Emperor grade. If you obtain it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, it will be easy to unify the Godfiend continent. My Buddha Kingdom will definitely bloom with the most dazzling light. The lackeys completely climaxed and bragged. They also coveted those Emperor-grade Dharma treasures. You're too presumptuous. Have you forgotten the teachings of the Buddha? We can't do something like this, Harold snapped. He had other plans. Harold sneered in his heart. Only a fool would attack Zhou Han at this moment. He had to be careful at the critical moment. He could not do such risky things easily. It was not too late to snatch the top-grade equipment that dropped after everyone really killed Zhou Han. With his powerful strength, he was very confident that he could gain something. Now all he had to do was wait and see what happened. Facing the puzzled expressions of his lackeys, Harold proudly revealed some of his thoughts. Immediately, it attracted praise and exclamations from his lackeys. An intelligent smile appeared on his face. There were also a few old foxes who had the same thoughts as him. Smart people would never let themselves be in danger. If they did not attack, they were absolutely confident. A huge treasure is waiting for us. Hee. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Who asked you to have so many treasures? Good. He's filled with treasures. It's all your fault for being rich. Kill. Soon, everyone's violent attacks landed on Zhou Han like raindrops. Catherine clenched her fists tightly and was very nervous. She did not know why she was worried about Zhou Han. Perhaps she did not want such a peerless expert to die like this. It was simply too aggrieved to be surrounded and killed by so many people. Minus 457. Minus 6,643. Minus 23,000. Minus 118,700. Plus 3,800,000. Minus 6,845. Minus 35,000. Plus 3,800,000. Red damage values kept floating above Zhou Han's head. However, the green value was also displayed every second. FCK? Is this restored HP? Why is it so exaggerated? Damn it, how much HP does he have? Damn it, his defense is also so strong. I only dealt 1,000 damage with my special skill. Is he really not joking? That means the strength of the equipment on him is beyond our imagination. Yes. What's the point of saying that? The question now is how to kill him. Everyone suddenly realized that they were a little powerless. Zhou Han was like an incomparably powerful boss in front of them. They could not bite him at all. I worried for nothing. Not only is his attack power strong, but his defense is also so strong. Catherine muttered to herself, finally smiling. Some experts who had not attacked could not sit still anymore. They had wanted to wait and see. However, it seemed impossible. Zhou Han's strength refreshed their understanding again. They had to attack. If this dragged on, it would definitely be disadvantageous. They refused to let go of the supreme treasures on Zhou Han. Everyone, we have to join forces. Time is tight. It's too late to watch the show. When everyone was at their wits' end, the Kimchi Kingdom player, Kim, stood up and emphasized solemnly. As one of the few experts present, his words emitted a powerful might, making his words seem even more important. That's right. Now, everyone must work together and kill this person first. As for the treasure that dropped, everyone will fight for it with their own abilities. Everyone, if you have support skills, add buffs. If you have Dharma treasures, use Dharma treasures. In any case, we have to focus our attacks. We have to deal long-lasting damage that exceeds the other party's HP recovery speed. The Freedom Kingdom player, Jason, could not sit still anymore and hurriedly began to organize the players present. He set some targeted countermeasures and dealt with the attacks together. At the same time, he focused his firepower to avoid the other party's powerful recovery ability. Slurp. Everyone, listen to the orders. I'll shout the timing and we'll attack at the same time. Use your strength. Now, attack and bombard his head. A ferocious smile appeared on Nobita's face. He took out a king-grade Dharma treasure and took the lead to bombard it. Then, under the mobilization of these experts, everyone regained their confidence, and their auras were especially high. After all, everyone had the same goal, which was to obtain top-grade equipment. Therefore, under such circumstances, most people cooperated actively. Waves of attacks swept over. The light of the Dharma treasure and the beauty of the skill made the entire space colorful. Yo, it's effective. Now that there are tens of thousands of us present, we can deal more than 7 million damage in this round. Nobita shouted excitedly. He finally saw the hope of killing Zhou Han. In that case, it was only a matter of time before the damage exceeded the other party's health recovery. Including the cooldown of skills and some items, at this rate, we can kill him in about 3 minutes. Nice. Jason was also very excited, and his attack became stronger. Good luck, guys. The supreme treasure will drop soon. Kim was also crazily generous. Soon, facing everyone's focused attacks, Zhou Han's strength kept decreasing. Your current HP is less than 50%. Your Dharma treasure, Nirvana Shield, has successfully triggered the only passive effect, Nirvana. All your attributes have increased by 5 times within 24 hours. A notification sounded in Zhou Han's mind. Immediately after, a vast and majestic aura surged outside his body. The violent wave of air slowed everyone's attacks. What the FCK? Why did his HP increase so much all of a sudden? Do you have to be like this? Everyone, don't be discouraged. He's already at the end of his rope. In one go. Keep going. Don't stop. Your current HP is less than 30%. Your equipment, Holy Brilliance set, has successfully triggered the special effect, Holy Brilliance Shield. This shield has a 5-fold HP upper limit. Golden light enveloped and attached to Zhou Han's body. As soon as everyone's violent attacks came into contact, they immediately rippled like water ripples. Is this what you mean by an arrow at the end of its flight? He was too tanky to fight at all. Everyone was about to cry when they realized that hitting someone was also very tiring. After all, continuous high-frequency output consumed a lot of energy. Some people were so tired that their eyes were blurring and their bodies were a little weak. This was under the effect of Nirvana, and he had a bulky HP shield. The values were quite terrifying when stacked. Zhou Han's current HP was more than 1 billion. It was very exaggerated. Why is his life force getting higher as we fight? Senior, what a freak. You can't be killed even like this. I'm willing to call you the strongest. Fortunately, we didn't join in the fun next time. Otherwise, there's no need to say what would have happened. Zhu Han and the team members sighed on the tree. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious of Zhou Han's treasures. Any normal person would be tempted. It was human nature, and they knew better than to get involved. Many players had already stopped attacking and wanted to retreat. It was mainly because Zhou Han was too difficult to kill. This was the first time they had encountered such a freak. The others were right there. They could fight them without retaliating. If so many people could not kill him, it could be seen how strong he was. He had already reached an unimaginable level. Such an existence was like a god in their eyes. It was terrifying. This can't go on. We can't kill him for the time being. Once the big shot wakes up, we're all finished. Yes, I'm leaving. It's too dangerous to go on like this. Run. We can't withstand the boss's anger at all. No matter how good the equipment is, you have to be alive to suffer it. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Everyone came to their senses and only wanted to survive. At this moment, the notification in Zhou Han's mind continued to sound. Your fearless sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 99.3%. Your fearless sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 99.7%. Your fearless sword heart is advancing. Current progress is 100%. Your fearless sword heart has successfully advanced to the indestructible sword heart. With the system notification, Zhou Han's consciousness slowly returned. A powerful and majestic aura surged out of his body, like an ancient demon god waking up. In an instant, violent pressure enveloped the entire venue, making everyone tremble. They felt that the surrounding space was blocked by a barrier formed by many sword auras. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape. FCK? Why can't I move? What kind of ability is this? It's over. The big shot is waking up. Baka. He's too strong. Everyone's hearts sank to rock bottom, filled with regret. Zhou Han opened his eyes indifferently. Trying to escape? Everyone must die. The cold voice was emotionless. Endless killing intent surged and sentenced everyone to death. Spare me. Big shot. Let us go? We know we were wrong. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I don't want to die. These players immediately cried and wailed. They knew the consequences, but they did not dare to think about them. Before they could feel great despair, countless sword shadows crisscrossed in the space, and lives were quickly harvested. Let's join forces and kill him. I'm going to use a secret technique, or we'll all die. Take a gamble. Kill your way out. Nobita, Kim, and Jason looked at each other in unison, their eyes unprecedentedly solemn. At this point, it was impossible to escape. They could only fight to the death to have a chance of survival. They stopped hiding and used all their tricks. All kinds of ultimate moves and Dharma treasures bombarded Zhou Han. You overestimate yourself. Die. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up slightly. To him, their best ultimate move was like a child playing house. It was ridiculous. Without much nonsense, Zhou Han summoned a violent fire-Qilin raging flame. In an instant, it enveloped them and melted them until nothing was left. The three strongest people were all killed. The remaining lackeys naturally did not have a chance to struggle in the face of the violent power. For a moment, this space was like purgatory on earth. The smell of blood in the air was very strong, dyeing the ground red. Zhou Han stood proudly like a god of death. His terrifying aura made people not dare to look at him directly. 3 minutes later, all the enemies who wanted to kill him were dealt with. Zhou Han had a sharp aura perception and killed them quickly and accurately. He did not have to worry about killing the wrong person. After settling it, Zhou Han clapped his hands and looked around casually. The remaining few were players who had not participated in the killing operation. Zhou Han naturally would not do anything to them. However, they did not think so. Bang, bang, bang. Many players whose legs went weak under Zhou Han's gaze knelt down. Boss, we're innocent. You have to believe me. I wouldn't dare have bad intentions, Harold said with a terrified expression. He quickly shouted his innocence. After all, he also had ulterior motives. Although he did not have the intention to kill Zhou Han, he also coveted the treasure. After Zhou Han glanced at him, he immediately became guilty. The other party was too powerful. He could probably crush him with a finger. In order to save his life, it was not embarrassing to kneel and admit defeat. It was mainly because of Harold's Kasaya that Zhou Han was a little curious, so he took a few more glances. He did not expect it to scare him so much. However, Zhou Han did not pay much attention to a small character. Without Zhou Han's signal, these players could not leave or stay. They just stood there awkwardly, not daring to move. What are you waiting for? Help pick up the equipment. Zhou Han was not polite to these people. He did not believe that they did not have other thoughts. In that case, he would order them around like free labor. After all, there was a layer of equipment on the ground. It would definitely be troublesome for him to pack it alone. Coincidentally, they could be of some use. Okay, boss, I'm coming. I promise it'll be done beautifully. Brothers, get moving. If you make the big shot angry, you know the consequences. Hurry up. Who's slow? I'll kill him. Hearing Zhou Han's words, the remaining people felt relieved. With this, they knew that their lives were temporarily saved. Next, it was time to do something. They had to satisfy the big shot before they were truly out of danger. Therefore, some bosses hurriedly reprimanded their lackeys, afraid that something would happen to them. Soon, everyone rolled up their sleeves in a frenzy and began to count the battlefield. Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. Senior, you're really a god. You're too powerful. Are you still short of lackeys? Zhou Han hurriedly jumped down from the huge tree, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Senior, take me in. I can be your boyfriend. You can leave the lifting of shoes to me. Then, the members of Zhou Han's team leaned over and fought to say, if he could become the big shot's lackey, wouldn't he take off? How lucky would it be to find a powerful backer in such a dangerous world? Clearly, Zhou Han's heaven-defying performance just now was both offensive and defensive. He was invincible and completely subdued them. Zhou Han was speechless. All right, what lackey? I don't need these for the time being. Each of you can choose a king-grade equipment. That's all. Zhou Han waved his hand and sent them away. If he continued, no one knew what he would say. King-grade, senior, are you really going to give it to us? Wow, we also have king-grade equipment. Ha ha ha. Senior, you're so kind. I love you. The team members were stunned and in disbelief. After receiving confirmation, they all grinned. Their guild was not even in the top 5 in the region. Therefore, the team members were very poor and weak. Otherwise, if they had the strength, they would definitely enter the top guilds. Not to mention king-grade equipment, even starlight-grade equipment was extremely rare to them. Now, they could obtain king-grade equipment. Wouldn't they be excited? After thanking Zhou Han profusely, they happily went to choose equipment. Although the wish to become a lackey had been shattered, they were still very happy to obtain king-grade equipment. Zhou Han was also very happy to successfully dismiss them. After the grinding this time, he killed tens of thousands of ghosts and more than 10,000 players. A conservative estimate was that no less than 50,000 king-grade equipment had dropped. Therefore, sending some out was nothing. It did not affect him much. Moreover, it was Zhou Han and the others who led Zhou Han to discover this altar. It was reasonable for them to obtain a reward for king-grade equipment. A foreigner? She's here too. Zhou Han looked over and immediately saw Catherine's tall and proud figure. She stood out from the crowd, had a beautiful face, and had a unique temperament. He could tell at a glance that she was different. I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. Previously, when Zhou Han met Catherine, he only knew that she was a foreign girl because she was moving at high speed. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that her looks were very heaven-defying. She held a staff in her hand, and her long golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Her blue eyes were as dazzling as gems. Her chest was very wide, and her slender waist was slender. Her short skirt wrapped tightly around her round and beautiful butt. The lines were very beautiful, making one unable to take their eyes off her. Her legs were strong and slender and filled with strength. She was wearing a pair of white stockings that were filled with great temptation. As if sensing Zhou Han's gaze, Catherine turned her head. After looking at each other for 2 seconds, she hurriedly retracted her gaze. After all, Zhou Han had just started a massacre, and the aura of the strong made her feel a lot of pressure. This was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, she felt Zhou Han's malicious gaze roaming around her unrestrainedly. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. This was something he had never felt before. One had to know that be it her figure or looks, she was one in a million. She was already used to the gazes of the opposite sex. However, Zhou Han's invasive gaze made her a little uncomfortable. A strange feeling came over her body. Catherine's proud face flushed. Don't think that just because you're a peerless expert, you can be so rude. I'm not an easy woman, she said coquettishly, unconvinced. I didn't expect her to be a righteous girl. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. As for why he gave her so much attention, it was mainly because Zhou Han had told Zhou Han some of the things that had happened while he was sleeping. Among them was Catherine's attempt to stop everyone from snatching the treasure. Therefore, Zhou Han sized her up from head to toe without any other intentions. As everyone knew, Zhou Han was a very serious man who was not bewitched by beauty. He retracted his gaze and checked his current state. After advancing, the sword heart became even more violent. His comprehension and control of sword intent had risen to another level. With a thought, the attribute description appeared on the interface. Indestructible sword heart. Description: if the heavens stop me, I will destroy the heavens. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want these gods to disappear into thin air. The extreme of the sword moves the universe, breaks through the sky, and is undying. Attributes: attack plus 2 million, HP plus 10 million. Effect: comprehension increased by 10% when creating your own cultivation technique. Effect 2: sword intent control increased by 10%. Sword technique damage is higher. Effect 3: sword domain. Use endless sword aura to form a domain that can reduce the target's movement speed and all attributes. The effect was very good. Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. After advancing, other than the increase in attributes, there were 2 additional effects. First, it was the increase in sword intent control, and then it was the sword domain. Domain level. Seeing the description of the sword domain, Zhou Han's pupils constricted. This was a control that was a level higher than the profound meaning. He did not expect it to appear with the indestructible sword heart. Have I controlled the domain? Zhou Han was a little puzzled. He felt that it was, but it did not seem like it. There was no qualitative change in his body. I'm sorry to tell you that you didn't. The system prompted in time to give an answer. Oh, then what's the situation now? Zhou Han hurriedly asked. In your current state, you have only comprehended half of the domain. You need the other half, and have successfully comprehended it to control true domain power. Then what's the other half? Of course, it's the sword bone. No matter how strong your sword heart is, without the support of a powerful sword bone, you naturally can't unleash its powerful strength. Therefore, the 2 complement each other and have to be improved at the same time. When Zhou Han heard this, the system made sense. He opened the interface of the sword bone and looked at it. Blazing Soul Sword Bone. Description: the iron bone condensed from a powerful sword aura has been washed hundreds of millions of times. You will have a very powerful physique. Attributes: increases 10 million HP. Effect: permanently has 50% damage immunity. Promotion requirement: 715 million/100 billion. What was different from before was that an advancement condition option had appeared. What does this value refer to? It's the total damage you have accumulated and need to endure to advance. As long as the total damage you withstand reaches 100 billion, your sword bone will trigger an advancement. 100 billion? What a huge number. If I had known that I needed to withstand damage to advance, I would have let them fight for a while longer. I'll attack later, Zhou Han said with emotion, missing out on a lot of damage. 100 billion damage included Zhou Han's damage reduction and defense. In other words, the target's output damage was at least more than 200 billion. According to the conventional combat method, it would take forever for the Blazing Soul Sword Bone to meet the requirements to advance. Looks like I have to change the strategy and method of battle in the future. Zhou Han had a rough idea, but to implement it, he still had to see the specific battle scene. It was actually very simple. To quickly accumulate damage, all he had to do was be beaten up. However, this beating was also a skill. He had to be strategic. First, he had to confirm that there was no danger before doing this. This was not difficult for Zhou Han. After all, he had the blood massacre vision and could clearly check the opponent's attributes and accurately determine the danger. The second point was that the opponent had to be strong enough. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they fought for a day. It was a waste of time and inefficient. The third point was the most important. You had to give your opponent hope of winning. Otherwise, if others realized that they could not cause any damage to you after fighting for a long time, what was the point of fighting? They would be in despair. They would definitely give up on attacking and think that he was powerful and invincible. Naturally, they would think of a way to escape. This situation had happened just now. Zhou Han also learned a lesson from it. When the time came, he had to show his acting skills and pretend to be weak to lure the other party in. He had gone through so much trouble to make these things so that the Blazing Soul Sword Bone could advance and successfully step into the sword domain realm. Zhou Han had personally experienced the realm of profundity. It was extremely powerful and could easily fight those at a higher level. Then how powerful would the realm of the domain be? Otherwise, without huge benefits, Zhou Han would definitely not waste time on this. Zhou Han retracted his thoughts. These were all theoretical thoughts. He had to be flexible according to the actual situation. Looking at the people present, who were still busy picking up equipment, it was mainly because there were too many of them. It would probably take some time. Zhou Han had nothing to do, so he opened his personal attribute panel and checked it for a while. After killing a large number of ghosts, the experience points obtained were also very abundant. He had leveled up more than 2 times in a row and had already reached 23% of level 59. He was not far from level 60. Behind the level, there was a notification. After reaching level 65, you can activate your second awakening. Zhou Han's eyes lit up and were immediately filled with anticipation. He wondered what class he would awaken. His various attributes had also greatly increased. His HP was more than 70 million, almost 80 million. His attack power was 6 million, and his defense was more than 4 million. The combat strength he could unleash was even stronger. Boss, this is the equipment we packed. Please check it. It's all here. Can we go now? Everyone delivered the equipment and spoke carefully. Looking at the small mountain of equipment in front of him, the lowest was king-grade equipment. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. This number was too huge. When had king-grade equipment been so unassuming? In front of the big shot, it was simply like cabbages on the streets. Although they were tempted, they still knew their current situation very well. Naturally, they did not dare to have any improper thoughts. Their lives were the most important now. All right, get lost. Zhou Han glanced around and said expressionlessly. They were no longer useful. Standing in front of him would only be an eyesore. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned. They scrambled and ran away. In front of Zhou Han, the god of death, every second was a huge torture. Every piece of equipment emitted a moving light that intertwined to form a different scenery. Zhou Han and his team members were shocked and stunned. They knew that there were many pieces of equipment, but seeing such a scene in person was still beyond their imagination. Senior, this is too fierce. Damn, there aren't so many king-grade equipment in one zone. Wow, how terrifying. This is Senior's terrifying strength. Sigh? In our eyes, a powerful treasure is nothing in Senior's eyes. It hurts, brother. Zhou Han nodded calmly. Everything was within his expectations, and he was not surprised. System, help me count the types and numbers of these items. He would definitely not do such a thing himself. That would tire him out and leave everything to the auxiliary system. Your request has been received. It's being counted. It's estimated to take 5 minutes. Please wait patiently. There were too many of them. It was understandable. Yes? Aren't you afraid of me? Zhou Han looked up. Other than Zhu Wen's team, everyone else had slipped away, and Catherine was still on the spot. Only then did Zhou Han ask, "You're a good person. You won't do anything to me," Catherine said coldly. Her expression did not change. Heh, a good person? Zhou Han could not help but laugh. This was the first time someone had said that about him, except for his women. Why do you think so? Zhou Han asked with a playful smile. Because you let that group go and didn't kill the innocent. You also gave each of the team behind you a piece of king-grade equipment. That's why I think you're the same kind of person as me. You abide by justice and distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Catherine spoke frankly. Clearly, she was observing very carefully, but this also exposed the fact that she had been secretly paying attention to Zhou Han. Can you tell from this? You're still too inexperienced. Even if I'm a good person, don't forget that I'm still a man. Zhou Han's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. His malicious gaze lingered on Catherine as if wanting to penetrate the obstruction of her robe. You stop scaring me. I believe you're a gentleman. Although Catherine was a little afraid, she still looked indifferent. Her arrogance did not allow her to show fear in front of outsiders. Gentlemen? I am indeed a gentleman, he. A demonic smile appeared on Zhou Han's face as he slowly walked over. Catherine's arrogant appearance gave people the ultimate thrill of conquest. It would definitely be very interesting to tease her. And Mr. Luo Feng, what do you want? Catherine's face trembled, and she involuntarily stepped back. She spoke nervously. Luo Feng. Zhou Han was a little stunned. He did not expect the other party to be so cute. She really thought that it was his real name. Don't be nervous. I've always had a question. I want to find you to understand it in depth. Zhou Han revealed a harmless smile and slowly approached without stopping. Don't come over. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Catherine happened to retreat under a large tree and condemned angrily. Seeing the situation, Zhou Han approached. Catherine felt the scent of a mature man on her face. It was very fresh and smelled good. This was the first time she had been so close to a member of the opposite sex. She immediately panicked. Closing her eyes, her fluttering eyelashes and her wide chest that rose and fell could show her uneasiness. What should I do? Am I really going to die here today? Am I going to lose my chastity? But the only good thing is that he's so handsome. It's not too much of a loss. Catherine let her imagination run wild. However, after waiting for a long time, Zhou Han's next move did not come. Catherine opened her eyes in confusion and realized that Zhou Han was propped up on the tree with one hand and looking at her with a faint smile. Hey, what are you doing like this? I'm a serious person, Zhou Han said lazily. You bastard. Catherine blushed, embarrassed and angry. She greeted him with her fists. It was simply infuriating. He was teasing her, but not making his next move. Wasn't he being a hooligan? Don't tell me you want that. Hee. Zhou Han teased. You wish, Catherine said guiltily, her eyes avoiding his. She crossed her arms and covered her broad chest, pretending to be wary. That's good. My doubts have been confirmed. What doubts? I heard that people like you smell strange, so I was quite curious and smelled it myself. Is that really the case? Then why don't you smell the others, but me? Catherine said relentlessly, suspicion in her eyes. Well, maybe you're more pleasing to the eye. Hee. Why don't you just say that I'm beautiful? As expected, you have designs on me. Catherine smiled proudly. For some reason, she felt especially comfortable being praised by Zhou Han. All right, what's the matter? Zhou Han did not continue to flirt and directly asked for his goal. I want to make a deal with you. I just saw a Dharma treasure that has a huge effect on me. I hope you can sell it to me. Catherine regained her composure and went straight to the point. Oh, what Dharma treasure? Tell me. Zhou Han's expression did not change as he asked. This is the one. Catherine hurriedly walked over and chose a whip from among the many items. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she held it in her hand lovingly. Zhou Han was a little surprised and hurriedly activated the appraisal. Soon, the attribute data of the whip appeared. Beast Taming Whip. Grade, 9-star Emperor. Type, Support Type Dharma Treasure. Description, a Dharma treasure refined from the long whip of the Beast Emperor. It has an extremely obvious effect on raising creatures like summoned beasts. Special effect, Beast Berserk Transformation, Whip the Summoned Beast. Increases the attack power of all summoned beasts by 500% and reduces damage received by 50% for 5 minutes. I see. No wonder she wants this Dharma treasure so badly. Zhou Han touched his chin. After reading it, he finally understood. This Dharma treasure was useless to other classes, but to the summoner class, it was simply a divine artifact. It could increase the attack power of summoned beasts by 5 times and reduce the damage they could withstand. Once he obtained it, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. You have good taste. You could tell at a glance that this Dharma treasure is extraordinary. However, this is a 9-star Emperor grade Dharma treasure. Although the quality is SOSO, it's not so easy to obtain. Therefore, you understand. Zhou Han's intentions were obvious. If she wanted to obtain this Dharma treasure, she had to take out something valuable. He was not familiar with her. Why should he give it to her? Even if the other party was a peerless beauty, Zhou Han would not do this. She was not his woman. 9-star Emperor grade? That high? Catherine covered her mouth and exclaimed. She only knew that this Dharma treasure was inexplicably attractive to summoners and wanted it urgently. However, she never expected the quality to be so high. Zhou Han found it a little funny. A 9-star Emperor grade item was already so shocking to her, as if she had never seen the world. If they knew that he had a divine grade, or even a supreme grade Dharma treasure, they would probably be so shocked that they would not be able to close their legs. So, you can trade if you want. What can you offer? Let me make it clear first, except for my body. After all, I'm not tempted by beauty. Zhou Han woke her up from her shock and said seriously. Well, Catherine immediately looked troubled and said weakly, I have 9 fragments here. Do you think they're okay? It seemed that other than her body, she really had nothing to show. Fragment. Are you trying to? A supercontinent fragment. Zhou Han, who was originally indifferent, was not very interested. However, in an instant, the fragment erupted with a dazzling light that he immediately recognized. Good Lord, he didn't expect to take out 9 at once. One had to know that he only had one on hand. Not only was the supercontinent set powerful, but Zhou Han also asked the Elder of the Sword God Hall and learned that this was the intrinsic set of the Sword Soul class. After wearing it, it could activate many hidden attributes. He naturally wouldn't miss such a good thing. However, collecting it was very difficult. After enhancing it 10 times, it still needed 300 fragments to fuse into the set. That's right. This beast-taming whip is yours. Zhou Han gave the Dharma treasure to Catherine. This was not a loss. You agreed? Thank you, Mr. Luo Feng. A different emotion flashed across Catherine's eyes. In her opinion, this set required 1,000 fragments, before enhancement, to fuse. She could exchange 9 of them for a 9-star Emperor-grade Dharma treasure. This was simply a huge gain. The other party must be secretly taking care of her. I didn't expect him to be so gentle. He's secretly taking care of me like this. After all, he's a powerhouse. He definitely can embarrass himself. You still say you're not interested in me. You don't mean what you say. Catherine turned on her imagination again. Her blue eyes were shining. Of course, Zhou Han did not notice these details. Don't call me Luo Feng. Zhou Han is my real name. Zhou Han corrected in time and continued to ask, where did you obtain these fragments? Do you have any relevant clues? This fragment was a reward he had obtained when he was doing a mission. It was very rare. Catherine had 9 pieces and might have relevant clues, so Zhou Han had to ask. You seem to value these fragments. I obtained an Abyss Pass previously and entered the Abyss. These fragments dropped by killing the boss. After Catherine obtained the beast-taming whip, she was very happy and explained the process of obtaining the fragments of the supercontinent set. Hearing her story, Zhou Han smiled. Entering the Abyss was easy. He happened to have an abyssal invitation in his hand, and it was an ancient version. I wonder if more supercontinent fragments will drop in the ancient Abyss. Zhou Han was looking forward to it. However, there was a limit to entering the ancient Abyss. That was that one had to reach the Emperor grade. Zhou Han decided that after the night parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon event ended, he had to increase his rank as soon as possible. I'm done. Is there anything else you want to ask? Catherine smiled thinly. All right, it's fine. Do whatever you want. Zhou Han waved his hand. What? You make it sound like I want to talk to you so much. Seeing Zhou Han's perfunctory attitude, Catherine's beautiful face was filled with dissatisfaction. Zhou Han ignored it. Soon, a system notification sounded in his mind. All items have been counted. Please check the specific class and number. Nodding, Zhou Han opened the information on the interface. You have obtained a total of 85,215 King-grade equipment. There are 5,215 accessories, 22,000 weapons, 18,000 pieces of set equipment, and 40,000 pieces of normal equipment. You have obtained a total of 1,233 King-grade Dharma treasures. Among them, you have obtained a total of 222 Emperor-grade equipment, including accessories. You have obtained a total of 25 Emperor-grade Dharma treasures. Among them, although King-grade equipment was useless to Zhou Han, he was still very happy to see so many of them. Thinking of this, Zhou Han directly opened the guild chat. Brothers, the guild benefits are being distributed. The King-grade equipment that have just been produced are still hot. Zhou Han directly typed a sentence and sent it out. There were only 2,000 people in the guild now. Each of them could receive a set of King-grade equipment. There was no problem at all. Compared to the huge gains today, this was nothing. If the strength of the guild members increased, they would obtain a greater advantage in the night parade of 100 Ghosts. Zhou Han was naturally happy to see this. Wang Defa. Awesome, King-grade equipment. Boss, there are so many of us. It's not enough to share in the group. Zhang Deshuai. Boss, other than 2 Starlight-grade equipment, the rest are all King-grade. I don't want them. Let the other members have them. Linley. Since old brother Zhang has said so, I'm also the captain. If I have King-grade equipment, leave this opportunity to my team members. Lu Benwei. All right, everyone, don't say anything. Listen to boss's arrangements. Boss, Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and reveal it to us. As a member of the same team, Liu Binwei naturally knew from the combat interface that Zhou Han had obtained a lot of equipment. However, he did not say it explicitly. If he did, how could boss show off? If he didn't have such an understanding, how could he remain in the guild? All right, don't be modest. Next, every member will have a set of king-grade equipment. Everyone will have a share. It's enough, Zhou Han said with a smile. Wang Shuai said, did I hear wrongly? Go to awesome. Brother Han is indeed generous. Liu Bo, wow, a set of king-grade equipment. What kind of concept is that? Other leaders who are doing relatively badly probably don't have such luxurious equipment. Xiaopeng, I'm rich now. I'm so lucky to be with such a boss. Huang Xiong, God-slaying Hull, is awesome. Brother Han is awesome. Seeing the message from Zhou Han, the group members were completely excited. In their shock and excitement, Zhou Han directly uploaded a large number of equipment to the group storage. This function was very good, just like uploading files. After uploading the equipment, he could let the system set a series of rules for receiving it. Everyone could browse through the equipment and choose the part they liked. After choosing, he could download it. It was very convenient. It was a new function unlocked by a level 10 guild. At this moment, it came in handy. With the help of the system, Zhou Han uploaded all these king-grade equipment. Anyway, after the group members finished choosing, the remaining equipment would automatically return to Zhou Han's bag. The impact was not very great. Seeing the huge number refreshed their understanding again. The group members were extremely shocked. Liu Bo, more than 80,000 pieces of equipment? Damn, if I hadn't seen the powerful attributes on the equipment, I would have thought they were cabbages. Huang Xiong, that's exaggerated. Only boss has such courage. Oh Huang. Boss, did you rob an equipment warehouse? Jia Feiqiu, please accept my kowtow. You're invincible. Lin Fan, I won't say anything. This is Brother Han's basic operation. Don't say anything. Kai Kuan, brothers, don't just be shocked. Start choosing equipment. Yang Dingtian, haha. I chose a set and 2 accessories. Jiang Xiaobai, I didn't expect the types to be so complete. I directly chose 6 accessories. I'll save money now and buy the accessory slot expansion card. Li Ergu, is this the power of king-grade equipment? It's so strong. I'm also a king-grade expert. Haha, I didn't expect but face, to have a counterattack one day. Wang Goxing, it's not easy. If I hadn't followed Brother Han, I'm afraid I would never have made a name for myself. Soon, everyone finished choosing. At this point, the equipment of the 2,000 members of the God-slaying Hall was at least king-grade. Their strength had taken a new step, one step closer to his goal of everyone becoming a dragon. Equipment selection complete. The excess equipment will automatically be returned to your spatial bag. Please pay attention to it. Warning, your spatial bag has reached the upper limit of carrying. It cannot contain more items. It's full after less than 10,000 pieces of equipment. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was a little speechless. This was the first time he knew that spatial packages had weight restrictions. If he did not put the remaining 50,000 to 60,000 pieces of equipment in his spatial bag, he would definitely not be able to carry them. Zhou Han asked the system and learned that he could buy an item like the expansion talisman in the mall. It could expand the space in his bag. The price was okay. 300,000 gold coins would do. After buying it, Zhou Han directly enhanced it. You have used the talent Infinite Enhancement. The expansion talisman has been successfully enhanced 5 times. New attributes have been generated. Please check. Due to the material, it could only be enhanced 5 times. It was not that Zhou Han did not want to buy higher quality ones, but there was really nothing else to sell except this. In the future, if he wanted to increase the space package to a wider area, he needed some special items that could not be bought in the mall. Zhou Han glanced around. There was nothing special about it. It was just used to expand space, and it could only be used once. This was a headache. It's still not enough. After the expansion, there were an additional 10,000 slots for equipment. Then, he heard the system notification that it was full. Detected that your Emperor-grade equipment has reached the standard. The skill equipment combination has been successfully activated. Do you want to check? Just as Zhou Han was at a loss, the system provided some directions. Equipment combination. I almost forgot about this. Zhou Han slapped his head and smiled. Equipment combination, was the second skill of the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll. It could fuse similar equipment and produce new equipment. However, to unlock it, one had to have 5 Emperor-grade equipment. Actually, this condition had been reached long ago, but Zhou Han had been relatively busy recently and did not care about this. If not for the system prompt, he would not have remembered the existence of this skill now. Good. So many king-grade equipment are useless to me now. Then try to fuse them. Even if it fails, there's no loss. Anyway, it's something dispensable. Zhou Han thought to himself. He also wanted to try this newly activated skill. After all, the Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll was still very mysterious and had magical power. The first skill combination, gave Zhou Han many surprises. He believed that the effect of this second skill, equipment combination, would most likely not disappoint. Zhou Han was interested, but before fusing, he had to enhance this skill. You have used the talent Infinite Enhancement. The skill equipment combination has been successfully enhanced 10 times. New attributes have been generated. Please check. Zhou Han's eyes were filled with anticipation. He opened the interface and the relevant description was clearly visible. Equipment combination plus 10. Grade, 9-star divine grade. Type, support skill. Description, a mystical skill with mysterious power. It can fuse equipment of the same quality and form new equipment. Take the essence and remove the dregs. Special effect, after fusing 10 pieces of equipment of the same quality, there is a 1% chance of increasing by 1 grade. After fusing 100 pieces of equipment of the same quality, there is a 20% chance of increasing by 1 grade. After fusing 1,000 pieces of equipment of the same quality, there is a 50% chance of increasing by 1 grade, and a 3% chance of increasing by 2 grades. This effect is really not bad. Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. Although it could only increase by 1 grade, the increase was very huge. For example, if one exchanged 1,000 king-grade equipment for an emperor-grade equipment, it would be a huge gain. After all, the difficulty of obtaining emperor grade was much higher than the king grade. Typically, methods to advance were very rare. Coincidentally, equipment combination could provide such a way. Although the probability was not high, this was already a very awesome special effect. As expected of a 9-star divine grade skill, it was just a step away from the supreme grade. With such a powerful effect, it was indeed worthy of its name. Then let's fuse 1,000 at the same time. Now it was just nice. He had too much equipment now. If he fused them, he could fuse 70 to 80 times. He could always encounter a time when his luck exploded. This way, he could increase its grade by 2. How wonderful. Thinking of this, Zhou Han did not hesitate. He chanted in his heart and activated his skill. You have used the equipment combination skill on 1,000 king-grade equipment. It is fusing. Please wait. Fusion successful. You have obtained an emperor-grade equipment. The equipment disappeared at a visible speed in front of him. Then, a golden light flashed. With the system notification, he succeeded on the first try. His luck was quite good. Zhou Han, what did you do? What's with the emperor-grade equipment that appeared in your hand? Catherine, who was standing beside him, happened to see this and asked in surprise. Why? Is there a problem? I only used a skill. Zhou Han said calmly. What skill? Is it that powerful? This will create endless wealth. Catherine's beautiful eyes flickered, envious of such methods. Transforming a king grade to an emperor grade was truly incredible. Heh, the quality of this skill is too far away for you. You won't understand even if I tell you. Zhou Han said angrily. Tell me. Scrooge. Zhou Han. Tell me. Catherine said coquettishly. The more Zhou Han said this, the more curious she became. All right. This skill is 9-star divine grade. It can fuse equipment and increase the grade of the equipment. What? 9-star divine grade. Oh my God, you can get such a high-quality item. As expected, Catherine was dumbfounded. She did not expect it to be a 9-star divine grade. This quality was extraordinary. Huh, look at how inexperienced you are. I'm not afraid of hurting you if I say it out loud. I even have supreme grade ones. The divine grade ones are only average. Supreme grade? This is a grade higher than the divine grade. There's actually an existence higher than the divine grade. I always thought that the divine grade was the strongest. Zhou Han, how do you know so much? Can you tell me about these levels? Catherine was a little excited. Her body subconsciously leaned over, and she asked curiously. At this moment, the arrogance from before was gone. She was asking questions like a crazed fan. With her strength, she had never even heard of these higher realms, let alone come into contact with them. What Zhou Han said seemed to have opened a new door for her. Sensing the charming fragrance close at hand, that fiery body made Zhou Han's heart skip a beat. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Of course, Zhou Han was only thinking about it. The most important thing now was to obtain more benefits from the night parade of 100 ghosts. After all, there would be many opportunities for that in the future. However, this dungeon was only open for a limited time of 3 days. All right, I've told you everything that needs to be said. Go away. Zhou Han was still a little annoyed by Catherine and told her some secrets that only the strong were qualified to know. Don't you know how to be gentle? I'm so beautiful, yet you despise me. Catherine complained unhappily in her heart. Zhou Han ignored it and continued to fuse the equipment. 2 grades up. This luck. You have used the equipment combination skill on 1,000 king grade accessories. It is fusing. Please wait. Fusion successful. It has increased by 1 grade. You have obtained an Emperor grade accessory. Blood Emperor, Blood Pearl. You have used the equipment combination skill on 1,000 king grade equipment. It is fusing. Please wait. Fusion failed. Please try harder. You have used the equipment combination skill on 1,000 king grade equipment. It is fusing. Please wait. Fusion failed. Please try harder. You have used the equipment combination skill on 1,000 king grade weapons. It is fusing. Please wait. Fusion successful. It has increased by 2 grades. You have obtained a divine grade weapon, Skyfall, Sword. You have used the equipment combination skill on 1,000 king grade equipment. It is fusing. Please wait. Fusion successful. It has increased by 1 grade. You have obtained an Emperor grade equipment, the Tyrannosaurus wrist guard. The fusion information kept coming, and the equipment in front of him was quickly decreasing. Zhou Han could not help but sigh. This skill came at the right time. Not only did it deal with a large number of equipment, but there was also a chance of fusing higher quality equipment. It was simply too satisfying. Zhou Han, the probability of your fusion is a little high. Seeing the new weapon, which was of a lot of Emperor grade, Catherine's beautiful eyes rippled and she almost drooled. Why are you missing the word, mister? Am I that familiar with you? Zhou Han saw Catherine pestering him again and knew that she was definitely eyeing these Emperor-grade equipment. After all, she was already covered in King-grade equipment, but there was only one Emperor-grade equipment. He wondered which region's boss she was from. Therefore, Zhou Han's meaning was obvious. Don't have designs on my equipment. Hey, Zhou Han, don't be so petty. I'm just touching it, Catherine said with a delicate smile. Then I want to touch you too, Zhou Han said with a naughty smile. Then you do it, Catherine said without hesitation, puffing out her proud chest. Zhou Han was speechless. Unexpectedly, she was so proactive instead of being afraid. Where's your shyness and arrogance now? You're a different person from when we first met. Hee. Catherine smiled proudly when she saw Zhou Han's expression freeze. Through their contact just now, she knew that Zhou Han was a more reliable and decent person. That was why Catherine dared to provoke him so boldly and fearlessly. Zhou Han's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. This girl was too arrogant. She actually dared to provoke him like this. He had to punish her properly. He was not to be trifled with. If not for the fact that there were many people here and that it was in the middle of nowhere, he would have dealt with Catherine on the spot long ago. Take it and play on your own. Zhou Han did not want to be disturbed. He waved his hand and said directly, anyway, these equipment belonged to him, and Catherine could not take them away. It was not a big problem to take a look. Zhou Han, you're the best. Thank you. Catherine smiled brightly. Then, he ran towards the pile of Emperor-grade equipment. Wow, what a powerful attribute. It can cause true damage. This defensive equipment is also so strong. It reduced so much damage. Catherine was there, exclaiming from time to time and smiling like a beautiful 20-year-old girl. It was so beautiful that one could not look away. Zhou Han admired it for a while before continuing to fuse the equipment. In a dark ruin, Go Tuo led his team members inside to search for supplies. Suddenly, a dazzling light spread 2 meters away from him. It was like stars, decorating the gray environment beautifully. The light was filled with strange memories that instantly filled this space. The agility and vitality in it were invigorating. Damn, this is a spiritual fruit. Brother Go, it's beside you. Catch it. Good lord, it actually triggered a phenomenon. It's not simple. Just this smell feels very exciting. It's probably a king-grade natural treasure. Brother Go is awesome. This must be the third time. As expected of my brother Go, he's directly getting natural treasures. The team members looked at Go Tuo enviously. This had happened twice since entering the night parade of 100 ghosts. However, the commotion this time was especially shocking. Ha ha. Good stuff. Very good, very powerful. Go Tuo scooped the spiritual fruit over and checked it. His face was ecstatic and he revealed a wretched smile. Brother Go, tell me what quality it is. Hee hee. A 1-star Emperor grade natural treasure. I'm awesome. Damn. This is too awesome. Brother Go, if only I had your luck. Everyone shed tears of envy at Go Tuo's heaven-defying luck. Oh, Emperor grade, how beautiful. Just as the team was getting excited, an inappropriate voice came. From the accent, it was obvious that it was a player who was living well. The team from the Dragon Kingdom ahead, you're surrounded. Hee hee. Thank you for helping us find such a spiritual fruit. In return, we can choose to let you off. Be sensible and put down the treasure and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The leader, Toho Taro, was arrogant and smiled calmly. Behind him were 800 lackeys dressed in short shirts and wooden clogs. They looked over with ill intentions. They were also exploring this ruin. The phenomenon emitted by the spiritual fruit immediately attracted their attention. Seeing that Go Tuo's team only had 200 people and 800 on his side, there was no problem at all. As for letting them off, it was because they were still afraid that the other party would resist violently and cause casualties. Therefore, if the other party was sensible and did not fight to the death, he could occupy this spiritual fruit without being injured. A player from Sakura Kingdom? Damn, very good. I haven't killed enough last time. Do you think victory is in your hands just because you have more people? What a joke. After all, Sakura Kingdom had a large population on the blue planet, more than 400 million. Therefore, they were very widely distributed. Other than Zone 47, Sakura City, it was normal for there to be players from Sakura Kingdom in other areas. Not only were Go Tuo and the others not afraid of the 800 Sakura Kingdom players, but they also smiled meaningfully. They had just obtained a full set of king-grade equipment and were about to find someone to try it on when someone came knocking on his door. They were even players from Sakura Kingdom. Baka, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Toho Taro pointed at Go Tuo and berated loudly. The reason why Toho Taro dared to be so arrogant was firstly because he had many people on his side. Another thing was that he had naturally encountered Go Tuo's team before and had a deeper impression of him. As long as he encountered a conflict, he would escape immediately and be extremely cowardly. Combined, Toho Taro was so fearless. Of course, this was related to Go Tuo's style of doing things. He executed it completely according to Zhou Han's tactics, but it was more cowardly. At this moment, Go Tuo's unmoved expression in front of him made Toho Taro very unhappy. Don't I have any deterrence at all? Count to 10. If you don't get lost, I'll effing kill you. Before Toho Taro could finish speaking, a blazing flame flew over. In the next second, he was insta-killed. There was no time to scream more. He turned to ashes. Damn, you talk too much. Brothers, attack. Kill them. With Go Tuo's order, the team members were already prepared to charge. What? The colonel was insta-killed. How is that possible? Toho Taro is the #1 combatant in our zone. Where did these players from the Dragon Kingdom come from? The situation is not good. Baka, what kind of equipment are they wearing? Why can't they break through the defense? The weapon is also powerful. My Starlight grade sword broke at a touch. As soon as they fought, the Sakura players were shocked. They realized that although they had many people on their side, they were useless against the other party's powerful equipment. Soon, they realized what a powerful team they had provoked. Under such an attack, there was no way to fight back. It was so satisfying to kill. Is this the power of king-grade equipment? It's usually as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Now that my combat strength has greatly increased, there's no pressure at all in many mystic realms that I didn't dare to go to before. These Sakura Kingdom players are too shabby. Only 2 king-grade equipment dropped. A group of poor people. Why don't you consider your strength? How dare you rob us? You're courting death. In just a few minutes, Go Tuo led the team and wiped out the 800 Sakura Kingdom players. You have received a private message from player Go Tuo. Please check. Zhou Han was tidying up his equipment when he heard the system notification. Although he was a little puzzled, he still opened it. Go Tuo, what's the matter? Boss, I obtained an Emperor-grade spiritual fruit and specially gave it to you. Go Tuo hurriedly said. Emperor-grade. Zhou Han was also a little surprised. That's right. Speaking of which, this is quite interesting. A group of dogs from the Sakura Kingdom is still preparing to snatch it for us. They still dare to provoke us with the king-grade equipment you gave us. Are they tired of living? I killed another 800 people. It's very comfortable. Boss, I'm talking a lot of nonsense. Don't be angry. Go Tuo was in a good mood and said a lot at once. On the account that he had obtained an Emperor-grade spiritual fruit, Zhou Han did not mind. I've already sent you the attribute picture. Check it first. Go Tuo immediately added. Zhou Han also opened the picture expectantly. Purple gold Bodhi. Grade, 1-star Emperor. Type, heavenly materials and earthly treasure. Description, a spiritual fruit filled with strange power. After using it, it can increase all attributes and experience points of the character. Effect, after consuming it, you can increase your current level by 2 levels. Restriction, limited to 1 use. If consumed multiple times, the effect cannot be stacked. The user's level cannot exceed level 70. Description, this fruit has ripened. You must consume it within an hour. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced. Awesome. It can actually directly increase the level of a character. Zhou Han felt a wave of surprise. He did not expect such a spiritual fruit to exist. It was indeed a natural treasure with all kinds of effects. It was very magical. However, it needed to be taken within an hour. This was more injurious. Zhou Han's current level was level 59. If he consumed this spiritual fruit, he would reach level 61. He felt that it was a loss. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, it was really easy to encounter the ripening of the purple gold Bodhi. This time was like this and could not be changed. Go Tuo, you're considerate, Zhou Han replied and expressed his approval of his actions. It's only right. Only boss can maximize the benefits of such an item. It would be a waste of natural resources if I used it, Go Tuo said quickly. He had naturally considered this question. His current level was too low, and the storage time of the purple gold Bodhi was too short. Therefore, he immediately handed it to Zhou Han. Not only could he obtain the boss's favor, but he might also receive a generous reward. It was the best of both worlds. Any fool would know the choice. Looks like increasing the strength of the guild members is the right path. I have to continue doing this in the future, Zhou Han thought. Such an investment was not a loss. He would allocate some resources that were not very useful to obtain greater remuneration. After all, one's energy was limited. In the future, he could send it to the guild members to find materials, inquire about information, collect supplies, and so on. This would save time and do something more important. Moreover, there were many people and it was more efficient. These are all Emperor-grade Dharma treasures. Pick one. Zhou Han directly showed Go Tuo the Emperor-grade Dharma treasure that had dropped this time. With such awareness, Zhou Han was naturally very happy. Such actions should also be rewarded. Otherwise, it would affect everyone's enthusiasm. Damn, so many Emperor-grade Dharma treasures. Boss, you're really awesome. Go Tuo was dazzled by the golden Dharma treasure. Most people did not even have a king-grade Dharma treasure, let alone an Emperor-grade Dharma treasure. Boss already had a lot on hand. Why was the difference between this person and others so great? Without wasting any time, Go Tuo quickly chose what he liked. Boss, I have a request. I want to trade this spiritual fruit to you in the guild group. Go Tuo said. Well, tell me what you think. I think this can set an example for everyone. Think about it. If even an Emperor-grade Dharma treasure can be a reward, aren't the brothers trying their best to make a contribution? Mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm is the only way to make a greater contribution, Go Tuo explained. He could imagine the crazy scene when everyone learned about an Emperor-grade Dharma treasure. Yes, you've considered it in detail. In that case, you can show off. Zhou Han smiled and directly exposed Go Tuo's intentions. They were all young people. Who wouldn't want to show off? It was understandable. Hee. Boss is indeed wise. You found out. Go Tuo nodded and admitted with a smile. Not only could he show off in front of his guild brothers, but he could also bring some positive effects. Go Tuo had to fight for such a thing. After obtaining Zhou Han's agreement, Go Tuo could not wait and sent a message to the guild group. Sai, my luck is a little bad. When can I obtain a divine grade natural treasure? He also sent out the attribute pictures of the purple gold Bodhi. Xiao Yin, damn, an emperor grade spiritual fruit? Is my luck bad? You're too ordinary. Oh Huang, damn, isn't your character too good? You're awesome. Lu Binwei, damn it, did you cheat? Lin Dong, brother Go is awesome. I'm really convinced. I've already handed it to the boss. Do you know what boss rewarded me with? I'm afraid I'll scare you if I say it out loud. I'll give you a picture. Understand it for yourself. After receiving everyone's praise and envy, Go Tuo was secretly delighted. Then, he sent the Emperor-grade Dharma treasure attribute picture that Zhou Han had rewarded to the group. If nothing went wrong, it would cause even more shock. Zhou Han found it a little funny. Go Tuo was quite good at creating an atmosphere. Sure enough, everyone was fascinated. Lin Fan, Dharma treasure? Moreover, it's an Emperor-grade Dharma treasure. The attributes are a little exaggerated. Zhang Deshui, I admit that I'm jealous. After looking at the attribute pictures, I realized that Emperor-grade Dharma treasures are so powerful. Oh Huang boss, do you have any extra Emperor-grade Dharma treasures? I must find higher quality items to exchange for them. Wang Shui, I'm so tempted. I want to make a huge contribution too. It's just that Emperor-grade natural treasures can't be found just like that. They need opportunities. Wang Defa, that's right. It's extraordinarily difficult. After all, we're not as lucky as Go Tuo. Seeing that everyone was a little tempted, but their enthusiasm was not as high as they had imagined. Zhou Han did not continue to peek at the screen and added, I have a lot of king-grade and emperor-grade Dharma treasures. It doesn't have to be an emperor-grade natural treasure. As long as you find something that pleases me, you can exchange these Dharma treasures. As soon as he said that, the guild group erupted in loud cheers. Boss, you're awesome. I'm going to search harder. That's right. Now that we have king-grade equipment, we can challenge some more difficult areas. Get moving. I've never touched a Dharma treasure. Brothers, let's get to work and sweep this dungeon clean. After all, Zhou Han was talking about useful items. Those king-grade and emperor-grade natural treasures were not easy to obtain, but as long as he searched hard for other resources, the difficulty of obtaining them would decrease countless times. This also gave everyone endless motivation and at least a direction to work towards. Otherwise, emperor-grade natural treasures would only deter them. It has mobilized everyone's enthusiasm. Next, we just have to wait, and there will naturally be good gains. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. He gave the members king-grade equipment, allowing them to have powerful strength. The early preparations were ready. It was time for these workers to create value for Zhou Han, the boss. Boss, how did I do? Go Tuo sent another message, asking for credit. Not bad. Keep it up. In a while, I'll promote you to an elder. Thank you, boss. Then I'll trade the purple gold Bodhi to you now. Hearing Zhou Han's promise, Go Tuo was delighted. Not only had he obtained an emperor-grade Dharma treasure, but he was also about to become an elder. Player, Go Tuo, has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? Accepted. You accepted the deal. You have obtained the purple gold Bodhi. Zhou Han hurriedly took it out of his spatial bag. In an instant, a purple gold light filled the entire space. It was exquisite and filled with an agile aura. This looks like Senior has obtained another extraordinary treasure. I took a breath of the spiritual energy that floated over. My experience points have increased a little. I don't know if it's an illusion. Such rich spiritual energy should be a natural treasure. Zhu Wen and the others exclaimed and looked at Zhou Han with even more reverence. They were even more eager to become lackeys. Zhou Han, where did you obtain this spiritual fruit? I didn't see you take it out just now. Catherine was also attracted by the dazzling light and asked curiously. A member of my guild gave this to me. I just obtained it not long ago. Zhou Han explained. Are all your guild members so powerful? The quality of this spiritual fruit is terrifyingly high. The quality is okay. It's just a 1-star Emperor grade. Catherine's beautiful eyes turned white. 1-star Emperor grade was only alright. This was simply too infuriating. If he had not seen how powerful Zhou Han was, he would probably think that he was showing off. I really envy your guild members. All of them can play such a role, Catherine said with some emotion. Her guild members were all weaklings. Without her lead, it would be difficult to protect themselves in the Sunluo ghost domain, let alone explore treasure hunts. Of course they have to be useful. After all, they're covered in king-grade equipment now. They can't all be like trash. They have to contribute more or less. Zhou Han said with a smile. Only someone as rich as you can equip all the members of the guild with king-grade equipment. Hee. After all, there are only 2,000 members. It's quite easy to bear the burden at the moment. 2,000? Your guild has reached level 10. Catherine asked curiously, suspecting that she had heard wrong. Yes. Is that a problem? Of course there's a problem. You're leveling up too quickly. Catherine was completely shocked. She had thought that her guild had reached level 6 very quickly. However, he did not expect Zhou Han to be so exaggerated. It was fine if he was powerful, but even the level of the guild was so different from others. This made her feel defeated. Catherine, who prided herself as the favored daughter of the heavens, realized that other than being more broad-minded than Zhou Han, she could not compare to him in other aspects. It's okay. Didn't you say your guild was level 6? That's not bad. Keep it up. With that, he ignored the stunned Catherine. You have used the talent Infinite Enhancement. The purple gold Bodhi has been successfully enhanced 10 times. Please check the new attributes. After enhancing, the purple light shone brightly and became even richer. Holding the purple gold Bodhi, Zhou Han could feel that the purer power was surging quickly, increasing the powerful effect. Without hesitation, he activated appraisal. Purple gold Bodhi plus 10. Grade: 1-star Emperor. Type: heavenly materials and earthly treasure. Description: a spiritual fruit filled with strange power. After using it, it can greatly increase all attributes and experience points of the character. Effect: after consuming it, you can increase your current level by 10 levels and increase your HP by 10 million. Restriction: you can use the same type of item 3 times. After 3 times, the effect will not stack. The user's level cannot exceed 100. Description: this fruit has ripened. You must consume it within an hour. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced. After checking it, Zhou Han compared it to his previous attributes. The first change was that the effect had become even more exaggerated. Previously, it could only increase by 2 levels. Now, it could increase by 10 levels and increase 10 million HP. This effect was powerful. The second change, the number of times he consumed it, changed from the previous one to a 3-time limit. In other words, if Zhou Han could obtain 2 purple gold Bodhi plus 10, in the future, he would be able to increase his level by 20 levels. It was simply too satisfying. However, this Emperor-grade spiritual fruit was not something you could obtain just because you wanted to. It required a certain amount of coincidence. Although he was powerful, he was not as powerful as Go Tuo in terms of luck. I hope O Huang and the others can find another one. That would be awesome, Zhou Han thought. The third change was that the user's level could not exceed level 100. Previously, it was a level 70 restriction. However, whether this effect existed did not affect the current Zhou Han much. This was because the description had not changed. It was still limited to an hour. Otherwise, if his spiritual power dissipated, the gains would not make up for the losses. What a pity. There's such a limit. If I wait until I reach level 100 before consuming it, then my level can directly rise to level 110. How satisfying would that be? Zhou Han said regretfully. One had to know that the higher the level, the more experience needed to level up. The later he used this spiritual fruit that increased his level, the better. An hour didn't allow him any other time to grind. Even leveling up wouldn't help much. Therefore, Zhou Han still chose to consume it directly. You consumed purple gold Bodhi plus 10. You have obtained a vast amount of experience points. Your level has successfully increased by 10 levels. Your new level is level 69. Please check the attributes. Flash, 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 flash. With the system notification, 10 white lights kept flickering on Zhou Han's body. Everyone present was dumbfounded. As players, they naturally knew this special white light very well. At a glance, they could tell that it was a unique light when leveling up. Level up 10 times in a row. Senior, are you crazy? Why do I feel that Senior is cheating? If this wasn't the real world, I'd agree with you. He must have consumed that spiritual fruit to cause such an effect. It's too shocking. Zhou Han did not check immediately. At this moment, The equipment fusion had already been completed through the equipment combination. His luck was not bad, and he had fused 2 divine artifacts. One was Skyfall, Sword. After enhancing it, the 3 special effects were Life Steal, Critical Hit, and Forced Hit. It was both a natal weapon, and the special effects were perfect. It was very powerful. The other was the Dragon Soul Ring. It was helpful in absorbing the true dragon bloodline. Then, there were more Emperor-grade equipment. Zhou Han chose the few with the strongest attributes. He directly changed all his original equipment, his combat strength sword, and a powerful aura soared into the sky. Oh God, Zhou Han, he's become stronger again. Catherine's beautiful eyes rippled. Zhou Han emitted the aura of a powerhouse, filled with the dominance of a king. He's so handsome, she was angry and immediately blushed. She felt a little moist, and she subconsciously closed her long legs. A young girl's feelings were always like this. This was the first time in 20 years that she had felt so moved. Only such a powerful and handsome man was worthy of her arrogance and beauty. Catherine looked at Zhou Han intently, not knowing what was brewing in her heart. I've changed all my equipment. Now let's look at the attribute data. Zhou Han chanted in his heart, and then his personal attribute panel was automatically pulled out. Wind Sword Demon, Zhou Han. Level, 69, 23.93%. Awaiting Second Awakening. Health, 90,900,000. Attack, 6,600,000. Defense, 5,800,000. Soul Power, 2,550,000. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, unique in the universe. Title, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Skyfall, Divine Grade. Secondary Weapon, Cold Desolation Wind Thunder, Emperor Grade. Accessory, Dragon Soul Ring, Divine Grade. Blood Emperor Bracelet, Emperor Grade. Flame Emperor Necklace, Emperor Grade. Support Equipment, King Hebron, True Damage. Gem, Attack Gem, King Grade. Knowledge Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Myriad Glory, Emperor Grade. Dharma Treasure, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Divine Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 500,000, attack increased by 180,000. King's Mark, plus 7 million HP, plus 3 million defense. Fashion, Tyrant's Fury, Trial. Current rank, 260 Star King. The various data were clearly visible. After Zhou Han finished checking, a smile appeared on his lips. It had increased by 10 levels. After changing his equipment, his attributes increased greatly. His HP had already exceeded 90 million. Reaching 100 million was no longer a dream. His attack power was close to 7 million, and his defense was close to 6 million. He had also changed all his accessories and equipment. The previous day's set had never been gathered, and it was only King Grade. The help of a few loose parts was really useless to the current Zhou Han, so he had to change them. However, the Hebron King 3-piece set was still very useful. It did not matter how many attributes it increased. The most important thing was that it had a true damage special effect. It was the key to Zhou Han being able to deal explosive damage. It was impossible to change until a stronger special effect appeared. Previously, Zhou Han had also thought of increasing the grade of the Hebron King. The powerful special effects were worth it. He also planned to keep using this 3-piece set. Can I awaken a second time? I wonder what kind of process is required. Seeing the notification behind the level, Zhou Han muttered. The first time he awakened, he became the Wind Sword Demon and controlled several powerful attributes. Because of this, he could take off. In that case, it was conceivable that the second awakening would awaken an even stronger power, so Zhou Han was naturally concerned about this. Before undergoing the second awakening, you must go to the Firmament Imperial City to receive the awakening mission of the corresponding class. You can only awaken a second time after completing the prerequisite awakening mission. Looks like the process is not much different from the first awakening. Firmament Imperial City? It's time to go to that place. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han nodded. Blue Thunder City was only a small border city after all. Zhou Han had developed in this city, so he still had feelings for it. However, in order to pursue greater strength and explore higher-level secrets, There was no point in staying in Blue Thunder City. Zhou Han did not think too much about it. He could only start preparing these things after the night parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon ended. For now, it was better to focus on obtaining dungeon points and enhancement points. By the way, I wonder how many dungeon points I have now. I'm afraid it's a very shocking value. Zhou Han suddenly remembered. After closing the attribute panel, he checked the specific values of the dungeon points and the supreme enhancement points. He had no idea when he checked, but he was shocked when he saw it. Even Zhou Han was shocked. Are the numbers that exaggerated? Currently, he had more than 24 million dungeon points and 1 million supreme enhancement points. This benefit was simply unparalleled. Why are there so few supreme enhancement points? Although 1 million was also very terrifying, according to the previous ratio, the difference was a little big. Zhou Han immediately asked curiously. Soon, the system gave an explanation. Because in the night parade of 100 ghosts, the upper limit of the supreme enhancement points obtained is 1 million. After reaching this upper limit, the supreme enhancement points obtained will not count. This is f-king ridiculous. Zhou Han was very speechless. He did not expect there to be such a setting. Under normal circumstances, he would have at least 10 million supreme enhancement points now. What a pity. 1 million it is. That's very good. One has to learn to be content. I have a good mentality. After a long time, Zhou Han could only helplessly accept this fact. To comfort himself, 1 million was quite a lot. If not for the activation of the night parade of 100 ghosts, not to mention 1 million, it would not be so easy to obtain even 100,000 supreme enhancement points. Detected that you have more than 10 million dungeon points. Do you want to open the points ranking? What's the benefit of opening the points ranking? Zhou Han did not agree and asked. He had nothing to do with anything that didn't benefit him. Wouldn't it be good to keep a low profile and quietly get first place? After you agree to activate it, all players' points will be updated in real time, making it easier to check the opponent's situation and make targeted strategies. Moreover, after the rankings are open, the benefits obtained by all players will increase by 50%. Well, since it's useful, activate it. When Zhou Han heard this, he immediately agreed. Don't underestimate 50% of the benefits. In front of a huge base, the gains would be abnormally huge. Although Zhou Han was very rich now, he would not mind having more dungeon points. One had to know that dungeon points could also buy some items in the special mall. Being able to see the opponent's dungeon points under the premise of guaranteeing first place, he could embezzle more dungeon points and buy something. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He could not bring these dungeon points out. After the time was up, the points would automatically be cleared. Therefore, based on the principle of not wasting resources, maximizing the use of resources was a wise choice to open the rankings. Your request has been received. The points ranking is being opened. Regional announcement. Zone 666 player, Zhou Han, has opened the dungeon points ranking. All players in the dungeon can check their points and ranking. This ranking is based on the team. The ranking only shows the captain's name. Soon, the announcement echoed in the minds of the delicious players in the dungeon. Everyone had different expressions. After all, there were 100 zones fighting together. There were many boss-level figures. All of them were arrogant. They were all in their respective areas and were invincible. This time, Zhou Han had stolen the limelight. They would definitely be unhappy. What should they do if they were unhappy? Naturally, they had to vent. Baka, who is Zhou Han? Why should he open the rankings? I'm the most outstanding player in the Sakura Kingdom. Why don't I open it? Standing on wooden clogs and dressed in a short shirt, Nakamoko, who was holding an emperor-grade samurai sword, roared angrily. A tuft of beard trembled in anger. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. After all, he was the boss of Zone 667. He had an SS rank talent, Yamada Snake Demon. On the third day after entering the Godfiend continent, he displayed powerful strength and ruled Zone 667. In Zone 667, no one dared to disobey his orders. If they disagreed, he would start a massacre. The players of Sakura Kingdom were afraid. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he steal our limelight? He doesn't know what's good for him. Don't let us meet, or Zhou Han will definitely know the cruelty of our empress. Who can defeat the heroes in the world? Only I can defeat them. Seeing Nakamoko lose his temper, the Sakura Kingdom lackeys trembled and bragged carefully in fear. I see. Zhou Han, I hope you don't meet me. Nakamoko smiled cruelly. A loud hiss came from a mountain peak somewhere. A 20 to 30-meter tall elephant was covered in hard scales, its eyes emitting a terrifying light. A terrifying and powerful aura spread from its body, like an ancient dire beast, bringing endless dignity. On the elephant's body stood a proud man. He smiled faintly, calm and composed. The violent elephant was unusually gentle when facing him, its eyes flickering with fear. Zhou Han, you're not bad. To be able to trigger the rankings, it means that there's something extraordinary about him. But with me, Kaya, around, don't even think about getting first place. At most, you can only get second place. Such a scene happened everywhere in the Sunluo Ghost domain. They expressed their disdain for Zhou Han and showed their might. They were all the strongest in their respective areas. They were either shockingly talented or well-equipped. They had all obtained some fortuitous encounters and had Emperor-grade items on hand, even Divine-grade ones. That was why they had such confidence. This was normal. Without fighting head-on, no one knew how strong the other party was. They did not have Zhou Han's enhanced appraisal skill. Therefore, they could not see the player's specific attributes. Only through the other party's aura and the luster of his equipment could they compare their strength. 3 minutes after the announcement, the dungeon point rankings finally began. The rankings of each team were obvious. That senior should be Zhou Han. Buddha Child Harold muttered to himself with lingering fear. After obtaining Zhou Han's agreement, he ran all the way without stopping, afraid that the other party would go back on his word and his life would end here. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His kasaya was dirty, and he did not have the slightest bit of dignity as a Buddha child. However, what was the use of that bit of dignity to survive? Fortunately, I held back and did not attack Zhou Han. Otherwise, Harold felt a lingering fear. Before meeting Zhou Han, he was also extremely arrogant, as if he was the #1 in the world. After obtaining the true inheritance of the Buddha, his combat strength soared. In his zone, he was naturally incomparably arrogant. However, reality poured cold water on him. Only after experiencing it did he know that he was like an ant in front of Zhou Han. The other party could easily crush him, and he could not fight back at all. At this moment, Zhou Han had no idea that he had already been targeted by many expert players. After all, as #1, he naturally had a huge target and could easily attract attention. Of course, even if Zhou Han knew, his heart was calm. Since he dared to announce the rankings, he was definitely not afraid. Even if everyone surrounded him, he was not afraid. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han quickly opened the interface and looked at the current rankings. Dungeon points ranking. Refreshes every 5 minutes. 1. Zhou Han, Zone 666, 24 million points. 2. Nakamoko, Zone 667, 650,000 points. 3. Kaya, Zone 665, 540,000 points. 4. Han Xinxue, Zone 666, 430,000 points. 5. Daniel White, Zone 699, 320,000 points. 6. Zhao Ritian, Zone 700, 210,000 points. 7. Harold, Zone 604, 210,000 points. 8. Quan Jiong, Zone 603, 210,000 points. 9. Catherine Elizabeth, Zone 688, 210,000 points. 10. Go Tua, Zone 666, 210,000 points. 16. O Huang, Zone 666, 150,000 points. 17. Vincent Augustin, Zone 623, 140,000 points. 18. Mei Aoshue, Zone 666, 130,000 points. Second place only has 650,000 dungeon points. Are you serious? Zhou Han knew that no one could surpass him in terms of dungeon points. Otherwise, the system would not have let him open the rankings. However, he never expected the second place points to be so low, not even 1 million. It was unimaginably low. Zhou Han was a little stunned. Sigh? How lonely it is to be invincible. Zhou Han sighed and was a little smug. After looking at the rankings for a while, the difference in points was quite big. From 6th place onwards, the gap between everyone became very small. This meant that the strength of the top 5 was all on par. The difference in strength between the bosses of the same region might be worlds apart. For example, other than the divine-grade Dharma treasure, Nirvana shield, the other equipment on the Black Continent player, Callum, was very ordinary. It could even be said that he was very poor. This was because his strength had increased through a fortuitous encounter. However, his talent was very ordinary, so his combat strength was not high. He was only considered an ordinary expert. Perhaps in his zone, they were all trash and he could dominate. However, once multiple zones participated in the battle, Callum would lose his competitiveness. 5 teams in the top 20 belong to our guild. That's good news. This is only the beginning. I believe that in a while, more teams will occupy the top 20. Zhou Han muttered to himself happily, filled with confidence. Because of the distance, the time Zhou Han gave them king-grade equipment was still too short. It would take some time to be completely useful. Dungeon points could not be completely related to strength, but they were still very relevant. Strength with high dungeon points might not be strong, but those with strong points would definitely not have low dungeon points. The guild had a total of 2,000 people and was divided into 10 teams. Zhou Han's goal was for all 10 teams to squeeze into the top 20. In that case, it would be very easy for the guild's average points to reach first place. As the dungeon points ranking was announced, more and more players saw the current ranking, especially Zhou Han's terrifying value. It made people feel that it was a little unreal. What? More than 20 million dungeon points? That's 40 times the number of points in second place. Is there a bug? FCK? This Zhou Han is too exaggerated. No wonder this ranking was opened by him. He does have such qualifications. Cybele. This is definitely cheating. Is anyone so strong? I don't believe it. Quan Jiong, am the strongest. Didn't you notice? Zone 666 isn't simple. 5 of the top 20 are on the rankings. That's something. They must have discovered a shortcut to obtaining points. Otherwise, how could they be so strong? You have to know that there are 100 zones competing this time. No one is weak. The intensity and competition can be imagined. So what if the points are high? So what if we can't catch up? Just kill them. Nakamoko said domineeringly. His expression was calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. There was a confidence that he was in control. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to surpass Zhou Han with his current points. There was only one way. After killing the other party, he would naturally disappear from the rankings. The first place still belonged to him. Therefore, he was very calm now. As long as he developed steadily and maintained the gap between him and third place, that would be enough. Oh, this method is great. Lord, I'll instruct the other members of the guild to find out Zhou Han's whereabouts now. The Sakura Kingdom lackeys hurriedly said. Send some ninjas who are good at reconnaissance and stealth. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Nakamoko pondered and gave the order. I'll send Little Snake Pill and Clay now. It'll definitely be foolproof. Nakamoko nodded, very satisfied with his lackey's arrangements. The two of them were powerful ninjas who were good at tracking, concealment, and assassination. Their methods were very impressive. These two people were not weaker than him. He had also paid a huge price to subdue them. Therefore, he was very confident in sending them to participate in investigating Zhou Han's whereabouts. Zhou Han, don't blame me for being heartless. You can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you and occupying the first place. Nakamoko's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. After watching for a while, Zhou Han closed the interface. Now that he had 1,000,000 supreme enhancement points on hand, Zhou Han had no intention of using them for the time being. It was better to store them and use them at the critical moment. After all, his combat strength was completely enough now. There was no need to use the supreme enhancement. Therefore, Zhou Han decided to use these supreme enhancement points as his trump cards. If he encountered a desperate situation, it might be able to save his life. Zhou Han, you're so powerful. The gap between you and the second place is so big. Catherine sighed with admiration. With such a huge gap, it was almost impossible to catch up. It could be said that she had already obtained first place. You're not bad either. You're ranked 9th now. Zhou Han said perfunctorily. The matters here were almost settled. It was about time to change places and continue farming points. I can't compare to you. It's like a chasm that can't be crossed even though there's only an 8-rank difference. However, Zhou Han, you have to be careful. Those ranked below you might have used some sinister methods to deal with you. Catherine suggested. On second thought, it was obvious that the first place was like a live target. It naturally received the attention and covetous attention of countless people. It was not impossible for everyone to join forces to deal with Zhou Han. I see. I couldn't ask for more. Zhou Han smiled calmly, not caring at all. Wasn't this giving him equipment? Although the quality of the equipment might be a little trashy, Zhou Han, who had the equipment combination skill, did not mind. Anyway, with the one key fusion function, it would not delay much. Zhou Han, you can't let your guard down. After all, every player has their own talent. Some talents might not be strong in combat, but there are many strange aspects. They might fall for it. Seeing Zhou Han's indifferent expression, Catherine hurriedly said with a very serious expression, "Hee, you seem to care about me. Tell me the truth. Do you have designs on me because I'm handsome?" Zhou Han could not be bothered to argue with her about this question. Even if these thieves were sent to fight, they probably would not be able to. Therefore, he directly changed the topic and teased, "In your dreams." Although that was the truth, Catherine's arrogant personality would definitely not admit this. "You're handsome, but I'm also as beautiful as a flower. I have the blood of the royal family flowing in my veins. My status is noble. Yo, royal bloodline. What's the use of it on the God-fiend continent?" Looking at Catherine's smug expression, Zhou Han attacked angrily. This girl still did not understand the situation. Who says it's useless? My awakened talent has something to do with my bloodline, Catherine said indignantly. Is that so? Let me see, Zhou Han said with a smile. Since he had nothing to do, he would appraise it. Because Catherine was relatively weak, Zhou Han could not be bothered to look at her previously. You must be lying. You can see other people's talent. Catherine's beautiful eyes turned white. She clearly did not believe him. After all, this was the system's rule. He could not check the player's attribute data. Zhou Han did not say anything else. His gaze wandered over Catherine. You don't look around. Sensing Zhou Han's hot gaze, Catherine was a little shy and nervous as she protested softly. Her hands were unconsciously placed horizontally in front of her chest. They were perky and wide, rising and falling. The arrogant her suddenly became submissive. She wasn't as fearless as she appeared. Anyway, it had a different flavor. Hee, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you afraid now? Zhou Han said provocatively, a smirk flashing across his face. Who's afraid? Catherine quibbled. Didn't you say that you wanted to see my talent? How do you like it? Don't fool me. Heh, isn't it just an SS rank talent? Zhou Han said indifferently. Catherine was a little stunned and thought that Zhou Han was just guessing. After all, it was very normal for him to become the strongest person in a zone and have an SS rank talent. It was not surprising that he guessed it. But the next words completely stunned Catherine. King's Grace. The grades of friendly units under your command will passively increase by 1. No wonder you chose the summoner class. This talent is simply tailor-made for summoners. Zhou Han said lazily. With every word, Catherine was more shocked. You really can check my attributes? Catherine was so shocked that she could not speak properly. Zhou Han nodded. Under the prying of the blood massacre vision, he could see everything. There were no secrets. It's nothing. I even know about the mole on your chest. Zhou Han bragged. The blood massacre vision naturally did not have such an effect. Annoying. You. Boo-hoo. Catherine's face was red as she greeted him with her fists. She was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. Damn, there's really a mole. Zhou Han was a little stunned and instantly understood. He had just gotten carried away. He did not expect Catherine to be so endowed. She was indeed a confident girl. No, listen to my excuses. I really can't see. Don't hit me. If you do, I won't be polite to you. It took a lot of effort, and under Zhou Han's powerful strength, Catherine finally stopped. However, she still looked at Zhou Han suspiciously and warily. How did you check my attributes? After calming down, Catherine asked curiously. She was still very curious about this strange effect. After all, it was not simple to break the rules of the game. It's a secret. You asked too many questions. Zhou Han did not say much. TSK. Secret? Do you have an SSS rank talent? Otherwise, you can't be so strong. Our SS rank talents are completely different from yours. Your strength can crush us. Catherine stared at Zhou Han with her beautiful eyes, wanting to see something. That was the only explanation that made sense. She also observed Zhou Han for a while and became even more certain of her guess. You have some eyesight. I'll stop pretending. I have a 5S talent. I'll lay my cards on the table. Zhou Han smiled calmly and said happily, "Nonsense again. How can there be a 5S talent?" Catherine smiled sweetly. "Looks like you really have an SSS rank talent." Zhou Han did not deny it. As he interacted with more and more players and displayed his powerful strength, others were not fools. It was normal for them to come out. However, Zhou Han did not care. Even if he knew that it was an SSS rank talent, no one knew the exact effect of the talent, so he would not say it. Although he was not afraid of being targeted, this was his trump card, and he would not show it easily. "Really, you really have an SSS rank talent?" Catherine's beautiful eyes narrowed. Although she had guessed it previously, she was still filled with shock when she received Zhou Han's affirmative answer. This was simply unbelievable. "No wonder you're so strong." Zhou Han found it a little funny and did not say anything. Just as he left, he took a few steps. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the ground. It was strange. "Senior, that huge tree is actually alive." Zhou Han hurriedly ran over and said with a terrified expression. As he spoke, the cracks in the realm kept expanding, as if something was about to come out. Among them, there seemed to be a sealed ghost god. A violent and ferocious roar sounded incessantly. "Yes, stand back first. I'll go over and take a look first." Zhou Han's eyes narrowed as he felt the mystery and strangeness of this place. This huge tree was located in the center of the altar. Its previous size was already very exaggerated. Now it was even larger. At a glance, there was no end to it. The strongest was 1,000 meters tall. What was even stranger was that its countless branches extended crazily and darted to the ground. Because it had killed a large number of ghosts and players, there were still corpses and bloodlines left. The power was quickly absorbed by these branches. The aura of life and blood mixed, making this space even stranger. Zhou Han and his teammates gasped, their faces filled with fear. What the hell is this? What an evil power. Damn, we were actually hiding on that huge tree just now. Just thinking about it gives me a lingering fear. Fortunately, I didn't delay on that tree. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This damn thing caused such a commotion. Its strength is probably unbelievable. Absorbing corpses. This altar is indeed filled with strangeness. Could it be that too many lives were killed here and triggered some kind of sacrificial ritual that woke up some terrifying existence? I don't know. Perhaps. Don't think too much about it. Shouldn't we be worried about getting out of the altar alive? Isn't Senior around? He should be able to deal with it. That's hard to say. We've never seen such power. Everyone was discussing softly, their faces filled with uneasiness. Although Zhou Han was extremely powerful, the aura emitted by this huge tree seemed to be even more violent. They did not dare to imagine how terrifying his strength was after absorbing more than 100,000 corpses at once, so no one was confident. In the blink of an eye, the process of absorbing the corpse was completed in dozens of seconds. Zhou Han quickly thought of the description he had seen when investigating the Blood Spirit altar. Looks like it triggered a special event. Before Zhou Han could think too much, blood light filled the center of the altar. A series of rumbling sounds came as if some seal had been lifted. A black shadow floated out of the huge tree. It was dozens of meters long and wide, bringing with it a shocking pressure. Ha ha, it's been 300 years. The ritual is complete. The seal is finally lifted today. I'll appear again. A hoarse and ancient voice came from the black shadow, mixed with anger and emotions. Did you lead this sacrificial ritual? Well done. Do you want to become experts? To express my gratitude, I will give you great strength. A sinister smile appeared on the black shadow's face. Evil aura kept floating out. The voice was guided and convincing, like a dream. Give power? We're lucky. That's right, that's right. This is our opportunity. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid we're going to take off this time. I want to be strong. When everyone, who was a little afraid, heard the black shadow's words, their faces flashed with interest. They all quickly approached the black shadow with infatuated smiles. A bunch of fools. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Catherine whispered. She could obviously see that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what. This is an illusion, but its grade is not high. Break. As Zhou Han explained, his soul power surged out and directly attacked the black shadow. Illusion? No wonder their expressions are a little strange. Catherine finally understood that she had too little knowledge. However, Zhou Han had experienced illusions before. After all, Meiji was proficient in illusions. Against illusions, one could use soul attacks. As long as they were strongly disturbed, they would naturally shatter. Sure enough, there was a shattering sound. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Han's violent soul attack was shockingly powerful. It would instantly destroy the illusion space into countless fragments. Ah, I don't want to be a part of you. Let go of me. A few screams sounded. Although Zhou Han quickly attacked, some people were still tempted and could not escape the calamity. With endless wails, it was completely devoured by the black shadow. Matt, what just happened? That was close. What a strange attack method. Everyone quickly woke up and was frightened out of their wits. They had seen the tragic state of those people just now, but if Zhou Han had not attacked in time, they would probably have suffered the same outcome. It's you? You destroyed my illusion. You've got guts. Do you want to die? The black shadow stared at Zhou Han with a bloodthirsty gaze. A violent aura surged over, and endless pressure surged. This was the first time it had attacked since breaking the seal. How could it not be angry that it had been destroyed by a little guy just like that? I do want to die. Come and kill me. Zhou Han smiled calmly and provoked fearlessly. This black shadow was quite strong. He could farm a wave of damage and strive to break through the sword bone as soon as possible. Zhou Han had already appraised the attributes of the black shadow. Its damage output was quite good. It was time to farm damage, and Zhou Han did not want to miss it. Then, the other party's attributes were all displayed. Ice Hell Ghost Deity. Current combat strength, 9-star Emperor. Weapon, Cold Fury Blood Claw, Divine. Equipment, Frozen Armor, Emperor Grade. Dharma Treasure, Ghost Stone, Emperor Grade. Skills, Afterimage, Heaven Defying Claw, Life Drain, Frost Power, Darkness Devour, Blood Ghost Guide. Status, Shadow. Yo, not bad. I didn't expect you to be a ghost. After reading it, Zhou Han said with a smile. Ha, you're afraid now? It's too late. A cruel smile flashed across the Ice Hell Ghost Deity's face. Sai, what kind of person are you? How dare you call yourself a ghost? What a joke. You're very good. You're the first person to be so arrogant in front of me. I'll let you die slowly. Zhou Han's mocking words made the Ice Hell Ghost Deity laugh in anger. Its cold voice trembled. He did not say anything and hooked his finger at it provocatively. Ugh. The Ice Hell Ghost Deity's roar was filled with endless anger. Before he was sealed, he was a big shot who dominated a region. Which one of them wouldn't tremble in fear and flee when they saw him? After so many years, has the world forgotten the horror of being dominated by me? Afterimage, Heaven-Defying Claw. Feel true despair. Without any unnecessary nonsense, a portion of black energy split out of the Ice Hell Ghost Deity's huge body, turning into a cold, huge claw. As soon as the huge claw appeared, the temperature of the entire space plummeted, and ice crystals kept freezing. The entire space seemed to be frozen, and movement in it became extremely slow. What a powerful frost power. I can't move. What level is this expert? He's too strong. The pressure is too strong. I feel like an ant in front of it. I didn't expect such a monster to be sealed in this blood spirit altar. It triggered a special event, but it wasn't an opportunity. It was a disaster. Just as everyone felt the heavy pressure, the huge claw had already enveloped Zhou Han. There were still dark blue ice crystals on it, and the frost power was extremely violent. Zhou Han, watch out! Catherine hurriedly shouted. She knew that it was almost impossible to dodge under this strange freezing power. She could only fight head-on. Boom! There was a loud bang. Minus 12,330,000. Minus 460,000. Minus 450,000. Plus 5,400,000. Minus 430,000. Minus 450,000. You were injured by the afterimage, Heaven-Defying Claw, and triggered additional tearing damage. Your set, Myriad Glory, has successfully recovered 6% of its HP. The damage to your Blazing Soul Sword Bone has increased by 15 million. Your set, Myriad Glory, has activated Special Effect 3. The Ice Hell Ghost Deity has 2 nightmare imprints marked. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was relieved. The Ice Hell Ghost Deity had dealt 15 million damage in 2 seconds. Zhou Han relied on his new set to recover more than 10 million HP. The impact was very small. What's a nightmare imprint? Special effect of the set, Myriad Glory. The more nightmare imprints the other party has, the greater the damage you will cause to him. Please investigate the exact effect yourself. There's such an effect. Why didn't I notice it before? Zhou Han was immediately interested. After changing into the new set, he only took a rough look. He did not know the exact attributes. Thinking of this, he checked the attributes of the set. Myriad Glory plus 10. Grade, 5-star Emperor grade. Category, set. Attributes, increases 2 million HP, 280,000 attack, 120,000 defense, 50% movement speed, and 3 times all attributes resistance. Special effect 1. 60% probability of being immune to control. It greatly reduces the probability of receiving damage and causing a critical hit. Special effect 2. Restores 6% of your maximum HP per second. When your HP is lower than 50%, you will recover 8% of your maximum HP per second. When your HP is lower than 30%, it will automatically generate a light barrier with a 10 times maximum HP. Special effect 3. After every time the target deals damage to you, there is a certain chance that the target will be marked by the Nightmare imprint. You will cause additional damage to the target with the Nightmare imprint. Each Nightmare imprint will deal an additional 2 times the damage and can be stacked continuously. After leaving the battle, the Nightmare imprint will automatically dissipate. Description: you will protect the glory of the sword. A set with powerful defense is suitable for defense and counterattack. Zhou Han did not take a closer look at some related attributes. After all, the set attributes were all about the same. He turned his gaze to the special effects. Special effect 1 had an immunity effect and was very practical. Although his strength had increased, he had encountered more difficult opponents after all. He could not rule out the possibility that the other party had a powerful control skill. Therefore, this special effect could play its role. Special effect 2 was an HP recovery effect. It was even stronger than the previous, Holy Brilliance set. It could recover 6% of its maximum HP at the beginning. When his HP was below 50% and 30%, the effect triggered was even stronger. Zhou Han was very satisfied. His life-saving ability had increased a lot again. Finally, Zhou Han's gaze locked on his special effect 3. Is this the Nightmare imprint? It's simply too wonderful. It's completely tailor-made for me. After reading the description, Zhou Han was very excited. As long as he kept being beaten up, his opponent's Nightmare imprint would constantly stack. When the superimposed mark reached a very terrifying value, he could easily kill his opponent with a normal attack. Just thinking about that scene was quite satisfying. The current Zhou Han needed to be beaten up and obtain enough damage to increase the Blazing Soul sword bone. Moreover, this Ice Hell Ghost deity had the strength of a 9-star Emperor grade expert. It was one step away from the divine grade. It was considered an expert who had lived for a long time and had many powerful Dharma treasures. If it was a normal battle, it would still waste some time. It was better to stack some Nightmare imprint. When the time was about right, he could also obtain damage points. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the effect of the Myriad Glory set was indeed very powerful, but there was a prerequisite. He could not go overboard. Ordinary people would not dare to play like this without Zhou Han's defense and life-saving ability. Moreover, Zhou Han could see his opponent's attributes and knew what to do. He was not worried at all. In just a moment, his HP had recovered to full. Hey, you're really something. Haven't you eaten? Do you only have this little strength? Zhou Han dusted off his clothes and mocked. Phew, as expected of a senior, you're fine. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. That's right. I was so flustered just now. If Senior can't withstand it, we'll all die here today. Everyone felt relieved. Just now, they were worried that Zhou Han could not defeat him. Now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Soon, it became lively. After all, it was a battle between experts. It was still very interesting. Kid, you have something. But do you think that's enough to challenge my dignity? You're still too inexperienced. I only used half of my strength just now. The Ice Hell Ghost deity's eyes narrowed as he said arrogantly, his tone filled with disdain. However, he was not as calm as he appeared. He began to be cautious. Although it was only 50% of his strength, The powerful combat strength he displayed could not be underestimated. Ordinary targets below the Emperor grade would definitely die. Looks like this kid's true combat strength has reached the Emperor grade. Interesting. In that case, if I swallow him, my strength can increase. I'll break through to the divine grade soon. The Ice Hell Ghost deity thought quickly in its mind, its eyes filled with greed. After its initial probing, it was prepared to use all its strength. Blood soul, blood slave. Be my puppet. With a furious roar, the violent smell of blood covered the sky and dyed the sky red, making everyone gasp and feel the air thicken. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread down from the sky and rushed towards Zhou Han on the ground. These were all attacks from the Blood Soul Guide. They were powerful, and once they were hit, the consequences were unimaginable. Seeing the situation in the sky, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they were horrified. Ha ha, kid, I'll make your life a living hell. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet aura turned into 9 red lights and shot at Zhou Han. -7,120,000. -7,160,000. -7,170,000. -7,520,000. The damage values kept floating above Zhou Han's head. With 9 values, he lost more than 60 million HP at once. The damage to your Blazing Soul Sword Bone has increased by 65 million points. Your set, Myriad Glory, has activated Special Effect 3. The Ice Hell Ghost deity has a total of 6 Nightmare imprints marked. The damage you deal to it has increased by 12 times. At least it's decent. But you still don't seem to be able to do anything to me. Zhou Han crossed his arms and stood quietly, a faint smile on his face. Now that there were 12 times the additional damage, if Zhou Han attacked now, he would definitely be easily insta-killed. However, this Ice Hell Ghost deity still had some value at the moment. It was a pity to kill it just like that. It was mainly because he had not earned enough damage tolerance. After all, Emperor-grade experts were not so easy to find. Moreover, they were 9-star Emperor-grade experts who were infinitely close to the divine grade. What? You? He actually survived my blood slave? That's impossible. The Ice Hell Ghost deity's expression changed drastically. It was no longer as arrogant and calm as before. Its voice was filled with disbelief. This was his full power attack, but it seemed to have little effect. He was a 9-star Emperor-grade expert. Even such a powerful move could not insta-kill the other party. Am I going to fail as soon as I break the seal? No, that's unacceptable. This kid shouldn't be very strong. He must have obtained extremely strong defense. The Ice Hell Ghost deity was a little shocked at first, but soon it calmed down and analyzed the current situation. No matter how strong a young junior was, there was a limit. Since he could not insta-kill the other party should have a powerful defensive Dharma treasure on him. In that case, let's see how long you can last. So what if it's a powerful Dharma treasure? Destroy it all under my bombardment. The Ice Hell Ghost deity confirmed his guess and relaxed. He directly activated the bombardment. Life Drain, Frozen Light, Dark Devour, Sunluo Blood Ghost Seal. All kinds of attacks were thrown out. Every move was filled with violent power. The Ice Hell Ghost deity's expression was cold, like an emotionless output machine. Under the violent attack, many huge cracks appeared on the ground. The flowers, grass, and trees in the forest were instantly dazzling and bald, without any vitality. Die? Die. This is the outcome of angering me. Let's see how you can withstand such anger. The Ice Hell Ghost deity roared angrily as it continued to attack. It looked like it wanted to blast Zhou Han into pieces. The cold aura made everyone shiver and inexplicably feel nervous. After all, the Ice Hell Ghost deity was more than 10 times stronger than before. This damn thing is about to flare up and deal tons of damage. How terrifying, Zhou Han said with a grave expression. Fortunately, they were standing relatively far away. Otherwise, he would probably be finished by this cold aura. Brother Wen, for the sake of our lives, let's retreat a little more. One of the lackeys suggested, trembling. Today, they encountered powerful experts one after another, letting them know how weak they were. That's right, Brother Wen. We're not as awesome as Senior. This is a game between the strong. The weak can only retreat. Many lackeys suggested this. Zhou Han nodded and retreated a lot more before feeling relieved. You were attacked by the Ice Hell Ghost deity's skill, Frozen Light, and lost 35 million HP. Your Blazing Soul's sword bone damage tolerance has been synchronized. Your set, Myriad Glory, triggered a special effect. HP recovered by 6%. The Ice Hell Ghost deity has a total of 7 nightmare imprints marked. When you deal damage to it, the damage will increase by 14 times. You were attacked by the Ice Hell Ghost deity's skill, Frozen Light, and lost 35 million HP. Your Blazing Soul's sword bone damage tolerance has been synchronized. Your set, Myriad Glory, triggered a special effect. HP recovered by 6%. The Ice Hell Ghost deity has a total of 7 nightmare imprints marked. When you deal damage to it, the damage will increase by 14 times. You were attacked by the Ice Hell Ghost deity's skill, Sunluo Blood Ghost Seal, and lost 50 million HP. Your Blazing Soul's sword bone damage tolerance has been synchronized. Your set, Myriad Glory, has triggered a special effect. Your current HP is less than 30%. You have obtained a 10 times health upper limit light barrier. The Ice Hell Ghost deity has a total of 13 nightmare imprints marked. When you deal damage to it, the damage will increase by 26 times. Seeing the system's battle notification constantly scrolling on the interface, Zhou Han felt extremely comfortable. The tolerance value of the sword bone was steadily increasing. It was no longer an extravagant hope to reach 100 billion. Domain realm, wait for me, Zhou Han muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. The entire battlefield was filled with dust. Under the violent attacks of the Ice Hell Ghost deity, a large number of things turned to dust. Soon, the 100-meter radius turned to ruins. There was nothing but dust. Ha ha, this time, you're deader than dead. The Ice Hell Ghost deity laughed wildly. The violent explosions continued for a while, and it was a little tired. The Ice Hell Ghost deity wiped the sweat on its forehead. It consumed a lot of energy. However, his eyes shone with excitement. Under such powerful continuous output, they would definitely be killed until there was nothing left. However, the dust dissipated, revealing Zhou Han's tall figure. He stood like a tall mountain, unmoving as if nothing had happened. Impossible. You can't be undamaged. A huge shock flashed in the Ice Hell Ghost deity's eyes. Then he calmed down. Ha, you're definitely at the end of your rope. I can see you're holding on. Your situation is under my control. Zhou Han smiled calmly, but a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth at the right time. He seemed to really be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. In order to give the Ice Hell Ghost deity confidence and continue to attack, Zhou Han put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, wouldn't such a violent attack scare the Ice Hell Ghost deity to death? Therefore, in order to regain its confidence, Zhou Han acted. In that case, when the Ice Hell Ghost deity saw that Zhou Han was in such a bad state, wouldn't it beat him to death? I didn't expect you to see through me. You're indeed very strong. A trace of panic flashed across Zhou Han's eyes as he forced himself to be calm. His footsteps moved slowly back, looking a little timid. Hee, trying to escape? Now that you know my strength, it's too late. If you anger me, you will only die. The Ice Hell Ghost deity revealed a smug smile. It immediately ignored its fatigue and used all its strength to launch a new round of attacks. In his opinion, Zhou Han's current appearance was only hanging by a thread. As long as he attacked for a while more, even if the other party had a powerful defensive Dharma treasure, he could still kill him. Ghost Blood Mountain Seal. A black mark flew out and sent him flying. Are you already so weak? Seeing this, the Ice Hell Ghost deity was even more excited. Killing his opponent and devouring his corpse would definitely increase his strength by a vast amount. This was also the main reason why he insisted on attacking Zhou Han. If there were no benefits, even if he was angry, he would give up if the other party was too difficult to deal with. This situation was perfect. He could kill the other party to vent his anger and obtain powerful strength. It was the best of both worlds. Senior, this is... The corners of Zhu Wen's eyes twitched, and he felt a little guilty. The lackeys were also extremely nervous and panicked. Oh no. As expected, he can't withstand the violent attacks of the ghosts. It's over. I'm going to die here today. Senior, pull yourself together and kill this damn thing. Everyone shouted as they watched Zhou Han kick around in the air like a rubber ball. Despair spread in their hearts. Little did he know that the current Zhou Han was incomparably comfortable. The tolerance value of the sword bone was constantly increasing, and he was being beaten very hard. Swordbone. What a BTCH. No one else is so familiar with being beaten up. Zhou Han smiled and sighed in his heart. He had put in a lot of effort to break through to this sword domain realm as soon as possible. I have a question. Why didn't Senior attack and keep being beaten up? Zhou Han voiced the doubts in his heart. Now that you mention it, it's really strange. No wonder Senior still has a backup plan. One of the lackeys analyzed. That can't be. Didn't you see how badly the Senior was beaten? He still has a backup plan. Another lackey said disapprovingly. It's a little strange anyway. I don't know why. Don't, sorry. Zhou Han won't lose. At this moment, Catherine said. Actually, she was not confident before, but after observing the battle for a while, she could clearly feel that Zhou Han was at ease and did not feel any pressure. Therefore, she was filled with confidence. She was puzzled about Zhou Han's inaction in this battle. Yes? What makes you say that? Can't you see that the situation is already very unfavorable? Danger is imminent. You foreigner, can you understand it? The lackeys did not believe Catherine's words and retorted. Huh, your eyesight is still not good enough. Zhou Han has a divine-grade weapon and many powerful divine-grade Dharma treasures. Do you think you'll lose? Catherine said calmly. When she came into close contact with Zhou Han just now, she had sensed many powerful Dharma treasures. Divine-grade Dharma treasure? That's awesome. The attack has stopped, but Senior is actually still alive. That's great. Looks like Senior is really hiding his strength. Whoa, let's see how Senior will show off. Everyone's mood brightened, and they turned their gazes to the battlefield again. Hello. At this moment, the Ice Hell Ghost deity had stopped attacking. It was not that it did not want to continue attacking, but it had consumed too much energy. It no longer had enough energy. It kept panting there, its expression gradually becoming flustered. What kind of monster are you? Why is this happening? The Ice Hell Ghost deity cried out, his mind filled with fear. This kid in front of him was simply unfathomable. He was like an unkillable cockroach, as if he had infinite health points. He had tried his best, but not only could he not kill him, but he was so tired that he could not move. This was ridiculous, but it was the truth. The other party's strength was far above his. Why are you weak? Keep fighting. Zhou Han stretched his muscles and bones. He had just been enjoying being beaten up when he suddenly stopped. Therefore, Zhou Han said unhappily, the Ice Hell Ghost deity. It was even more shocked. As expected, this kid had long been confident of victory and had been playing with it. The Ice Hell Ghost deity was very angry, but also very helpless. All right, you won't fight, right? Then there's no need for you to exist. Zhou Han's playful gaze changed and was filled with killing intent. He could also tell that the Ice Hell Ghost deity had no strength left. It would probably be very difficult to attack again. Even if he could attack, the damage would be greatly reduced. Since he was useless, why not kill him and keep him for the new year? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Someone had taken the initiative to be beaten up. Such a request was so clear-headed and refined. This ghost is about to cry. I didn't expect Senior to have such a special fetish. Please, this ghost is traumatized. How tragic. Weren't you arrogant just now? Are you afraid now? Senior is awesome. It's just fun. Facing everyone's bragging, Zhou Han smiled. He was in a good mood after earning so many injuries. He picked up a stone from the ground and shook it with a smile. Here, show me what you've got. Watch me use this small stone to insta-kill this ghost. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. What kind of international joke was this? Killing such a powerful ghost with an ordinary stone? Was that possible? If there was no one around, they felt that it was impossible. When they saw Zhou Han, they felt that it was still possible. After all, Zhou Han had given them a brand new shock again and again. He was always creating impossible things. This powerful strength gave people an endless sense of trust. Therefore, they really believed Zhou Han's words. Senior is really playing. Hee, we'll just watch from the side. Such a unique skill must be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. The Ice Hell Ghost deity's eyes were red. Anger and humiliation intertwined. How could he humiliate a ghost like this by insta-killing him with a stone? This was simply sensational. Not to mention how much sturdy armor he had. He also had a few defensive Dharma treasures. It was impossible to rely on rocks to kill it. However, he did not have the extra strength to attack now. He was very helpless and could only defend passively. At this moment, the attack and defense were different. Zhou Han would attack, while the Ice Hell Ghost deity defended. It secretly took out all its defensive Dharma treasures and protected its body from all angles. Are you ready? It's about to begin. Zhou Han was very moral and asked the Ice Hell Ghost deity to use its strongest defense. Such an instant kill was more interesting. Stop showing off. When I dominated the world, I had already played this routine rotten. The Ice Hell Ghost deity said unhappily. At this moment, it had regained its composure. It's impossible for my strongest defense to break that. After I withstand a few waves of damage and recover my energy, I can escape. The Ice Hell Ghost deity thought quickly and came up with a countermeasure. However, the plan was beautiful and not so easy to implement. Die! Zhou Han's expression was cold as he shouted. He threw the stone in his hand forcefully. Under Zhou Han's powerful attributes, it immediately turned into a stream of light. It was extremely fast. One could only see an afterimage flying out. In the blink of an eye, the stone had already hit the Ice Hell Ghost deity. You want to break my... The Ice Hell Ghost deity was about to speak when it stopped abruptly. Its eyes were as wide as copper bells. There was shock, disbelief, and regret in its eyes. They all intertwined and then lost their luster. You have caused damage to the Ice Hell Ghost deity. Detected that this target has accumulated 75 nightmare imprints. It will cause an additional 150 times the damage. Boom. There was a violent crash. The small stones instantly blasted the Ice Hell Ghost deity into pieces. Its many defensive Dharma treasures were like paper, unable to stop it at all. Silence. The entire venue immediately fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened as they were completely shocked by this shocking scene. He really did it. Catherine's beautiful eyes narrowed, and true ripples appeared. Zhou Han, how many secrets do you have? Her gaze swept across Zhou Han, and no one knew what she was thinking. Damn, this is too fierce. It's simply inhuman. A stone instantly killed such a strong person. Senior's attack power is simply unbelievable. Awesome, too awesome. Is this Senior's true strength? How terrifying. This unique skill is really breathtaking. This domineering aura and calmness are too handsome. After a short shock, everyone erupted in a violent commotion. All of them were not stingy with their praise to express their excitement. This was because it was too showy. Zhou Han smiled calmly. Everything was as expected. Even without a weapon, his basic damage was more than 1,000,000. Coupled with the attack power bonus in combat, it was finally 150 times the additional damage of the Nightmare Imprint. It went without saying how explosive the damage dealt by the Hebron King was. However, Zhou Han was quite curious. He glanced at the combat information on the interface and smiled in satisfaction. You threw an ordinary stone at the Ice Hell Ghost deity and ignored its defense, causing more than 500 million damage. You have successfully killed a 9-star Emperor-grade Ice Hell Ghost deity and obtained 50,000 experience points. Detected that you have a 5-fold experience buff. You have obtained 250,000 experience points. You have obtained 3,000 dungeon points. Due to the enhancement of the night, your reward has increased by an additional 3.6 times. Your supreme enhancement points have reached the upper limit of obtainability. They can't be obtained for the time being. You have obtained an Emperor-grade Dharma treasure, 2 Emperor-grade equipment, and an Emperor-grade pill. A 9-star Emperor-grade boss is quite fat, especially with the enhancement of the night. Many good things dropped. Zhou Han smiled and nodded as he watched. Other than Emperor-grade, there were also many King-grade ones, but this was not Zhou Han's focus. After all, King-grade was already common, so he naturally did not take a closer look. Just as he was about to look at the Emperor-grade Dharma treasures and pills, many messages tagged him appeared in the guild group. Lu Benwei, congratulations, Boss Zhou Han, for successfully killing a 9-star Emperor-grade boss. Strong. Too strong. Jiang Xiaobai, Boss Zhou Han, you're awesome. This is a 9-star Emperor-grade ghost enhanced by the night. You killed him just like that. Wang Defa, what are you talking about? What happened to boss again? Zhang Deshuai, what 9-star Emperor-grade boss? Lu Benwei, what's going on? Lu Benwei, it's normal for you not to know. We're on the same team as boss. We just received news that he killed the 9-star Emperor-grade boss, the Ice Hell Ghost deity. Oh Huang, what? Kill a 9-star Emperor-grade boss. Brother Han, are you already so powerful? Jia Feiqiu, Damn, then Brother Han definitely has divine grade strength. Wang Defa, we were still feeling smug about breaking through to the king grade. I didn't expect Brother Han to already be at the divine grade. After the shock, the group members erupted in cheers. Kai Kuan, boss is the greatest of all time. Otherwise, how could he dominate the first place on the points rankings? This is because of his crushing strength. Yang Dingtian, I can't say that it's awesome. It's simply awesome. Xiaoyan divine grade. Gosh, it's so far away. Then, in the guild group, everyone turned on the spam mode to express their shock. Zhou Han watched for a while, smiled, and retracted his gaze. He began to check his gains this time. First, there were 2 Emperor-grade equipment. They were ordinary and did not have any characteristics. Zhou Han had a lot of Emperor-grade equipment on him. The ones he was wearing were all top-notch 9-star Emperor-grade goods. Those who had not reached the 9-star level were nothing to him. After activating the equipment combination skill, it was just that awesome. As long as there was enough equipment, anything could be combined. It was very comfortable. Then, he looked at the Dharma treasure. The effect was average, and he was not very satisfied. Everyone present felt upset when they saw Zhou Han shaking his head and looking at them with disdain. A big shot was a big shot. What others dreamed of was trash in his eyes. The difference between this person and others was too great. The effect of this pill is not bad. Zhou Han's eyes lit up as he saw a more satisfactory item. It was the Emperor-grade pill that had dropped after killing it. He activated appraisal, and all his attributes appeared on the virtual interface. Soul Recovery Pill. Grade, 7-star Emperor grade. Type, Enhancement Pill. Description, a pill refined from 9 ancient evil spirits. It has the effect of nourishing the soul and strengthening its toughness. Effect, after consuming it, your soul power will increase by 50,000. Description, this pill can only be consumed once. The effect cannot be stacked. It's exactly what I need now. Zhou Han muttered to himself. It was naturally better to have as many items as possible to increase his soul. As expected of an Emperor-grade pill, the effect was very good. Previously, Zhou Han had consumed the Starlight-grade natural treasure, the Heart of the Earth. After enhancing it 8 times, he had only increased his soul by 20,000. This soul recovery pill had a bonus of 50,000 without enhancement. If it was enhanced 10 times, the effect would definitely be exciting. Thinking of this, Zhou Han began to enhance it. You have used the talent Infinite Enhancement and the Emperor-grade pill Soul Recovery Pill. You have successfully enhanced it 10 times. New attributes have been generated. Please check. After the notification, Zhou Han opened the interface. Soul Recovery Pill plus 10. Grade, 7-star Emperor grade. Type, Enhancement Pill. Description, a pill refined from 9 ancient evil spirits. It has the effect of nourishing the soul and strengthening its toughness. Effect, after consuming it, your soul power will increase by 150,000, and your current soul power will increase by 1% every day for a month. Description, this pill can only be consumed 3 times. After 3 times, the effect cannot be stacked. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. It can increase my soul power by 800,000, and it can increase by 1% every day. The number of times I took it changed from the previous 1 to 3. After Zhou Han finished reading it, he nodded in satisfaction and swallowed it. A very refreshing feeling surged over and gathered in his limbs and bones. He was refreshed and very ethereal. His soul was being washed, becoming even purer and incomparably wonderful. You consumed the Soul Recovery Pill plus 10. Your soul power has increased by 800,000. You have increased your soul power by 1%. It has increased by more than 10,000 points. In that case, Zhou Han knew that his current soul power had reached more than 1,000,000. He was still quite far from awakening the soul artifact. However, this was a good sign. As long as he found a higher quality item that could increase his soul, 100 million soul power would no longer be an extravagant hope. For now, it was still a little far away. It was impossible to obtain it in a short period of time. Everything has been dealt with here. No other hidden event triggered. Zhou Han glanced at the blood spirit altar. At this moment, the description had already changed, indicating that this place had become very ordinary. The appearance of the Ice Hell Ghost deity must have been a special event. Now that it had been killed, there was nothing special about it. However, I have to thank that damn thing. Not only did it drop something good, but it also contributed so much damage to me. Zhou Han smiled and scanned his sword bone interface. Blazing Soul Sword Bone. Description: a sharp sword aura that has been washed hundreds of millions of times to forge a powerful sword bone. A powerful physique that will never submit. Attributes: increases 10 million HP. Effect: permanently has 50% damage immunity. Upgrade requirement: after obtaining a vast number of damage tolerance values, you can comprehend the profundity of the sword domain. Injury tolerance: 1.886 billion/100 billion. Zhou Han roughly calculated that the damage tolerance contribution of the Ice Hell Ghost deity exceeded 1 billion. A 9-star Emperor-grade expert's continuous violent output was still very powerful. Unfortunately, Emperor-grade experts are not so easy to encounter. Zhou Han sighed and left the Blood Spirit altar. 5 minutes after Zhou Han left, 2 fluctuations flashed through the dense forest. A strange flame walked out from the center. A violent figure wearing an auspicious cloud robe stared at the battlefield where Zhou Han had just fought, his eyes thoughtful. It was indeed Clay who was sent here to investigate Zhou Han by Nakamoko's orders. As for why he could find clues so quickly, it was because he had a secret technique that could lock onto a target. However, the effect of the lock was limited. He could only find a rough range. It was a little blurry. These were enough for a powerful ninja like him. He had countless ways to find traces of his target. Little Snake Pill, have you found anything? Clay asked the air beside him. Yes, your methods are getting better. I hid so well, but you still saw through me. Suddenly, the soil beside Clay trembled and a hoarse voice sounded. Immediately after, a few black snakes darted out of the soil. Their sinister aura made one shudder. Hurry up and retract your snake. Otherwise, I don't mind having a barbecue. Clay warned unhappily. The bold fireball in his hand emitted a shockingly high temperature and was tempted. You're still so boring. Zhou Han must have been here before. Moreover, he just left. A strange green light shot out from Little Snake Pill's eyes. It scanned it and came to a conclusion. Good. Let's catch up. Zhou Han, your death is here. Achoo, is someone unhappy with me? Zhou Han sneezed and said curiously. Hee hee, whoever dares to dislike you will be tired of living. Catherine said with a smile. Yes, you make sense. Zhou Han nodded and teased. But why are you following me? Are you attracted by my handsomeness? After leaving the Blood Spirit altar, Catherine naturally walked with Zhou Han as if they were very familiar. At first, Zhou Han did not realize it, but after Catherine spoke, he remembered. Don't be narcissistic. I just have some doubts and want to ask you. Catherine said duplicitously, feeling guilty, but quickly changed the topic. Oh, what do you want to ask? I can't promise to answer you. As expected, the topic was changed just like that. I want to ask why you were passive and didn't take the initiative to attack sooner. Could it be that you really want to play? Catherine thought for a moment and finally found a topic. It was indeed what she was puzzled about. She was not the only one. Zhu Han and his team were also very puzzled. However, Zhu Han and the others had already left. They repeatedly requested to become Zhou Han's lackeys, but they were still miserably rejected and left helplessly in the end, so they would never know the truth. My body needs to withstand a lot of damage before I can break through. That's why I didn't kill the Ice Hell Ghost deity so quickly. Instead, I tried everything to let the other party deal more damage. Sigh, I'm really tired from acting. Zhou Han said helplessly, who wanted to waste time and play slowly. It was all for the sake of controlling this sword domain as soon as possible. You can break through just by being beaten? Is your body too special? Catherine's beautiful eyes flickered in disbelief. From Zhou Han's expression, she could tell that he was not spouting nonsense. Therefore, only peerless experts had all kinds of strange methods. Moreover, ordinary damage is not enough at all. I have to find a powerful expert to catch me and hit me. Otherwise, it's a waste of time, Zhou Han added. After all, 100 billion damage tolerance was no joke. Isn't that perfect? There's someone who can help you. Catherine's eyes were smiling as she had a bold idea. Who? He's far away and right in front of you. This is me. Catherine patted her majestic chest and said with a smile, but her Dragon Kingdom language was still a little stiff. However, Zhou Han could understand what she meant. After all, they had been together for a while and had already adapted to her way of speaking. You mean you? Could it be that you want? Zhou Han roughly understood. That's right. You have to know that I'm a summoner who can summon many beasts. If you want to be hurt, I can satisfy you. Catherine said first. The advantage of her class was displayed. It was a human wave tactic. I'm afraid not. Why? Because, oh no, because your summoned beasts are too weak. Zhou Han was almost led astray and then told the reason. King grade summoned beasts. I can summon 300 of them. Catherine explained again. She felt that Zhou Han did not know the number of summoned beasts, so she was immediately a little unconvinced. She had underestimated a handsome, peerless expert like Zhou Han and definitely wanted to prove her strength. 300 king grade? I didn't expect you to be so capable. When Catherine heard Zhou Han's words, she was about to show off, but Zhou Han changed the topic. But it's still useless. It's useless. Indeed, the combined strength of 300 king grade summoned beasts was still very shocking. However, this was only in front of ordinary players. Was Zhou Han an ordinary player? Therefore, these were not enough. Normally speaking, 300 king grade beasts were not comparable to an emperor grade beast. Therefore, it was useless. Zhou Han did not want to waste time. How strong are you? Catherine's pretty face fell, shocked. At the very least, an emperor grade 1. Otherwise, the benefits are too low. It's a waste of time. Sigh? If only my emperor grade skill book, Soul Beast Summoning, could break through to a higher level. That'll help you, Catherine said in frustration. As for why he did this, the first reason was to help Zhou Han. Secondly, the other party was a peerless expert, especially since he had many powerful Dharma treasures on him. As long as she had a good relationship with him, wouldn't there be benefits? Now, Catherine's plan to help Zhou Han and make him owe him a favor was ruined. Emperor grade skill book? Perhaps I have a way. Zhou Han's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He was wondering if he should do this. Really? What other way do you have? Tell me. If I make you summon an Emperor grade soul beast, the problem will be solved. An Emperor grade soul beast? You have that ability? Catherine looked suspicious. After all, such a thing was ridiculous. If there was such a method, it would be difficult not to take off. I have other powerful methods. Only by interacting in depth will you understand, Zhou Han said with a naughty smile. Be serious. Can you really let me summon an Emperor grade soul beast? Of course. Then try it now. Catherine was eager to try. Anyway, it didn't seem like she had lost anything. If that was the case, she had made a killing. You can try, but you have to pay a price no matter what, Zhou Han said with a smile. Cost. If you really obtain an Emperor grade soul beast, it's not impossible for you to do that. Catherine subconsciously puffed out her chest. The majestic mountain trembled, and her face was incomparably shy as she leaned over. Get lost. What are you thinking about? Zhou Han pushed her away. After this night parade of 100 ghosts dungeon ends, all the ranking rewards you obtain will belong to me. Although Catherine smelled good, it was still not as good as the reward. Moreover, Zhou Han was not the kind of person to take advantage of others and threaten them. He disdained such despicable methods. To deal with the beauty, he had to use his powerful personality and charm to conquer her body and mind, making her unable to stop. How is it? Do you agree or not? If not, forget it. Zhou Han was not so kind. He would not do it without benefits. Yes, of course, Catherine said through gritted teeth, resentment flashing in her eyes. This guy, I'm so beautiful. Aren't I tempted at all? Although she was angry, she still agreed to Zhou Han's conditions. Compared to the reward, she valued her development more. If she could summon an Emperor grade soul beast, she would instantly become a top expert. After becoming stronger, could she not obtain resources? Therefore, she agreed without hesitation. Regardless of whether Zhou Han was telling the truth, she did not lose out. Give me the skill book. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Seeing that Catherine had agreed, Zhou Han did not waste any more time and directly got to work. Without hesitation, Catherine handed it over. The skill book emitted a dark light. The effect was not bad. Zhou Han activated appraisal and knew the various attributes clearly. Soul Beast Summoning. Grade: 6-star Emperor grade. Type: Damage skill. Description: Can communicate with the Nether Cold Soul World and sign a contract with a powerful soul beast. Summon them to the Godfiend continent to assist in combat. Attributes: You can summon up to 300 king-grade soul beasts, and they can exist for half an hour. Description: This skill is limited to summoner classes. Other classes cannot learn it. Well, can you do it? Catherine urged. It was obvious that she was a little anxious. At first, she did not want to believe that she could summon an Emperor-grade beast. However, Zhou Han had brought too many miracles. It was not impossible to achieve such an unbelievable thing. What do you think? Zhou Han warned with a dangerous gaze. Then hurry up. Zhou Han. How rude. Call me Brother Han. Brother Han. Zhou Han was very satisfied to see Catherine submit. Watch carefully. I'm going to start the miracle. Let this skill book summon an Emperor-grade soul beast. Zhou Han closed his eyes and began to make a wish. In fact, he activated the infinite enhancement talent in his heart. Will making a wish really work? Catherine thought, cocking her head. Soon, a white light flashed and the skill book was successfully enhanced. Detected that the item you enhanced is not yours. Do you want to hide the number of enhancements? Is there such a function? Of course it'll be hidden. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han was very satisfied. This system was becoming more and more sensible. Although he was not afraid to expose his talent, it was definitely best to hide it. Then, Zhou Han chose to check. The enhanced attributes appeared on the paper. Soul Beast Summoning plus 10, hidden. Grade, 6-star Emperor grade. Type, damage skill. Description, can communicate with the Nether Cold Soul world and sign a contract with a powerful soul beast. Summon them to the Godfiend continent to assist in combat. Attributes, can summon up to 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts. Stars, 1 to 6 stars. Can exist for an hour. Description, this skill is limited to summoner classes. Other classes cannot learn it. The enhanced effect did not disappoint. It could really summon Emperor-grade soul beasts to avoid being slapped in the face. Although the probability of summoning an Emperor-grade soul beast was very high, the enhancement effect was unknown. There was still a small chance. The wish was successful. Take a look for yourself. Zhou Han smiled and threw the skill book over. After enhancement, the luster emitted by the skill book was clearly different. The previous ghostly light was replaced by a golden light. Just its appearance could be felt that it was extraordinary. Catherine's eyes were also filled with surprise. She could not wait to check the attributes. 10 seconds later. Oh my god. I can really summon Emperor-grade soul beasts. Catherine was so excited that she stammered. Moreover, it was not just 1-star Emperor-grade. If he was lucky, she could summon 6-star Emperor-grade beasts. There were 100 of them. 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts. This power was simply too strong. She was going to become a super expert. Zhou Han, thank you. Catherine was very touched and threw herself into Zhou Han's arms. She was warm and soft. Catherine's broad chest gave Zhou Han endless pressure, making him secretly happy. This girl was too busty. How did you do it? Why did it have such a magical effect? Catherine asked. Make a wish. Didn't I tell you just now? Really? Is your SSS talent the ability to make wishes? You're indeed extremely smart. You saw through this. I'll stop pretending. My talent is to make endless wishes. I'll lay my cards on the table. The success rate is as high as 99%. Zhou Han smiled. Oh my god. This talent is too strong. Hee. Do you want me to make a wish and turn you into an airport? You don't. Catherine crossed her arms over her chest and said nervously. This was the proof of her filial piety. It made Zhou Han laugh loudly. He did not expect Catherine to have such a side. As it turned out, once a woman liked a certain man, her intelligence would plummet. Catherine actually took such flawed words seriously. All right, let's not fool around. Hurry up and learn the new skill. After flirting, Zhou Han urged. Yes. Catherine nodded. It was done in a few seconds. Then I'll start summoning soul beasts now. With that, she began to chant some obscure incantation. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void. It emitted a cold and bloody aura. A faint mist floated inside, accompanied by the roars of countless wild beasts. It was Catherine who opened the space-time crack of the Nether Cold Soul world. As the crack gradually widened, soul beasts rushed out like a swarm. Soon, 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts occupied this space. Their eyes flickered with bloodlust. When they saw Zhou Han, they directly attacked fiercely. This was because he was not on the same team as Catherine. In the simple consciousness of the soul beast, they were enemies. Naturally, they took the initiative to attack without receiving orders. Catherine was a little worried and wanted to stop them, but she was interrupted by Zhou Han. Ignore it. Let the storm come more violently. Can he really withstand it? Catherine originally wanted to order these soul beasts to attack Zhou Han in batches. Unexpectedly, Zhou Han directly let 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts attack together. This was 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts. Catherine was worried that Zhou Han had gone overboard, but her worries were unnecessary. Zhou Han's strength subverted her understanding again. -1,020,000. -1,600,000. -2,330,000. -2,560,000. The damage values kept floating above Zhou Han's head. On average, 100 soul beasts dealt more than 200 million damage in one round. It was very satisfying. Hey, what are you waiting for? Where's your Emperor-grade Dharma treasure, the beast taming whip? Hurry up and whip them a few times to increase their output. Zhou Han smiled and urged. He would play it big this time. This? Catherine hesitated. If she used the beast taming whip, the attack power bonus was very good. What if Zhou Han really could not withstand it? I'd rather not. Isn't this good? Catherine said. Come on. It's fine. I can take it. How can I give up now that there's such a good opportunity to farm damage value? Zhou Han said indifferently. He still knew what to do. In this way, he would spend even less time to obtain a 100 billion damage tolerance value. Time was a resource. Moreover, he could enjoy the power of the sword domain earlier, so this was very necessary. Then, should I use my beast taming whip? Catherine confirmed again. Hurry up, you woman, you're too long-winded. Zhou Han urged. You. My soul beasts, teach him a lesson. Catherine chided. This guy really did not know what was good for him. She was so worried about him, but he still said that about her. In that case, let's do as you say. Let's see how you show off later. As she spoke, Catherine waved the whip in her hand. She whipped the 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts. Blood-red energy surged and surged into the soul beast's body. At a visible rate, their reminders swelled quickly, their eyes turning bloodshot, bloody, and cruel. It was the berserk effect brought by the beast-taming whip that made the combat strength of the soul beast soar. Perfect timing. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this effect. -8,630,000. -7,500,000. -3,330,000. -3,160,000. The constantly scrolling combat information on the combat interface made Zhou Han extremely happy. You have been attacked by a 7-star Emperor-grade soul beast, the Great Rock Snake, and have suffered 9,320,000 damage. Your Blazing Soul Sword Bone has received a damage tolerance bonus of 9,320,000. Your set, Myriad Glory, has recovered 8% of your HP. You have obtained 7,200,000 HP. You were attacked by a 6-star Emperor-grade soul beast, the Thunderbird, and suffered 7,940,000 damage. Your Blazing Soul Sword Bone has received 7,940,000 damage tolerance points. Your set, Myriad Glory, has recovered 8% of your HP. You have obtained 7,200,000 HP. You were attacked by a 3-star Emperor-grade soul beast, the Fire Kite Beast, and suffered 4,120,000 damage. Your Blazing Soul Sword Bone has received 4,120,000 damage tolerance points. Your set, Myriad Glory, has recovered 8% of your HP. You have obtained 7,200,000 HP. You were attacked by a 1-star Emperor-grade soul beast, the Sky-Splitting Dragon, and suffered 3,170,000 damage. Your Blazing Soul Sword Bone has received 3,170,000 damage tolerance points. Your set, Myriad Glory, has recovered 8% of your HP. You have obtained 7,200,000 HP. As expected, the output of the Berserk Soul Beasts was even more ferocious. 100 Soul Beasts could obtain 500 million damage in a round of attacks. It was even more awesome. Of course, his HP's recovery was definitely not so fast. However, under the various special effects of the equipment, Zhou Han did not feel much pressure. After all, he had many life-saving methods. Zhou Han still had the Golden Bell Shield, True Dragon's Fury, that he had not used. It could increase his HP by 50 times. He did not use it for the time being. After all, the Golden Bell Shield could counterattack now. He was afraid of counterattacking and killing them. He was silently enjoying the thrill of the rain of attacks. Hee. It won't be long before I can farm enough damage tolerance value. Zhou Han thought happily. Beside him, Catherine went from initial worry to surprise, then shock, and finally calm. What a freak. How strong is he? Catherine's beautiful eyes rippled as she said emotionally. Her worries were clearly too unnecessary. Under her observation, Zhou Han was still a very cautious person who paid attention to details. Usually, he would never do anything without much confidence. Therefore, Zhou Han definitely had absolute confidence in using the beast-taming whip. That was brought about by his strength. Hiss! Just as Zhou Han felt the rising damage tolerance, suddenly, he felt a chill in his crotch, scaring him. Damn, what's going on? My pants were actually pulled off by a soul beast? Zhou Han was shocked and looked over. It turned out to be a demon hyena. After checking and seeing its attack methods, Zhou Han was a little afraid. When did such a strange thing mix in with soul beasts? Although the demon hyena could not cause substantial damage to Zhou Han would never allow the other party to do such a thing to him. FCK. His originally comfortable mood was disturbed by this demon hyena. Zhou Han did not show any mercy and slapped it to death. It was not a big problem to lose an Emperor-grade soul beast's firepower. The key was that this thing was too disgusting. He had to kill it. Oh God! Catherine was carefully watching Zhou Han's every move when she suddenly saw this scene. She blushed and exclaimed, "That's two. Can you take it?" It took Catherine a few seconds to react. She had to cover her eyes, but the gap between her fingers was wide. She couldn't help but peek there, her eyes moving as if she was thinking of some unhealthy image. She couldn't help but close her long legs. However, Zhou Han did not give too many chances and quickly changed into a pair of pants. Damn, what a huge loss. I've been seen by her. Although Catherine was peeking, was Zhou Han an ordinary person? He could feel the change in his aura and clearly feel Catherine's aura become chaotic and excited. What did that mean? It went without saying. When will I find an opportunity? I must get back at her. Zhou Han was not someone who would suffer losses. He had to get back at her. Of course, this was just a small accident. Soon, Zhou Han continued to immerse himself in the joy of farming damage value. 3 minutes later. Zhou Han, hurry up. Are you done? I can't take it anymore. Catherine said angrily. It's not over yet. Wait a little longer. Zhou Han said with a smile. How long will it take? I don't have the strength. Soon. After all, after continuously attacking for so long, the soul beasts were already very tired. Moreover, as the owner of a soul beast, the energy in her body was also greatly consumed. It was very difficult to control it now. This was also the limitation of summoners. The consumption of controlling summoned beasts was still very high. Otherwise, they would really be invincible. As she spoke, Catherine took another energy recovery pill to maintain her state. Otherwise, if her energy was too low, these summoned beasts would disappear and return to the place where they originally lived, the nether cold soul world. This was already the 20th and last pill. If she consumed it like this, she really wouldn't be able to last long. Who would have thought that this guy would be so abnormal? As the main attacker, my soul beast is exhausted. This is really unbelievable. They've probably dealt tens of billions of damage now. Catherine said in a daze, her heart in turmoil. If it was a normal battle, her 100 Emperor-grade soul beasts would definitely not be able to cause so much damage. This was because the opponent would not stand there foolishly and wait for the soul beasts to besiege them without fighting back. Your blazing soul sword bone damage tolerance has accumulated to 91.3 billion. You are very close to a 100 billion damage tolerance. Please work harder and strive to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible. The system notification made Zhou Han even more excited. He did not expect the 100 billion to really be completed and was a little excited. It was unreal that such a huge amount of data was about to be realized. With such huge damage, it was useless to rely on equipment and skills. Fortunately, he opened the mysterious mall and spent 10 million dungeon points to buy a powerful pill that increased his health limit. In that case, the myriad glory set recovered HP according to the upper limit of HP, so the recovery amount naturally increased. Thinking of this, Zhou Han took another look at this violent blood pill and smiled. Violent blood pill. Grade: 9-star Emperor grade. Type: Enhancement pill. Description: it can erupt with the potential of the body, allowing the upper limit of health to increase savagely. It is incomparably violent. Effect: after consumption, recover 50% of your HP and increase your HP limit by 10 times. Duration: 1 minute. Description: after consuming this pill at the same time, the increase in maximum HP cannot be stacked. The cooldown of the medicinal effect is 3 minutes. To be honest, this effect did not match the quality of a 9-star Emperor grade. After all, it only increased his HP limit, but his HP would not recover. For example, if you had 100 million HP and your health limit increased by 10 times, you would have 1.1 billion HP, but your current HP was only 100 million. Therefore, this pill did not live up to its name. However, to Zhou Han, this pill was still very useful. Thinking of this, Zhou Han activated Enhancement. You have activated the talent Infinite Enhancement. The 9-star Emperor grade pill, Violent Blood Pill, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. Please check the attributes. Violent Blood Pill plus 10. Grade: 9-star Emperor grade. Type: Enhancement Pill. Description: it can erupt with the potential of the body, allowing the upper limit of health to increase savagely. It is incomparably violent. Effect: after consumption, recover 100% of your HP and increase your HP limit by 100 times. Duration: 5 minutes. Description: consuming this pill at the same time can increase your maximum HP once. There is no cooldown. The enhanced advantage was completely displayed. Firstly, he could recover 100% of his HP, and his maximum HP would increase by 100 times. Zhou Han's current HP was more than 90 million. Multiplying it by 101, his maximum HP exceeded 9.1 billion. He could recover more than 400 million per second, nearly 500 million. It was simply terrifying. Therefore, this pill might be useless to others. However, to Zhou Han, that was simply divine medicine. It was simply worth it to spend 10 million points to buy it. 10 million dungeon points was a lot, but once he entered the sword domain, his strength would be even more terrifying. It would be easy for him to earn 10 million dungeon points. Therefore, he bought this pill without hesitation. Also, it's all thanks to Catherine's summoner class that I improved so quickly. She contributed a lot. I have to thank her properly in the future. Zhou Han thought to himself. He saw that Catherine's beautiful face had already lost its previous beauty. It had become very pale and was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy. Just as Zhou Han's eyes kept wandering over Catherine, finally, the system's voice pulled him back to reality. Congratulations, your blazing soul sword bone has reached 100 billion damage. We are about to enter the breakthrough stage. Breakthrough will begin in half a minute. Please be prepared. They're finally here. I'm about to break through. I'll soon be able to sense the mysteries of the sword domain. The system notification was like a heavenly voice, making Zhou Han a little excited. After all, the level of a domain was a very profound realm. It was extremely powerful and could allow him to increase his deeper comprehension of the sword Dao. This was the only way to reach the top. Although Zhou Han had many powers, he still focused on the sword Dao. The other elements were complementary, which was also the belief he had always upheld and did not forget his original intention. Only by increasing the realm of his sword Dao could he increase the other elements and achieve a common improvement. This was Zhou Han's idea. When the sword bone breaks through, you cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, there is a certain chance that the breakthrough will fail. Is it different from the previous sword heart breakthrough? Zhou Han frowned slightly. Previously, when his sword heart broke through, his consciousness had only fallen into chaos. With his powerful defense, he was not afraid of being ambushed. However, the current condition was that he could not be disturbed. This was quite speechless. Could it have become higher? Thinking of this, Zhou Han called out the ghost-suppressing heavenly master, Zhong Kuei, and the dragon spring sword light. Grandpa, did something happen? Koizumi asked curiously. I'm going to break through now. I can't be disturbed. Guard me. Kill anyone with ill intentions. Zhou Han instructed with a serious expression. After all, he had worked hard and accumulated a 100 billion damage tolerance value. He did not want to be disturbed and all his previous efforts to be wasted. Therefore, this breakthrough could only succeed and not fail. Grandpa, don't worry. With me around, I won't let the enemy take half a step in. Koizumi said confidently. No matter what, it was a wisp of spiritual consciousness derived from the sovereign artifact and was still very powerful. Zhong Kuei nodded and shook the hook lock in his hand, looking around. We have a lead. Little Snake Pill, there's news that Zhou Han is in the dense forest 5 miles away. Little Snake Pill played with the little snake in his hand and revealed a sinister smile. All right, let's kill Zhou Han now and quickly deal with this matter. I'm still waiting to farm dungeon points. Clay revealed a cruel smile and said fiercely, Kill? Are you sure you want to kill Zhou Han? After all, he's currently ranked first on the points rankings. He must have some methods. What we have to do is report his exact location and leave the rest to Nakamoko. Little Snake Pill said cautiously. To be honest, he was unwilling to take such a risk. In a situation where the enemy's strength was unknown, he would not attack rashly. You're still so timid. But don't you want the sword in Nakamoko's hand? Clay looked mocking as he continued to tempt. Are you talking about that powerful Dharma treasure, the 10-fist sword? Of course. Just now, Nakamoko made a promise in the group that this Dharma treasure will belong to whoever can kill Zhou Han. But I don't use a sword, so I'm not very interested. Little Snake Pill said without interest. After you and I join forces to kill Zhou Han and help me obtain the 10-fist sword, these 2 snake spirit pills are yours. With a confident smile, he took out 2 pills. They were completely red with countless snake shadows running around them, filled with a sinister aura. This kind of pill was extremely unpopular, but it was clearly tempting to people who cultivated snake-type cultivation techniques like Little Snake Pill. Sure enough, Little Snake Pill's eyes lit up as he greedily breathed in the fragrance emitted by the 2 pills. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and kill Zhou Han. Let's set off now. Little Snake Pill hurriedly said. It was worth taking some risks for these 2 pills. Very good. If you and I join forces, we will definitely capture Amir Zhou Han. A violent power flowed crazily in his body and was absorbed by his bones. Zhou Han could feel a sharp sword aura whistling and rumbling in his bones. Sword intent constantly spread like a liquid. If not for his strong physique and majestic soul, he would not have been able to resist it at all. This violent sword aura might have been instantly blasted into pieces. Therefore, Zhou Han also relied on his accumulation to trigger the opportunity to break through the sword heart and sword bone. Everything happened naturally. When all his strength covered his bones, the system notification sounded at the same time. Your strength has been accumulated. The breakthrough has officially begun. Boom. Boundless sword intent surged out of Zhou Han's body. Then, the 99 Emperor-grade soul beasts beside him were reduced to dust by this sharp aura. This guy is simply burning the bridge after crossing it. Catherine was a little speechless. She did not expect her Emperor-grade soul beasts to be instantly killed. At this moment, she became even weaker because if the summoned beast died, the summoner would suffer considerable damage. Moreover, she was shocked by Zhou Han's strength again. Just a sword aura released could instantly kill an Emperor-grade soul beast. How strong was he? However, Zhou Han did not know this and focused on breaking through. Your blazing soul sword bone is breaking through. Current progress is 8.3%. Your blazing soul sword bone is breaking through. Current progress is 8.9%. Your blazing soul sword bone is breaking through. Current progress is 9.6%. Your blazing soul sword bone is breaking through. Current progress is 10.4%. The notifications kept coming. This time, the growth was much faster than when he was at the sword heart. Perhaps because his sword heart had already stabilized and he was stronger in all aspects. The breakthrough of his sword bone was especially easy. This was worth being happy for Zhou Han. After all, the breakthrough of the sword bone could not be disturbed by outsiders. The shorter the time, the better the effect. On the other side, Catherine also sat cross-legged and began to slowly recover her energy. The energy recovery pills in her body had been exhausted. Moreover, the summoned beast had been killed, and she was very weak now. At this moment, 2 footsteps sounded, accompanied by the wind. They seemed to be moving extremely quickly. Oh no, someone's coming. Catherine's pale face turned even uglier. This had happened when they were at their weakest. One had to know that there were many people who killed and robbed in dungeons, especially someone as weak as her. Coupled with the fact that she was so beautiful, which man wouldn't have ill intentions? As her thoughts raced, Little Snake Pill and Clay had already rushed over. Yo, flower lady. A malicious smile flickered in Little Snake Pill's eyes. He was instantly attracted by Catherine's beauty and exclaimed, "Hello, little girl, you're very hot." Clay also laughed wantonly. Actually, after watching from afar for a while, they had enough understanding of the situation. They saw that Catherine was injured and breathing weakly, and Zhou Han was also there without any reaction. That was why they dared to be so impudent. "What do you want? What's your goal?" Catherine said fiercely, but she was timid inside. She was extremely afraid that something would happen to her before Zhou Han woke up. After all, she did not have the extra strength to summon soul beasts now. If an Emperor-grade soul beast was here, even if it was just one, she wouldn't be so afraid. "Little girl, you look very afraid. We're good people. All right, business is more important. Let's kill Zhou Han first. As for this peerless beauty, we'll slowly enjoy her later." Little Snake Pill reminded him in time. "Of course, but what if she runs away? Don't worry, I'll plant a snake demon mark on her. She won't be able to escape us." "That's good." Soon, Little Snake Pill flipped his hand and flicked out an ink-black bead filled with an evil aura. Catherine, who was extremely fast and weak in energy, could not dodge and was immediately hit. There was a grunt. Her breath was even weaker. However, after knowing that the purpose of their trip was to kill Zhou Han, Catherine heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not attack her immediately, there was no need to worry too much. As for worrying about Zhou Han, please, he's safe and sound after dealing 100 billion in damage. Why should I worry? Want to kill Zhou Han? Were they tired of living? Catherine couldn't help but smile playfully. Little Snake Pill and Clay looked at each other with a trace of joy. They realized that the other party still did not counterattack when they were so close to Zhou Han. One had to know that this was a very dangerous distance. The other party had yet to react. He was probably not in a good state. In that case, they would take his life while he was down. Ha ha ha. I really got it without any effort. This is a live target. Looks like I can easily complete this killing mission. Yo, hurry up and kill it. We can't keep the beauty waiting. All right, let's all use our powerful ultimate moves and kill him in one strike. Then, the two of them attacked fiercely with the aura of blood fiends. Two reckless fools have come. Koizumi and Zhong Kuei naturally saw their actions and chatted. Trash, the appraisal is complete. There are always some people who can't recognize themselves. Then, old Zhong, are you going to attack and deal with them? I'm not interested. I'll teach you how to deal with it. Zhong Kuei looked uninterested. Such weak existences would dirty his 5-star supreme grade, Annihilation Hook Lock. All right, I'll do it, Koizumi said helplessly. After all, he was only a wisp of spiritual consciousness and was slightly weaker than Zhong Kuei. He had no choice. He was the only one who could do such dirty work. In the blink of an eye, Little Snake Pill and Clay had already charged over. They directly threw out their best skills. Die? 10,000 snakes devour the heart. Grand fire. FCKU die. Koizumi roared, very unhappy. With its anger, a shocking sword light soared into the sky. One could vaguely see an extremely dim golden dragon phantom flash in the sword light. The dragon's roar resounded for thousands of miles, completely scaring the two of them. What's? Baka. Run. However, everything happened in a flash, and there was no way to react. Clay was at the front and was instantly killed by the shocking sword aura. Little Snake Pill's body trembled like a sieve. Even the little snakes on his body cowered. He never expected Zhou Han to have such a powerful existence. It exceeded his imagination. Of course, he did not know that the dragon's spring sword light was only the weakest existence on Zhou Han. If he knew, who knew how he would feel? However, he no longer had a chance to know. The sword light flashed and harvested his life. He's sending himself to death with such strength and even asked me to attack. It's really annoying. Koizumi complained angrily. In the dense forest, two advancing teams stopped in their tracks. The notification in their minds was unbelievable. What? Little Snake Pill was actually killed? How is that possible? One of the lackeys exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. After all, the strength of Little Snake Pill was obvious to all. He had already touched the heights of the Emperor grade. How could he not be shocked to die like this? Clay killed too? What happened? Damn it. Our Breaking Dawn organization actually lost 2 experts. The situation is bad now. Hurry up and report it to the Grand Lord and let him decide. Soon, they tagged Nakamoko in the guild group and explained the exact situation. Idiot. Who's the murderer? Do you want to die by going against my Breaking Dawn organization? Nakamoko was furious and berated loudly. Lord, the feedback our team received was that a dragon spring sword light killed Clay. Our team's information is the same. Little Snake Pill died the same way. Dragon spring sword light? Very good. I'll definitely find him and avenge Little Snake Pill and the others. Although he said that, Nakamoko had already calmed down. Hearing this name, he knew that it was not simple. Then, he thought of their mission to track Zhou Han. This dragon spring sword light was probably related to Zhou Han. Looks like Zhou Han is stronger than I imagined. Even I can't instantly kill Little Snake Pill and Clay. Let's end the investigation of Zhou Han here. We don't want to alert the enemy and let him follow the clues. It'll be troublesome. Nakamoko's eyes flickered, and he was extremely afraid. Actually, he took out the powerful Dharma treasure, 10-fist sword, as a reward with the intention of testing it. He wanted to see Zhou Han's true strength. If Little Snake Pill and the others really killed Zhou Han, he would be ranked first. The rewards he obtained were very generous. It would definitely not be a loss to give them a Dharma treasure. If they could not kill Zhou Han, it meant that the other party was powerful. He naturally would not fight Zhou Han and take the initiative to die. Therefore, Nakamoko quickly made a decision in his heart. He would not provoke Zhou Han for the time being, but he still had to say some harsh words. As the boss, he had to give some face. Otherwise, how could he convince the crowd? As expected, the outcome of provoking Zhou Han is already decided. Catherine smiled. Everything was as expected. Now the crisis was over. However, the smile on her face did not last long. Suddenly, she frowned and felt a slight pain in her chest. She looked down and realized that the snake demon mark of Little Snake Pill had hit the majesty of her chest. The pain happened to come from there. As time passed, the pain was intensifying. No, I have to take out the mark. Catherine began to get busy. Your blazing soul sword bone is breaking through. Current progress is 98.8%. Your blazing soul sword bone is breaking through. Current progress is 99.6%. Your blazing soul sword bone has successfully broken through and advanced to the glazed sword bone. Please check the new attributes. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of bones kept coming. Finally, under the system's prompt, the transformation was completed. It had advanced to the glazed sword bone. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Han's face. Through his inner vision, he could see the bones in his body. They were like glass, crystal clear, and emitted a strange halo. He felt like a work of art, dazzling. A heavy and majestic aura was stimulated from it. An incomparable power slowly woke up. After scanning it, Zhou Han opened the attribute panel and looked at it. Glazed sword bone. Description: with glass as the bone, you will forge a glass golden body that carries a vast sword intent. On the path of the sword Tao, you will step into a new realm. Attributes: increases 30 million HP. Effect: it will permanently have 50% damage immunity. When your HP is below 30%, it will automatically trigger the effect of the glazed golden body. You will be invincible for a minute. Upgrade condition: not activated for the time being. Very good. My HP has increased by 30 million. As expected of the glazed sword bone. This bonus is still very powerful. Zhou Han looked at the attributes and nodded in satisfaction. He felt a powerful force surge in his body and felt very comfortable. There's a special effect of the glazed golden body. When Zhou Han continued reading, his eyes lit up. A minute of invincibility? That's too awesome. It can be triggered as long as your HP is below 30%. Zhou Han grinned, very excited. This greatly enhanced his defense. He could do many things in a minute. To Zhou Han, he could easily deal a sea of explosive damage. Previously, there had also been special effects like invincibility and death immunity. However, those were all equipment and items that could be triggered. There were always some external forces. The glazed sword bone was different from these. It was a part of Zhou Han's body. It was a power unique to his body. No matter how strong an external force was, it was only an external force. Enhancing his body was the way to go. Therefore, this was the reason why Zhou Han was very excited. This was because the talent, infinite enhancement, could enhance everything except himself. The limitation was that it could not strengthen itself. The current strength of the glazed sword bone was not inferior to some items that had been enhanced 10 times. How could Zhou Han not be excited? I wonder if my talent can still advance. At that time, without the restrictions of strengthening myself, I'll really be invincible. Zhou Han yearned in his heart. However, he had not heard of any news that talent could be enhanced or obtained related items for the time being. As long as he reached a higher level, he would definitely be able to come into contact with more secrets. Therefore, it was not impossible to increase the level of his talent. Grandpa, you're amazing. Did you break through the limit again? Koizumi leaned over and said excitedly. Congratulations, Master. You've become stronger, Zhongkue said. After all, they could clearly sense the powerful aura emitted by Zhou Han. They had all shared honor and disgrace with Zhou Han. If Zhou Han became stronger, how could they not benefit? They naturally felt very happy. Not bad. I've finally broken through. It's all thanks to your protection. Otherwise, I might have been disturbed during the breakthrough, Zhou Han said with a smile. When he broke through just now, he was very conscious. He knew very well why Little Snake Pill and Clay were here. However, with their strength, they could do whatever they wanted in their area, causing them to be arrogant. However, in front of the Dragon Spring Sword Light, it was nothing. It did not have any chance to resist and was instantly killed. It's only right to do something for you. Then we'll take our leave. Ever since he saw Zhou Han's strength in the dustless sword spring, he had been afraid. No matter what, he was a wisp of spiritual consciousness of the Emperor artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword. How high were his vision and knowledge? It was precisely because he felt that Zhou Han had the potential to become an emperor that he followed him loyally. Otherwise, how could he submit so easily? Zhou Han was about to say something when a notification suddenly sounded in his mind, surprising him even more. Detected that your indestructible sword heart and glazed sword bone have broken through to a new realm. You have successfully comprehended the level of the sword domain. Your attack power has increased by 1,000,000. Your passive skill, Invisible Sword Intent, has successfully advanced to this sword domain. Please check the latest attributes. Hearing this, Zhou Han hurriedly opened the interface and looked at it. Sword Domain +10. Grade, 1-star Supreme. Type, Passive Output. Description, the sword points at my home ground. In the domain, no one is my match. Domain, with you as the center, it is formed by violent sword aura. A domain with a radius of 1,000 meters. All enemy targets within the range will have their attributes reduced by 30%. The damage dealt to you will be reduced by 30%. Effect, when holding a sword, your attack power will increase by 20 times. When holding other weapons, your attack power will decrease by 70%. No one in the domain is my match. Very good. How domineering. Seeing the description, Zhou Han was very satisfied. This was the power of a domain. He looked up. As expected, with him as the center, the sword aura that surged out of his body rippled and spread in all directions. It was invisible, and only Zhou Han could see it. What a magical feeling, Zhou Han exclaimed. He realized that with a thought, he could mobilize the sword aura in his domain and instantly kill enemies in the range. In the domain, he controlled the absolute initiative. He was the master of this domain. Master, what are you? I feel it. An extremely powerful pressure. What happened? At this moment, Zhongkue, who was about to return to the Honorable Soul banner, felt a powerful sword intent fluctuation and exclaimed. Although the others could not see the sword aura, the dignity in it was terrifying. As a powerful 2-star divine grade existence, Zhongkue felt a powerful pressure just from this might. Therefore, he looked at Zhou Han in surprise. Only Master could unleash such a powerful sword intent. I know that. This is the realm of the domain. Master, you've comprehended the sword domain? Koizumi's words were filled with surprise and shock. Domain was already at an extremely high level. Above it was taboo power, followed by origin power. Each of them was incomparably powerful. Moreover, such high-level power was not so easy to comprehend. One had to know that many Supreme Being figures could not comprehend the power of the domain. Now, Zhou Han had done this. It was needless to say how powerful he was. That's right, it's the realm of the sword domain. Zhou Han smiled and nodded. With Koizumi's identity, it was not surprising that he could tell. After receiving Zhou Han's personal admission, Zhong Kuei's eyes were filled with admiration. Master, you're really too strong. Of course. Would I submit to my master if he didn't have something? Koizumi said proudly. Soon, the two of them were bragging endlessly. Ha ha. Zhou Han was in a good mood. However, Catherine's cry of pain made him rein in his thoughts. It hurts. Zhou Han, come and help me, Catherine said weakly. She was drenched in sweat, and her clothes were wet. It could be seen how intense the pain was. Zhou Han was shocked. He tapped his toes and rushed over. Pulling Catherine into his arms, he asked anxiously, Where does it hurt? What happened? That Sakura Kingdom player just put in a mark. There's a snake demon in the mark that's constantly devouring my blood power. I tried all kinds of methods. Instead of destroying the mark, I alerted the snake demon and made it riot even more. Zhou Han, you're powerful. You must help me, Catherine requested and told him what had happened in one breath. She was even weaker. Of course, I'll help you. Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. Tell me the exact location of the mark, and I'll deal with it. Zhou Han said comfortingly. It's at my chest. Please. At this, a blush flashed across Catherine's pale face, and she felt very shy. After all, she had never interacted with a man before, and it was such a secret part. However, in the face of a life crisis, she could not care less. What? Zhou Han subconsciously looked over and could not help but swallow. With a wide chest, the scenery was even more charming under the sweat. Zhou Han would not refuse such a request. After all, he was a helpful and understanding person. He was definitely duty-bound to do this small favor. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll treat you now, Zhou Han said righteously. Then, he lowered his head without hesitation. Zhou Han, let's find a hidden place. If someone sees us, wouldn't that? Catherine said shyly. It did not matter if she showed it to Zhou Han, but it was definitely not allowed to be seen by others. After all, hundreds of thousands of players had entered the dungeon. They might encounter other players passing by. That was why Catherine had suggested it. Yes, what you said makes sense. Zhou Han nodded. It was all his fault for being too excited just now. Oh, no. He was so anxious to save her that he forgot about this. After the reminder, that was really the case. A hidden place? I have it. Fortunately, there's a concealment array. Is there anything more hidden than this? Zhou Han quickly thought of the divine-grade Dharma treasure, the concealment array. It had the effect of invisibility. After enhancing it, the effect was even more powerful. The inside was a world of its own. If he did something inside, he wouldn't see it from the outside. It was a good Dharma treasure. Zhou Han unlocked its new use. Thinking of this, Zhou Han told Liu Benwei and got the concealment array over. You used the Dharma treasure, the concealment array, and triggered the only special effect, concealment. You will be invisible within 3 hours and within 20 meters. All right, no one can see it now? Let's begin, Zhou Han hurriedly said. It seemed that he was very worried about Catherine's condition, which was why he seemed so anxious. Yes, Catherine's voice was like a mosquito. It was unknown if she was shy or weak. He pushed aside her clothes and lowered his head. Just as Zhou Han sucked the snake demon mark, a strong tremor came from inside. A black snake shadow let out a ferocious roar and bit at Zhou Han. You have a death wish. Zhou Han was furious and spat out a violent sword aura from his mouth, immediately blasting the snake's shadow into dust. The mark that had lost the snake's shadow had already become useless. Zhou Han sucked hard, and the mark was directly wiped clean. Catherine let out a delicate cry. After the mark was removed, her body relaxed. Zhou Han, thank you, Catherine said sweetly. She could not help but look at Zhou Han gently. She had a good impression of him before. Coupled with such erotic treatment, the love in her heart became even stronger. You don't have to thank me. I'm an honest and reliable young man, Zhou Han said with a smile. Then, he pointed at the pool of water on the ground and said, This mark has made you suffer a lot. Look at how much you're sweating. You annoying. Catherine blushed and greeted him with her fists. Hey, what are you doing? Returning kindness with ingratitude, Zhou Han said in confusion. You asked the obvious. Are you deliberately teasing me? Catherine said aggrievedly. She had a sensitive constitution, so the water stain was naturally. Only then did she think that Zhou Han was teasing her. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Zhou Han was too engrossed in the treatment just now and did not pay much attention, so it was normal that he did not know. Ah, Zhou Han, I still have a wound on my chest. How should I deal with it? Will it leave a scar? It's ugly. Suddenly, Catherine exclaimed, her words filled with fear. This was one of her proudest assets. It was originally crystal clear and perfect. Now that it was in this state, it was simply a disaster for a peerless beauty like her. Therefore, she was extremely panicked. Usually, some small damage could be recovered like this with her physique. However, the damage here was very deep now. Even if she had a good physique, she would still leave scars. Therefore, she looked to Zhou Han for help. Help me, Zhou Han. Didn't you just say you hated me? Why? Are you asking me for help now? Do I not care about my face? Zhou Han deliberately teased. Zhou Han, I was wrong. You must help me. Can you bear to look so good and leave a flaw? Catherine said aggrievedly. Having seen Zhou Han's resourcefulness, she firmly believed that he would definitely have a way. Thinking of this, Catherine placed Zhou Han's hand on her chest. You? Zhou Han was stunned and secretly delighted. How do you feel? Catherine smiled charmingly. All right, I'll agree. Zhou Han smiled helplessly. Actually, he had long been prepared to help her remove the scar. However, because Catherine had inexplicably attacked him with her fists, Zhou Han was a little unhappy. Mua. Catherine kissed Zhou Han fiercely to express her gratitude. Just apply this medicine. Zhou Han took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from his bag and handed it over. It was a medium-grade potion, but after enhancing it, the special effects were very powerful. It could effectively deal with all kinds of scars. Zhou Han, help me apply it. Catherine whispered, her face flushed. As for whether she liked Zhou Han doing this or felt that Zhou Han was more professional in healing, only she knew. You're really lazy, Zhou Han complained. Before Catherine could say anything, he had already begun to take action. As soon as he touched her, Catherine trembled. I see. Seeing Catherine's performance, Zhou Han finally knew what was going on. No wonder Catherine hadn't been unreasonable when he'd said it out loud and attacked him with her fists. So your physique is so sensitive? Zhou Han found it a little funny, but he did not stop. The medicinal liquid was quickly applied. A few minutes later, Catherine leaned against a large tree, her body weak. Are you done? She asked, trembling. Yes, it's already done. Look for yourself. It's as good as new, shiny, and flawless. Zhou Han said with a smile and let go reluctantly. Although he knew that if he wanted to take the initiative to do something to Catherine, he believed that she would agree half-heartedly. However, he thought about it and decided to forget it. Dungeon points were more important. After getting out, there were many opportunities to do such a thing. Anyway, they had already joined servers. Now, it was equivalent to a zone. There would be many ways to meet in the future. The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon could only be opened once. After missing it, there would be no more. There were many wonders inside, waiting for him to explore. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Zhou Han suppressed the desire in his heart. Stop talking. It's embarrassing. Seeing Zhou Han describe her like this, Catherine was more happy than shy. Yo, don't tell me. Look at how happy you are. Zhou Han attacked mercilessly. Annoying. Do you really hate it? Then I'll leave. Don't go. I don't have the strength now. Help me. Catherine's beautiful eyes turned white, and she sighed in her heart. She was really controlled by Zhou Han this time. Thinking of how arrogant and cold she had been before, she did not expect such softness to appear in front of Zhou Han and become completely unlike herself. However, for some reason, she felt exceptionally sweet. This was a joy she had never felt in 20 years. Sigh? Women are indeed troublesome. Zhou Han complained and picked Catherine up by the waist. Catherine let out a delicate cry. Then, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Han's neck and leaned her head on his shoulder with a sweet smile. After Catherine took the recovery pill, she fell asleep quietly. This was because she had consumed too much energy previously and was already exhausted. Coupled with the torture of the snake demon mark, it caused considerable damage to her body and mind. In the end, Zhou Han healed her twice, making her, who had a sensitive physique, even more exhausted. Therefore, he used too much energy and quickly fell asleep. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Han resisted the urge to have sex with Catherine. He was still very protective of the fairer sex. After all, he had reached the level of the sword domain, and his physical fitness was extraordinary. If she really did something, in Catherine's current state, she could easily die. Thinking of this, Zhou Han retracted his thoughts and opened his personal attribute panel, wanting to check what kind of increase his current attributes had. Wind Sword Demon, Zhou Han. Level, 69, 26.77%. Awaiting Second Awakening. Health, 123 million. Attack, 7,700,000. Defense, 6,600,000. Soul Power, 2,550,000. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, unique in the universe. Title, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Skyfall, Divine Grade. Secondary Weapon, Cold Desolation Wind Thunder, Emperor Grade. Accessory, Dragon Soul Ring, Divine Grade. Blood Emperor Bracelet, Emperor Grade. Flame Emperor Necklace, Emperor Grade. Support Equipment, King Hebron, True Damage. Gem, Attack Gem, King Grade. Knowledge Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Myriad Glory, Emperor Grade. Dharma Treasure, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Divine Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 500,000. Attack increased by 180,000. King's Mark, plus 7 million HP, plus 3 million defense. Fashion, Tyrant's Fury, Trial. Bloodline, True Dragon Bloodline, Level 2. Flame God, Fire Soul Pearl, 30% Fire Qilin Power. Very good, my HP has already exceeded 100 million. Zhou Han clenched his fists excitedly. This was the beginning of becoming a top expert. If his basic HP did not even reach 100 million, he would be too embarrassed to say that he was strong. This was also a reason why Zhou Han was very happy. Feeling the majesty of the power in his body and his powerful strength, it made him happy. Then, his attack power was 7.7 million, his defense was 6.6 million, and his soul power was 2.5 million. Coupled with various enhanced equipment, there were many special effects. In a true battle, the strength he could unleash was even stronger. Then, Zhou Han took another look at the skill page. Sword Skills, Evil Light Ghost God /+6. Thunder Sword Formation +10. Extreme Mastery, Myriad Swords Return +10. Sword Domain +10. Army Breaking Rising Dragon Strike +9. Blood Aura Skills, Golden Bell Shield, True Dragon's Fury +10. Sky Dust Tyrant Blood +10. Soul Devouring Hand +10. Demon Prison Blood Slaying +10. Wind Attribute Skills, Wind Chasing Thunder +8. Flowing Wind Technique +10. Dragon Shocking Wind +10. Fire Attribute Skills, Wild Flame Barrier +10. 3000 Burning Sword +10. Soul Skills, Dark Soul Blood Claw +8. Shadow Assault /+10. Immortal Soul +10. Other categories, Blood Massacre Vision +9. Heavenly Dragon Escape +20. Skill Combination +10. Equipment Combination +10. The current me should have no problem dealing with 2-star Divine Grade experts. Zhou Han thought to himself. Although he had never competed with a 2-star Divine Grade expert, that time, after being controlled by the Divine Beast, Tao Tai, Zhou Han felt the power of a 1-star Divine Grade Tao Tai. With his current strength, if he fought Tao Tai again, he could easily defeat it. Therefore, he deduced. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not use the pseudo-sovereign artifact, the Immortal Vanquishing Axe. If he really used it, he would be instantly killed by anyone below the 5-star Divine Grade. Even at the Supreme Grade, Zhou Han was not afraid. A pseudo-sovereign artifact, and one that had been enhanced 20 times, specialized in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. However, because there was a long cooldown, under normal circumstances, Zhou Han would not use it easily. This was because this was a powerful trump card. Naturally, he had to wait until he faced great danger and turned the tables. After reading it, Zhou Han closed the interface and looked over. He saw something drop under their corpses. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. A gust of wind shot over and finally saw the exact situation. A fiery red book appeared. With a gust of wind, Zhou Han grabbed the skill book and took a rough look. So it's a skill book. A fire-type skill can be used by me. Heavenly Might, Grand Fireball. Grade, 4-star Emperor. Type, Fire Damage Skill. Description: suck the fire elements in the air into your abdomen and spit out fire essence, forming a huge fireball with a radius of 10 meters. Effect: for 30 seconds, all attributes of the target burned by the fireball will decrease by 20%, and they will lose 1% of their maximum HP per second. Not bad. It's a 4-star Emperor grade item. Zhou Han was quite happy. Because he had this skill combination skill, it was naturally better to have more skill books. No matter what skill it was, he would not mind. Moreover, it was of the Emperor grade. The benefits of synthesis would be greater. However, other than the Wild Flame Barrier and the 3000 Burning Sword, there were not many fire skills on hand. Therefore, it would not be fused for the time being. Let's enhance it first. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. 10 white lights flashed, and new attributes appeared on the interface. Heavenly Might, Grand Fireball plus 10. Grade: 4-star Emperor. Type: Fire Damage Skill. Description: suck the fire elements in the air into your abdomen and spit out fire essence, forming a huge fireball with a radius of 50 meters. Effect: for 80 seconds, all attributes of the target will be reduced by 50%. The target will lose 10% of their maximum HP per second. The equipment's HP recovery effect will temporarily lose effect. This is a little exaggerated. The fireball spat out has a radius of 50 meters. Zhou Han was a little surprised when he saw the enhanced description. What kind of concept was that? If the target was a melee class, they would not be able to escape after being enveloped by the fireball. The effect was even more powerful. First, the time for the skill to take effect became even longer, extending to 80 seconds. Then, he would lose 50% of all his attributes and 10% of his HP per second. If he did not recover his HP in time, he would probably die in less than 10 seconds. Finally, there was an additional effect. The equipment's recovery attributes would lose effect. If Zhou Han was hit by the skill, Heavenly Might Grand Fireball, then the HP recovery effect of his set, Myriad Glory, would not be triggered for 80 seconds. This was the heaven-defying effect of the enhancement. He browsed through it and directly learned it. It must be quite interesting to spit out such a huge fireball. Zhou Han was also looking forward to that scene. The 3 plundering opportunities today have already refreshed. I can use them on them. Looking at the corpses of Little Snake Pill and Clay, Zhou Han decided to use the plunder characteristic. Although it was a waste to use it on them, Zhou Han sometimes forgot to use plunder. Now that he remembered, in order to prevent himself from forgetting again and wasting 3 plundering opportunities, he decided to use them now. You released the plunder characteristic of the number 1 prodigy and activated Providence Plunder on the King of Snakes, Little Snake Pill. Plunder failed. Please try harder. You released the plunder characteristic of the number 1 prodigy and activated Providence Plunder on the King of Snakes, Little Snake Pill. Plunder successful. You have obtained the item, Tracking Card. You have successfully plundered this target. You cannot plunder again today. A card. If there was a gain, it would not be a loss. Zhou Han did not check immediately because of the restrictions of plunder. He turned his gaze to Clay's corpse. You released the plunder characteristic of the number 1 prodigy and activated Providence Plunder on the Fire Warlock, Clay. Plunder failed. Your 3 plundering opportunities today have all been used up. Please try again after 0 a.m. tomorrow. Zhou Han was not disappointed by this outcome. Providence Plunder was completely dependent on luck. He could accept any outcome. Moreover, he did not return empty-handed. After all, he had successfully plundered an item and had a guarantee. Thinking of this, Zhou Han took out the card and activated the appraisal. Tracking Card. Grade: King. Type: Support Item. Description: a magical card that can lock onto the target's aura. Effect: after entering the other party's name, you can find the approximate range of the target. The error is within a 2,000-meter radius. Available count: 1/5. Description: this item has been activated. There is only 1 chance left to lock onto the target. After the time is up, the item will automatically destroy itself. Please use it in 10 minutes. This item is really not bad. Looks like these 2 Sakura Kingdom players have heard of the effect of this card to lock onto my general location. Then, using other methods, they found my precise location. After reading the relevant description, Zhou Han finally understood. Why didn't he know them? But their goal was indeed so clear. By the way, I remember that the guy ranked second on the dungeon scoreboard is called Nakamoko. He's also a Sakura Kingdom player. In that case, this assassination attempt is most likely related to him. Zhou Han thought for a moment and figured it out. There was no grudge, and without enough benefits, no one would be so idle as to take the initiative to find trouble. However, the second-ranked Nakamoko had enough motive. After killing Zhou Han, he became first in the rankings. This huge benefit difference was enough to make people take risks. In that case, I'll deal with you first. Zhou Han's eyes turned cold. He did not find trouble with the Sakura Kingdom, but they jumped up first. How could he tolerate this? Then, Zhou Han enhanced the tracking card 9 times. The new effect was even more powerful. Tracking card +9. Grade, King. Type, support item. Description, a magical card that can lock onto the target's aura. Effect, after entering the other party's name, you can find the target's coordinates in advance. The error is within a 100-meter radius. Available count, 1/5. Description, this item has been activated. There is 1 chance left to lock onto the target. After the time is up, the item will automatically destroy itself. Please use it in 20 minutes. Good. The error is only 100 meters. That's already very accurate. After enhancing, it's still only limited to 20 minutes. Then I'll use it on Nakamoko. Zhou Han made a decision in his heart, his eyes flickering with a cold light. The effect of this item card was good, but there was a time limit. Otherwise, it was impossible for Zhou Han to use it easily, especially if it was wasted on Sakura Kingdom players. Use the tracking card +9. Because he only had 20 minutes, Zhou Han did not waste any time and directly chanted it. He used a tracking card. Please enter the name of the target you want to track. The more detailed the information entered, the less error there will be in finding the target. Zone 667, Nakamoko. Zhou Han entered the information. Because he could see some information about Nakamoko on the rankings, Zhou Han entered all the information he knew. Input successful. Searching for target. Please wait. On the virtual interface, a small circle kept spinning. After about 10 seconds, the system prompt came again. The location of the target has been found. Please look at the small map. Looks like this red dot is the location of the target. Not bad. It's really quite convenient. What a pity. Such a good thing is simply a tracking divine artifact. Zhou Han felt a little regretful. Now, his output and defense were very powerful. However, those auxiliary items were relatively scarce. This was also a drawback of his rapid increase in strength because he did not have enough time to accumulate these things. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why Zhou Han nurtured the guild members. When the time came, he could mobilize them and help collect these. It would be easier. The marked target will last for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, the red dot will disappear. Please understand. According to the scale on the map, Zhou Han calculated that the current distance from Nikkei to Miko was less than 5 kilometers. This distance was nothing to experts, especially since Zhou Han had the power of the wind element and was even faster. 10 minutes was completely enough. Then let's go now. Nakamoko, you're dead. Zhou Han sneered. Since the other party dared to provoke him, he had to bear his anger. Zhou Han had no reason to let go of such a person. In the dense forest, there were a total of 5 teams, about 1,000 people, resting. Achoo! It's a little cold. The leader of the group sneezed, shivered, and muttered to herself. Lord Nakamoko, are you all right? You must take care of your health. That's right. The Sakura Kingdom's hope of reaching the peak is all on you. A few Sakura Kingdom lackeys knelt down shamelessly. Are all the people who went out to explore back? Do you have any new clues? Nakamoko asked, pulling his short shirt tighter around him. Not long ago, the team led by Nakamoko found a small demonic beast tribe. With the advantage of numbers, after destroying the tribe, he seized a map from it. This map was very ancient. It was obvious that it had a long history and was filled with traces of time. There were a few dots marked with all of their icons. There were palace icons, huge towers, caves, and so on. Nakamoko was immediately very excited and exclaimed. He felt as if he had discovered a wealth password. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. Soon, he sent a team of members to explore the patterns marked on these maps. It had been more than an hour since they had set off. The members they had sent were all good at speed. They either had equipment that increased agility or controlled the power of the wind elements. Calculating the time, it was about time to return. That was why Nakamoko asked, Lord, look, they're back. 2 team members are back. I wonder what kind of surprise it will be. This map is not simple. That's right. If we get anything from all the markings on the map, we're really taking off this time. The Sakura Kingdom lackeys exclaimed repeatedly, their hearts filled with excitement and joy. Lord, when I went over, that palace had already become ruins, the lackey who had returned from his exploration said in frustration. What? Nakamoko was in disbelief. Just now, he had imagined that a magical mystic realm was waiting for him. The psychological difference was a little too great. The cave on my side has long been razed to the ground. It's been too long, another lackey said weakly. He was panicking. Soon, he would have to suffer the wrath of the Grand Lord. Baka! Slap! 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 Nakamoko roared angrily and slapped these lackeys several times before the anger in his heart subsided a little. The next report disappointed Nakamoko even more. Many places had been eroded by time and disappeared into the river of time. When the last lackey returned, he looked at the enraged Nakamoko and panicked. What else do you have to report? Nakamoko asked fiercely, her eyes wide with dissatisfaction. The lackey was so frightened by this aura that he knelt on the ground and trembled. Lord you'd better not let me hear bad news, or I'll kill you. I found a stone tower. It's... What? Stone tower? What's going on? Tell me. Nakamoko had already given up. When he heard the lackey's report, he perked up and grabbed the lackey's collar. Lord, this stone tower is more than 10,000 meters tall and filled with an ancient aura. It's in a huge canyon. The canyon is deep and is surrounded by brambles. It's difficult to find without a map. As I approached the stone tower, countless roars rushed out. I was too weak to look at it for fear of an accident, so I came back. The lackey was so frightened that he blurted it all out. Yoshi, you did well. Nakamoko's face finally brightened. He smiled and helped this lackey up. Hearing these descriptions, it went without saying that the stone tower was filled with mystery. This diamond-grade wind-chasing clogs is for you. I hope you can work harder and contribute more. Nakamoko took out combat boots equipment from his bag. He looked very generous and smiled. Wow, diamond-grade equipment. Lord, you're so generous. Thank you, the lackey said excitedly. This quality was very precious to him. Yes, it's good that you know. Perform well. I think highly of you. Now, let's head in the direction of the stone tower. Lead the way. Nakamoko was excited and immediately gave the order. Hi. The lackey nodded and bowed. Just like that, a 1,000-man team set off in a mighty manner. After the Sakura Kingdom team left, Zhou Han's figure slowly appeared. An ancient stone tower? Interesting. Zhou Han muttered to himself with an inexplicable smile. Actually, he had long caught up through the effect of the tracking card. He was originally prepared to wipe out Nakamoko and his team with a single strike. However, before he attacked, he accidentally heard the news about this map. Seeing how cautious Nakamoko was, Zhou Han knew that there was probably something else about this map. Therefore, he used the invisibility effect of the concealment array to hide nearby for a while. He heard their conversation clearly. Therefore, he could not attack easily. One had to know that this map was owned by the other party. Even if Zhou Han snatched it, he could not use it. Moreover, there was no guarantee of reporting it after killing the other party. In that case, he might as well let these Sakura Kingdom players lead the way and help him find the exact location of the stone tower. It was not too late to attack after probing the inside. I'll let you live a little longer. After Zhou Han figured this out in his heart, he hung far behind the team. Like an experienced hunter controlling his prey's every move, he was also very interested in this stone tower. After all, there were all kinds of mysteries in the night parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon, but there was no map or coordinates. Other than by chance, it was not easy to unearth. Therefore, Zhou Han did not want to miss such an opportunity. Nakamoko led the team. Everyone's morale was high and they were filled with excitement. After all, this was the first time they had obtained such a Mystic Realm map. He was naturally looking forward to it. The higher the level of the Mystic Realm, the greater the benefits. He was unaware of the danger that was already beside them. Through the dark mountains, the terrain became lower and lower. The cold aura kept seeping over. The ground was covered with a thin layer of ice, and the space became very oppressive. Lord, we've already entered the valley. We'll see the outline of the stone tower a little further down, the lackey said excitedly. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a stone tower filled with a vast and majestic aura was reflected in everyone's eyes. The tower was modeled by time and looked ancient. However, from time to time, it revealed a resplendent light, making one feel the divinity of this stone tower at a glance. Yes, all the treasures inside are mine. Nakamoko was overjoyed and grinned. This was because as soon as he approached, he smelled a strong fragrance. It was the spiritual aura that only top-grade pills could emit. Ha! Good luck. Lord, what are you waiting for? Let's rush in. I feel a Dharma treasure waving at us. We're really rich now. The Sakura Kingdom lackeys were also excited and waited for Nakamoko's order. However, just as the Sakura Kingdom players were dancing, a discordant voice sounded. Thank you for finding me such a mysterious place. In return, I won't make you suffer when I end your lives. Zhou Han smiled, revealing his figure. The smile on his face was especially cold. Baka, who are you? Do you have a death wish? Are you f***ing tired of living? We discovered this mystic realm. If you don't want to die, get lost. Zhou Han's appearance surprised everyone, but they were only surprised and not afraid at all. After all, they had 1,000 brothers with them. This was a very powerful force, so they were not afraid at all. Although they saw that Zhou Han's methods were a little unique, so what? With so many people surrounding him, could he turn the tables? Baka, can't you see that there are so many Sakura Kingdom warriors? Why are you still showing off? Kneel and kowtow to our Lord. I'll spare your life. Boy, you talk big. Didn't you bite your tongue? After the initial shock, the Sakura Kingdom lackeys clamored, all of them fierce. You're Nakamoko? How dare you send someone to assassinate me? Zhou Han ignored these lackeys. Anyway, it was just a matter of a sword later. He would let them jump around for a few more minutes. His gaze went straight to the leader, and he spoke with a faint smile. You're Zhou Han. Nakamoko's expression changed as he said in surprise. He never expected Zhou Han to really come looking for him. Previously, he was worried that the other party would follow the clues and come to take revenge. The worrying situation had finally appeared. In less than an hour, it had reached this level. What? Is he Zhou Han, the first on the dungeon points ranking? He killed Clay and Little Snake Pill tragically. His strength is not simple. Oh my god, he's here. Can we kill him? Hearing Nakamoko shout the other party's identity, the lackeys were extremely shocked. Before Zhou Han could show his strength, everyone was already a little afraid. He was a completely different person from the arrogant person just now. Nakamoko looked uncomfortable. Since the other party had come to his door, it was impossible to escape. A battle to the death was inevitable. The only thing he was glad about was that he had 1,000 lackeys by his side that could be of some use. Moreover, Zhou Han was carrying a woman in his arms, so his movements would definitely be restricted. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Soon, you will pay a painful price for going alone. As his thoughts raced, Nakamoko quickly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides and felt more confident. Moreover, he had a powerful Emperor-grade 10-fist sword in his hand. It was extremely sharp and invincible. It was a rare offensive weapon. Everyone, attack together. Let this ignorant fellow from the Dragon Kingdom see how powerful our Sakura Kingdom is. Nakamoko raised his arm and took the lead, pulling out the 10-fist sword. A silver light shone in the sky with extraordinary power and enveloped Zhou Han. Heh, you want to compete with me in sword techniques? Zhou Han sneered. He was simply overestimating himself. With a thought, Zhou Han unsheathed the skyfall. As soon as this sword appeared, even the sky would have to bow and not be able to withstand its sharpness. Boom! The golden sword beam collided violently with the silver sword beam. Crack! 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 There was a crisp crack. Then, a second sound, and a third. The sound of breaking kept coming. In the sky, light spread and was very dazzling. Only voices could be heard, but the exact situation could not be seen clearly. It shattered. Good job. The 10-fist sword is awesome. It shattered Zhou Han's sword into pieces. The hope of my Sakura Kingdom has risen. Is this the first place? He doesn't seem to be much. Looks like he has an undeserved reputation. To think I was frightened just now. Maybe he was lucky and got lucky. Otherwise, how could the dungeon points be so high? You're still pretending. My Sakura kingdom has 1,000 warriors here. You really don't take us seriously." The Sakura kingdom lackeys heaved a sigh of relief, their faces shining with joy. As for why they did not see it clearly, they thought that the Ten-Fist Sword had won. This was because the Ten-Fist Sword was Emperor grade. It was extremely powerful and filled with absolute confidence. After all, in their opinion, Emperor grade was very difficult to obtain, let alone anything above Emperor grade. It was simply impossible. However, after the dazzling light dissipated, the lackeys were dumbfounded. Looking at the pale face of Nakamoko, no matter how stupid they were, they also knew that Nakamoko had lost, and the one who shattered was the Ten-Fist Sword. How is that possible? The Emperor grade, Ten-Fist Sword, lost just like that. That's not true. What quality is the weapon in Zhou Han's hand? Is it even stronger than an Emperor grade weapon? Then should we continue to rush up and fight? The Sakura Kingdom lackeys, who were originally charging quickly, slowed down and were terrified. What was the difference between charging forward like this and courting death? Why? Why is this happening? Looking at the Ten-Fist Sword that had been shattered into countless fragments, Nakamoko's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Huh? You still don't know anything about power. You're too ignorant. A mere Emperor grade is no different from paper in front of my divine grade sword. Zhou Han's lips curled up as he looked at him with pity. Ignorant people were the most pitiful. And Nanny? Divine grade. You actually have such quality? When Nakamoko heard this, the shock in his heart was like a tsunami. He couldn't even speak properly. You talk too much. Tisk, TSK. Everyone must die. Zhou Han smiled like a villain, his eyes filled with killing intent. Damn it, he wants to kill all of us here. That's impossible. Let's escape separately. Baka, why did this dog provoke Zhou Han? Goddamn, he screwed us over. In their panic, the Sakura Kingdom lackeys cursed, and each found a direction to escape with all their might. After all, Zhou Han had only displayed his strength briefly, but it was already so terrifying. They could not muster the courage to resist. Huh, my hunting ground. You have nowhere to run. Sword domain, activate. Zhou Han chanted softly. This was the first time he had used it after reaching this sword domain level. He also wanted to see how domineering this effect was. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space was filled with a dense sword aura that kept surging in all directions. It was very vast, covering 1,000 meters. The Sakura Kingdom players who were fleeing in all directions were immediately recognized by the violent sword aura and were blasted to pieces on the spot. Baka, isn't Zhou Han's sword aura too strong? It's over. There's no way to escape with such a wide attack range. Oh my god, what sin did we commit? The entire space was filled with despair. The Sakura Kingdom players cried and screamed. Awake, hunting moment. Countless sword auras kept surging, harvesting a few heads each time. This harvesting method was not enough to kill 1,000 Sakura Kingdom players at all. Zhou Han's expression was cold and without any pity. The world of the Godfiend continent was just so cruel. If not for Zhou Han's strength, he might have been killed by Little Snake Pill and Clay. In that case, he had to eliminate all future troubles and eliminate them completely. Soon, the information about Zhou Han's battle naturally could not be escaped. They all hooted in the group. Boss, impressive. Are you killing enemies again? Bring us along. Zhang Xiaobai said with a smile. Brother Han, you're taking everything for yourself again. Yang Dingtian also came over to join in the fun. This is awesome. Zhou Han, Xiesun said. Zhou Han looked at the group chat. He happened to have something on and needed the team members' help. I found an ancient stone tower here. All members of the team, gather with me. And if the team is close, they can rush over. I'll describe the environment and terrain here. It's like this. Soon, Zhou Han sent these to the group. After all, this stone tower was tens of thousands of meters tall and had many floors. Every floor was very huge, especially the bottom few floors, which were like a huge palace. At a glance, there was no end to them. It could be seen how large and terrifying the area was. Therefore, Zhou Han would definitely not be able to explore such a huge place alone. In that case, mobilizing everyone to search could obtain greater benefits. Then, Zhou Han described some of the situations here in detail and took a few photos before sending them to the group. This way, As long as it was a team member nearby or someone who had passed by previously, they could recognize him at a glance. Soon, after seeing the picture, everyone exclaimed, awed by the spectacular sight in front of them. Damn, such a huge stone tower. I saw many magical lights on it. Brother Han is awesome. He found such a magical place, Xiaoyan said in shock. Strictly speaking, I didn't find this place. It was the players from the Sakura Kingdom who helped me find it, Zhou Han said with a smile. Fortunately, he did not attack in advance. Otherwise, if he killed Nakamoko, he would have missed this place. Boss is awesome. It's really heart-wrenching. Ha. Well done. I like it. Sakura Kingdom players are not worthy of such a magical place at all. Only Brother Han, a genius like him, can occupy it, Lu Binwei bragged. All right, stop talking nonsense. Those who should come and meet up, hurry up and meet up. Zhou Han shook his head with a smile and said speechlessly, Brother Han, I have a team member who has explored this place before. I have some impression of it. Huang said, Lead the team and gather here now. Zhou Han's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. With Huang's participation, he was filled with confidence in the benefits this time. After giving the instructions, he waited for a while. There was no news of anyone else. It seemed that no one had been to this place. Zhou Han was not disappointed. There were a total of 400 people in Huang's team. If he explored with all his might, it would also be a powerful force, especially since everyone in the God-slaying hall was equipped with king-grade equipment. Other than their combat strength increasing greatly, their other auxiliary abilities naturally increased correspondingly. Most importantly, Huang's participation was what Zhou Han valued the most. He believed that his luck could bring many surprises. After dealing with the matter, Zhou Han closed the group chat. Looking up, the battlefield was in chaos and filled with the smell of blood. 1,000 Sakura Kingdom players were all killed. Other than an Emperor-grade equipment that dropped, the rest were all trash. How could they be poor? Let our teammates deal with it later. Zhou Han could not be bothered to attack. If it was king grade, he might want it. However, these were all below the king grade. Even with the equipment combination skill, who knew how long it would take to fuse? It was not cost-effective at all. It was too wasteful. After dealing with it, Zhou Han came to the entrance of the canyon. This was because this place was covered in brambles and was very hidden. Even if they were nearby, it would be difficult to discover them. Therefore, it was in case Huang and the others couldn't find their way. After Zhou Han left this battlefield, there was a rustling in the dense forest. A small black snake crawled onto Nakamoko's corpse. It flickered with a bloodthirsty red light and darted into the corpse. Immediately, red light erupted and Nakamoko's corpse disappeared. The outline of Little Snake Pill appeared in the light. Fortunately, I planted a curse mark on Nakamoko's body. Otherwise, I would really have died without a burial place this time. Little Snake Pill's hoarse and cold voice sounded. Zhou Han, just you wait. A strong resentment flashed across Little Snake Pill's eyes. He had almost been killed. This hatred was unforgettable. Oh, this is the talent of the Yamada no Orochi snake demon. It's mine now. When cultivated to the extreme, you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient demon beast, Yamada no Orochi. Good. This talent suits me too well. This is a blessing in disguise. Zhou Han, looks like I have to thank you properly. An endless cold smile appeared on Little Snake Pill's face. However, he knew very well that he was no match for Zhou Han at all. All he could do was develop wretchedly. After obtaining the completed Yamada no Orochi inheritance, it would not be too late to take revenge. At that time, with his powerful combat strength, a mere Zhou Han would be crushed. Little Snake Pill disappeared into the dense forest in a flash. While Zhou Han was waiting, Catherine also woke up slowly. You're finally awake. You're sleeping like a dead pig. Zhou Han teased. You're the dead pig. Catherine, who had been lying sweetly in her arms, snapped. However, since she was awake now, she could not continue to stay in Zhou Han's arms. My clothes. You changed. As Catherine straightened her clothes, she realized that something was wrong. She blushed and asked hurriedly, Isn't that obvious? Your dress is wet. Wouldn't I be disgusted to hold it? That's why I changed it for you. Zhou Han said matter-of-factly. Then wouldn't I be seen by you? Catherine said weakly. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Besides, you've seen mine. Therefore, we should return the favor, By the way, I forgot to tell you that the wound on your chest has recovered perfectly. Ah, you. Catherine could not care less about being shy. After all, this was one of the parts she was most satisfied with. She turned around and opened her chest to check. As expected, it was white and flawless. There was no scar at all. She sighed at Zhou Han's methods. Thank you, Zhou Han. Although she had been seen naked, she still had to thank him. You're welcome. Please call me Luo Feng. Don't leave your name when doing good things. Then their eyes met. Catherine was extremely shy and didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at this moment, there were many footsteps to ease the awkward atmosphere. From afar, he could hear Lu Benwei flattering him. Boss, we're here. I was wondering why I felt a strange energy coming at me from so far away. So it's because of your handsomeness, boss. I haven't seen you for a day and you've become so handsome again. How can we live? Everyone is here. Zhou Han was already used to Lu Benwei's situation. He smiled and asked, Everyone is here. There are 199 members, and none of them are missing. Lu Benwei replied. Zhou Han nodded and scanned the situation of the team. Everyone was in good shape. They looked at him with admiration. After all, as long as he did not deliberately court death, he would not encounter too much danger. It was reasonable that no team members died. You did well. Zhou Han patted Lu Benwei's shoulder and encouraged him. After he left the team, Lu Benwei should have been leading the team. Looking at some of the team's benefits from the interface, they were especially generous. Hee. It's all because of boss. You taught me well. Your light is guiding us. With your guidance, even a pig can take off. It's difficult for us not to become stronger. Lu Benwei licked his lips. Jiang Xiaobai, Yang Dingtian, Xie Sun, Kai Kuan, and the others secretly gave a thumbs up. This was an expert. All right, take this king-grade Dharma treasure and play with it. Zhou Han took out a Dharma treasure and threw it over. These words were worth such a reward. Wow, Dharma treasure. Thank you, boss. A smile flashed across Lu Benwei's face. Although he had Dharma treasures, he only had 2. He did not expect to obtain such a Dharma treasure after bragging. Brother Han was rich. This made Lu Benwei even more determined to flatter him. Damn, Brother Wei can obtain a Dharma treasure like this. I'm so envious. Awesome. Following boss is filled with surprises. The team members' eyes were wide open, wanting to learn from Lu Benwei. But, soon, it ended in failure. They discovered that this was a technical job that ordinary people could not learn at all. It required talent. This was because other than boss, you're so handsome. They said, boss, you're so awesome. They had no standards at all. Therefore, most people gave up. It was better to do things honestly. Such things were not suitable for them. Isn't that the foreigner? Soon, everyone fooled around for a while before they were attracted by Catherine's face. They immediately exclaimed in surprise. She was simply the best in the world. Only boss, a powerful expert, could obtain such a beauty. As expected of boss. You're really something. Xiao Yin said in admiration. Who's our boss? Only such beauty is barely worthy of his temperament. This foreigner is lucky, Lu Benwei said with a smile. When will I be as awesome as boss? Lin Dong said emotionally. Half? That's ridiculous. I only want to be 1% as awesome as boss before I take off, he said with a heavy blow. The team members' discussion made Catherine blush and her heart beat faster. That was indeed the case. Along the way, she had indeed benefited a lot from Zhou Han. First, she encountered the Spirit Lord and was indirectly saved by him. Then, she obtained the Emperor-grade Dharma treasure, the Beast-Taming Whip. Moreover, the skill book, Soul Beast Summoning, had also become stronger through Zhou Han's strength and could summon Emperor-grade soul beasts. In the end, she was even saved by Zhou Han. Although she had paid a price, in comparison, she had made a killing. So, unknowingly, he's already helped me so much. Catherine's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at Zhou Han in a daze. She was originally a proud person, but she did not refuse Zhou Han's help. On the contrary, she was looking forward to it. Are you so mesmerized by my handsomeness? Zhou Han teased. With his powerful perception, he knew that Catherine was watching him. Catherine did not expect to be discovered when she peeked. She was at a loss. The current her was especially shy when facing Zhou Han. Ha, I still like you. You were so unruly at first, Zhou Han teased. Is that so? Catherine gritted her teeth and pinched the soft flesh on Zhou Han's waist. After Liu Benwei and the others finished counting the battlefield, Huang's team finally appeared. Because it was indeed a little far, it took a lot of time. However, when everyone saw the magnificent stone tower, they felt that the long journey was completely worth it. Although they had seen pictures, they only felt small when they really stood under the stone tower. When Zhou Han's gaze swept over, all the attributes related to the stone tower appeared. Soul Pagoda. Description: a stone tower set up by 9 top supreme-grade experts to suppress 1,000,000,000,000 evil spirits. After being thrown into the spatial rift, it will change location every month. Prompt: there are many strange spaces inside. Whether you can enter or trigger them depends on luck. In addition, the evil spirits inside are all very powerful. Those below the king grade are not to enter easily. Drop: after killing the evil spirits, various equipment, pills, dharma treasures, fragments, and other items of king grade and above can be dropped. After reading the description, Zhou Han could feel the mystery. This soul pagoda had a powerful background. It was set up by 9 top supreme grade experts. This alone was a huge sum. This made people look forward to the gains. All right, everyone is here. Let's go in now. Zhou Han waved his hand and ordered. The team members were equipped with king-grade equipment, and they could borrow the power of the guardian beast, the heavenly E-Dragon Eagle. This strength was considered top-notch even among king-grade experts. As for Huang and the others, their strength had already entered the Emperor grade. Therefore, there was no problem entering the Soul Pagoda. Okay, boss. We're going to make a killing this time. After this, our guild's average points will firmly occupy the first place. Of course, I want to be first on both rankings. That's the style of my god-slaying haul. The team members were already rubbing their palms together, their expressions excited. They could also check the attribute description of the Soul Pagoda and know that there were many benefits. Boss, let me take the lead. Huang volunteered. He wanted to use his luck to see if he could trigger some special space. That way, he could obtain more benefits. Zhou Han, let my summoned beast scout the way ahead. We don't know what's going on here. It's better to be careful, Catherine suggested. Yes, you're right. Let's summon 10 soul beasts first. Zhou Han agreed to her suggestion. Although he could ignore experts below the 5-star divine grade with his strength, it could not be ruled out that some hidden creatures used strange methods. Although Zhou Han would not be killed with his powerful strength, it might cause some trouble and waste too much time. For example, it was controlled by Tao Ye's sneak attack. He could use the immortal slaying axe or the heavenly dragon escape technique, but that would be very troublesome. Therefore, in order not to let what happened last time happen again, Catherine's identity as a summoned beast was useful. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could be cannon fodder. If he encountered a weak one, he could directly harvest it. It was very convenient. Moreover, Zhou Han had previously agreed with Catherine that the ranking reward she obtained in the 100 Ghosts Night Parade would all belong to Zhou Han. Therefore, it was acceptable for Catherine to kill these evil spirits. Okay, Catherine nodded. She had rested for a while just now, although she had not recovered to her peak state. However, summoning 10 soul beasts was still possible. After chanting, 10 Emperor-grade soul beasts were summoned. This grade is not simple. What a powerful energy fluctuation. I feel that I can't even defeat one of these soul beasts. As the soul beast was summoned, the team members felt the power and were surprised. That's right. These are all Emperor-grade summoned beasts. However, it's all thanks to Zhou Han. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it to this extent. Seeing everyone's guesses, Catherine smiled and said, Boss is amazing. He casually nurtured an Emperor-grade expert. Everyone exclaimed, I'll help the most outstanding person in the Soul Pagoda for free this time, Zhou Han said with a smile, increasing everyone's enthusiasm and giving them something to look forward to. Wow, boss is mighty. Huang directly cheered. It could be said that he was the most advantageous competitor, so he was naturally very excited. I won't miss this opportunity. Liu Benwei was also very excited. He had some special methods. Good, that's great. Kai Kuan also applauded excitedly. Then, Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, and the others were also filled with fighting spirit. Because they were in the same team as Zhou Han, they enjoyed a wave of dividends. They were all representatives of the recent rapid rise. Zhou Han still distributed the people according to the group model. Because the Soul Pagoda was more dangerous this time, there were 10 teams this time, each with 40 members. After settling the matter, they did not waste any more time. Under the lead of the Emperor-grade Soul Beast, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Soul Pagoda. At the entrance, there was a mysterious halo that kept turning instantly, bringing strange fluctuations. Some dark light seeped out. One could hear the furious roars of the evil spirits and smell the fragrant spiritual herbs and pills. From the outside, one could sense how extraordinary it was. After all, it had been set up by 9 supreme-grade experts. There were many mysteries that needed to be explored personally. Let's go. Enter this circle of light. Zhou Han led everyone. There were Emperor-grade soul beasts in front to open the way, and he only needed to bring up the rear. Ordinary matters could be settled by his lackeys and summoned beasts. He did not have to do it himself. Could this soul pagoda be a space of its own? Catherine muttered to herself in confusion. Why do you say that? Zhou Han asked. After my summoned beasts entered the circle of light, my connection to them became very weak. If it took any longer, I might have to break the contract, Catherine explained, her eyes filled with surprise. That should be it. Let's go in too. The two of them stepped into the circle of light at the same time. Then the world spun and their consciousness fell into chaos. It seemed short and long. Then, after the chaos, he could feel the light with his eyes. Before Zhou Han could open his eyes, he heard his teammates' surprised voices. Huh, why is this place empty? There's nothing here, Jiang Xiaobai said in confusion. What a magical space. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Xie Sun also sighed. Didn't they say there were many evil souls? Why don't I see any? Did I enter the wrong place? Kai Kuan's voice was filled with suspicion. Yes, boss is in. Let's see what he thinks. Lu Benwei saw a light flash, and Zhou Han's figure appeared in this space. Prompt. You have entered the special map, Soul Pagoda. This is a strange space. Every coordinate point might contain a secret. Please explore it yourself. The system notification sounded. Amidst everyone's confusion, Zhou Han opened his eyes and sized up his surroundings. The light here was very bright, the complete opposite of the gloom he had imagined. There was nothing in sight. Although his vision was not blocked, he could not see anything else. It was filled with strangeness, coordinates, hidden mysteries. Zhou Han thought for a moment about the system notification, but he could not think of anything. The system did not say it explicitly, so he had no idea. Zhou Han, what should we do? In this vast space, I feel like a headless fly, Catherine said helplessly. She also tried, but found nothing. She could only look at Zhou Han for help. After all, he was resourceful and might have a way. Zhou Han did not reply. He had just tried to use the blood massacre vision to observe. Unexpectedly, he really saw something. I roughly know what's going on. Zhou Han said thoughtfully. Zhou Han, did you find anything? Tell me quickly. Catherine was delighted and hurriedly said. As expected, Zhou Han had a way of never disappointing. Oh Huang and the others heard the conversation and looked over. Boss was still the best. Don't be anxious. I still have to verify it. Zhou Han smiled and took more than 10 steps forward. At this moment, under the probe of the blood massacre vision, he saw the space under his feet like a huge chessboard. There were countless squares on it that extended into the distance, vast and magnificent. There was no end to it. Is this the spatial point? With every step he took, he arrived at a new square. Of course, if he took small steps, he would still stay in his original square. There's an icon of a spiritual fruit on this square. Could it be? With a thought, Zhou Han realized that a certain square nearby was a little different from the others. With a bold guess in mind, he walked straight up. Battle prompt. You have encountered a starlight-grade spiritual fruit, fire dragon fruit. This spiritual fruit has ripened. Do you want to collect it? I see. I understand. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han finally understood the mechanism of this soul pagoda. This space was divided into countless coordinates. Some of the coordinates might contain something, such as spiritual fruits, fierce souls, pills, and so on. As long as you reach the corresponding coordinates, you will trigger the relevant event. These were all things that he had to explore himself. He had to encounter a genius spiritual treasure before encountering a peerless evil spirit. It all depended on his luck. Then, Zhou Han could only cheat with the enhanced blood massacre vision +9. Otherwise, he would have to search bitterly like everyone else. It was very complicated. However, Blood Massacre Vision +9 was not omnipotent. He could only see 10 squares around him with some restrictions. Still, it was better to be able to see than not. Looks like I have to think of a way to increase the quality of this skill. After all, the King grade was still a little weak. If the quality of an eye technique reached the Emperor grade or even the Divine grade, coupled with his talent, infinite enhancement, after enhancing it once, the range he could see was definitely wider. The range was a little small now. Zhou Han had to scan it bit by bit. Not to mention the problem of energy, this vast space was too troublesome. Without thinking too much, Zhou Han collected the fire dragon fruit and put it in his bag. He could feed it to the heavenly dragon eagle again. It was only a matter of time before it advanced to the King grade. Boss is awesome. We were still in a daze when he obtained a spiritual fruit, Yang Dingtian said with emotion. They immediately saw this message on the team's combat information panel. Boss, what's going on? Yes, I don't even dare to move in such a place. It's terrifying. Hearing everyone's questions, Zhou Han smiled and told them the results of his investigation. Everyone sighed when they heard this. I didn't expect this small square to contain so many mysteries. Unfortunately, we don't have the divine power to detect it. A Supreme's methods are indeed impressive. They can set up such a profound space. It reminds me of an RPG game I played more than a decade ago. The game character walks on a map. Then as he walks, he encounters wild monsters and enters a combat scene. You don't say? It does look a little like it. Huh. Interesting. I wonder who designed it like this. Perhaps these Supreme grade experts have also played that kind of RPG game more than 10 years ago. As everyone chatted and laughed, someone had already begun to explore. After all, this method was filled with interest. However, the premise of all of this was based on powerful strength. Without strength, one would definitely be afraid, because one had no idea if luck or disaster awaited one. However, these team members were not too worried. After all, Zhou Han was still guarding at the side, so he felt extremely at ease. Some of the team members walked straight, some walked sideways, and some moved in an S shape. He hoped to trigger those special coordinates. Soon, as more and more team members joined the exploration, they finally gained something. Oh my, what is this? Brothers, I've stepped on a special coordinate. I'm about to enter a cave. It was Xiaoyan's voice. There was a hint of worry in his excitement. After all, this thing was unknown and filled with mystery. It was normal to be a little afraid. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, his figure disappeared from this space. Damn, it disappeared? Will something happen? Boss, Xiaoyan. His teammates were a little frightened. After all, this sudden disappearance looked quite strange. Don't be afraid. Xiaoyan has entered the combat space. These special coordinates are an independent space. Zhou Han comforted. Xiaoyan's situation was clearly seen by the Blood Massacre vision. Hearing Zhou Han's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, soon, a relevant notification came from the team panel. Combat prompt. Your teammate, Xiaoyan, has stepped on a special coordinate and entered the Fire Soul Cave. At this moment, he is surrounded by a large number of fierce souls, lava fire souls. Before anyone could get nervous, almost instantly, another message popped up. Your teammate, Xiaoyan, used the skill 3000 Burning Sword and successfully killed 122 Magma Fire Souls. He dropped a 1-star Emperor grade skill book, Heaven Burning Technique, and 3 King grade equipment. The battle has ended. Your teammate, Xiaoyan, has obtained 6,500 dungeon points for the team this time. EXP, 122,000. From this, it could be inferred that Xiaoyan had been instantly killed. During this period of time, his strength increased very quickly. Because there was no night buff now, the drop rate became very low. Perhaps it was because the drop rate of this soul pagoda was very low and could not be revealed. Anyway, it was a little ridiculous for only 3 King grade equipment to drop from 122 King grade wild monsters. However, an Emperor grade skill book had dropped. It was definitely a huge profit. Brother Yin, you're not bad. You opened so quickly. Looks like you're going to get first place on this contribution ranking. Lin Dong leaned over and said enviously. His eyes lit up as he looked at the skill book in Xiaoyan's hand. This was because everyone had obtained the power of the guardian beast, the heavenly dragon eagle. Naturally, all the guild members had the power to control the fire elements. Therefore, This fire attribute emperor-grade skill book was very compatible and could be cultivated directly. Brother Yin has opened for business. I have to work hard too. As long as I obtain boss's modification, I'll become an emperor-grade expert in minutes. Therefore, I won't give up on the first place on the contribution ranking. She also looked at him enviously and said firmly. After all, Catherine's skill had been modified, and everyone had seen how she could summon so many emperor-grade soul beasts. Therefore, what he had to do now was to explore these squares with all his might. He had to obtain more resources and become the most handsome person to obtain the opportunity to modify Zhou Han's skills. Of course, even if he could not obtain Zhou Han's reward, these things could also increase his strength by a level. Seeing that Xiao Yin had such a gain, everyone was immediately filled with fighting spirit. At first, he tried his luck in this endless square. At this moment, Xiao Yin turned around and handed the skill book to Zhou Han with a fawning smile. Boss, please accept this emperor-grade skill book. Although Xiao Yin liked this skill book very much, he was not reluctant to hand it over. After all, without Zhou Han, he would not be where he was today. Therefore, he could still tell what to choose. Yes, how considerate of you. Practice it yourself? I don't want it. Facing Xiao Yin's filial piety, Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. This guy was a capable person. An emperor-grade skill book might not be worth mentioning to Zhou Han, but to Xiao Yin, it was extremely precious. He was willing to bear the pain of parting. At such a young age, his temperament was extraordinary. He was a talent worth nurturing. Zhou Han labeled him in his heart. Boss, I'm sincerely handing it to you. Xiao Yin said again. Yes, I know. I have better ones. Keep them for yourself to cultivate. Zhou Han rejected it directly. There's a better one. All right then. Xiao Yin was speechless. It seemed that his boss didn't like it. Actually, Zhou Han had also checked just now. This heaven-burning technique was a skill that increased one's strength by constantly devouring earth fire. When cultivated to the peak, its power was extraordinary. However, he still had to collect all kinds of earth fire. To Zhou Han, it was too troublesome. He did not have the time. Among the fire attribute skills on hand, the Wild Flame Barrier and the 3000 Burning Sword were both skills in the Fire Qilin Sword technique. They were all 9-star divine grade. If he took another step closer, he would be able to reach the supreme grade. The violent power he could unleash was not something an emperor grade could scam. Even the worst, Heavenly Might, Grand Fireball, was of the 4-star emperor grade. Therefore, it was normal for Zhou Han to not fancy this 1-star emperor grade, heaven burning technique. You don't have to be depressed. You can leave the other skills related to eye techniques to me. Zhou Han patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said with a smile. An eye technique? Okay, boss, I understand. Xiao Yan nodded. Although he did not know the reason, he did not ask further. Collect the eye techniques. I'll leave this matter to you. Zhou Han instructed. He wanted to use skill combination to generate all these skills and see if he could fuse them into an eye technique that was better than the Blood Massacre vision. In that case, it would be twice the result with half the effort for exploring the Soul Pagoda. Many secrets would not be missed. Yes. Then I'll ask the other members of the group now and make a statistic. Then, Xiao Yan said excitedly. This was the first time his boss had assigned him a mission. Naturally, he had to use all his strength to complete it beautifully. Now that he had a powerful backer, was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to take off in the future? Zhou Han reached out to stop Xiao Yan from talking nonstop and said calmly, I don't want to know the exact process. No matter what you do, I'll only see the outcome. If you succeed in this matter, I can modify your heaven-burning technique. I can guarantee that after modification, its power won't be much worse than an ordinary divine grade skill. Divine? Divine grade? Oh my god, boss, I promised to complete the mission. Xiao Yan was a little dumbfounded and could not speak properly. Now, he was still quite a distance away from the emperor grade. How could he not be excited when he suddenly heard that its power could reach the divine grade? All right, go. Zhou Han waved his hand. Soon, Xiao Yan took action and began to calculate and search for information. He made a detailed analysis of the way to obtain eye techniques and the drop rate. Zhou Han nodded. It was so convenient to have lackeys. There were many things that he did not have to do himself. I have to nurture a few more outstanding lackeys. I have to discover their talents in all aspects. Zhou Han's gaze swept across Lin Dong, Kai Kuan, and the others. These were all things he usually paid attention to. Be it in terms of work or combat strength, they were impressive and had great potential. Especially Kai Kuan. Zhou Han thought very highly of him. He had a firm heart and walked out of his unique cultivation path. That was to fuse the attributes of demonic beasts, especially chicken-type demonic beasts. It had an obvious effect. This was also a talent that Kai Kuan had accidentally discovered last time when he consumed the chicken tail grass. The current him had 100% compatibility with the demon beast, crown chicken. His combat strength could not be underestimated. This child has the bearing of a supreme. Zhou Han muttered to himself. As soon as he mentioned Kai Kuan, a good report came from the combat interface. Battle prompt. Your teammate, Kai Kuan, has entered the Divine Chicken Hall. He has been discovered by the 5 divine chickens and is receiving an ancient inheritance. Your teammate, Kai Kuan, obtained the inheritance soul of the divine beast, the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken, after 5 minutes. Awesome, he's completely taking off. Damn, this luck is too heaven-defying. Damn, this is the inheritance soul of a divine beast. I'm so envious. Everyone was completely shocked when they saw the notification on the interface. Brother Kuan was really going to soar this time. Cuckoo. Kai Kuan let out a loud cry with a very fierce aura. The powerful phantom of the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken slowly spread out behind him, covering the sky. It was hundreds of meters long. Golden spots constantly flickered on its 2 large wings. It was too beautiful and domineering. Is this a divine chicken? It's so beautiful. Too strong. The dignity of a divine beast is terrifying. Everyone exclaimed. This Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken actually had a trace of the Phoenix bloodline. Be it looks or strength, it was very good. Power. Submit to me. Kai Kuan felt the powerful powers surging in his body and was extremely excited. A heroic feeling broke through the sky. Originally, he was only an unknown person. Ever since he obtained the attributes of the crown chicken, he had started his rise. All of this was thanks to Zhou Han. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhou Han gratefully. If not for Zhou Han, he would not be where he was today. Zhou Han nodded. Actually, it was quite awkward. He had only been joking at that time. Then, Kai Kuan accidentally found out that he was also lucky. Zhou Han, are these all members of your guild? Why are all of them so heaven-defying? Catherine finally couldn't help but ask. Her eyes were filled with surprise because what she saw, be it Xiao Yin, Kai Kuan, or Lu Benwei, they were very powerful and had extraordinary potential. This is heaven-defying. You didn't see the performance of the others in our guild. Otherwise, you would definitely take back your words. Zhou Han smiled calmly and said disapprovingly. The others' performance. There's someone stronger than them. Catherine's beautiful eyes trembled. If not for the fact that she knew that Zhou Han never bragged, she would never have believed it. Of course, strictly speaking, these people have only recently risen. They're considered second-rate members of my guild. What? This is only the second rate. If the second rate was already so strong, how terrifying would the first level be? It was unimaginable. Zhou Han only smiled and did not say anything. Cuckoo. The cry of the divine chicken resounded through the sky, emitting wild power, showing its dignity and elegance. After it came out of the space of the divine chicken hall, it looked at the people present with endless arrogance, constantly releasing terrifying pressure. Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken, stop. Kai Kuan hurriedly berated. Then his expression changed drastically. Oh no, it's not listening to my control. His strength was still not enough, and the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken had reached the divine grade. He had obtained an inheritance, but it did not recognize a master. Therefore, without a powerful force to suppress it, it could not restrain the other party's actions at all. Damn, what strong pressure. This divine chicken is playing with us. Damn, it wants me to kneel and submit under this pressure. That's too cheap. Damn, it's impossible for me to kneel to a beast. Soon, the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken began to play. It did not kill them. It just felt that it was fun and very smug. The power of a divine-grade expert was undoubtedly displayed. It made the team members present turn pale and complain. Beast, how dare you be impudent? Suddenly, there was a furious shout. Then, a hook flew over. It was so fast that it was impossible to figure out how to attack. Before the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken could react, it was hooked by the hook. Next, it realized that no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the shackles of the hook. The smugness on its face was replaced by endless fear. It called out in panic. "Umph! How dare you show off in front of my master?" Zhong Kuei's majestic figure appeared and sneered. He felt the pressure of a divine-grade power in the Honorable Soul banner. Without hesitation, he decisively attacked. At this moment, the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken was like a chick in Zhong Kuei's hand, unable to move. "Croak. Boss, spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again." When the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken saw the Annihilation Hook Lock in Zhong Kuei's hand, its pupils constricted. The powerful aura emitted from it was at least a supreme-grade weapon. It was an existence it could not afford to offend at all. For the sake of its life, it immediately admitted defeat. It had been playing around and was prepared to show off and tease this group of people. Unexpectedly, it had kicked an iron plate. He even had a supreme-grade weapon. If it had known earlier, it wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. "Ha ha, let's see how you can show off now. Now you know how powerful I am. Why is this guy so hateful? Who's this guy with the hook lock? Why haven't I seen him before? I'm not sure. Anyway, I heard him call Boss Master. Awesome. With a hook, the other party has no temper at all. At the very least, he has divine-grade strength. Basic operation. Boss has many methods." The pressure on everyone lessened. When they saw Zhong Kuei, they exclaimed repeatedly. This hook was domineering and powerful. They guessed endlessly. What Zhou Han displayed again and again exceeded their expectations. Moreover, seeing the miserable Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken made them feel relieved. "Boss, please let me go. I really won't dare to do it again. Don't kill me." The Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken was still wailing desperately. Seeing that Zhong Kuei was silent, it panicked completely. "Heh, if I want to kill you, do you think you can withstand the 5-star Supreme Grade Annihilation Hook Lock? With that hook just now, you're probably already a corpse. So it's useless for you to beg me for mercy. Tell my master," Zhong Kuei said coldly. After saying that, he returned to the Honorable Soul banner. Zhou Han's figure also appeared. "Boss, I'm just fooling around. I don't have any killing intent. I just came out of the Divine Chicken Hall. I was a little excited and didn't control my strength well." The Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken, Zhou Han, immediately understood that this was the owner of the person who had just taken the chain. He was definitely stronger, and his attitude was even humbler. "Umph, I naturally know that you don't have any killing intent. Otherwise, do you think you can still stand here alive?" Zhou Han snorted. Yes. I don't have any killing intent. I'm very kind. In the future, I promise to be obedient and never show off again." The Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken observed his expression. Through Zhou Han's words, it knew that there was still room for negotiation and hurriedly promised. Zhou Han asked calmly, "Your inheritance soul is in a cooperation relationship with Kai Kun, right?" "Yes. I promise to focus on assisting him in the future and definitely listen to his orders." The Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken had a bad feeling and said quickly, "I find it hard to believe you say that. How about this? You can directly become his slave. How about this suggestion?" Zhou Han said in an undeniable tone. "That's a great suggestion," the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken said timidly. Would it dare to say no? It believed that as long as it dared to refuse, its head would definitely fall to the ground. "Kai Kun, come over and sign a contract with it." "Boss, thank you. Thank you so much. I really can't repay your kindness. Only by making more contributions can I be worthy of your nurturing." Kai Kun was extremely excited. He was already lucky enough to obtain the inheritance soul of the Divine Chicken. Now, this Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken had directly become his slave. It was too unreal. One had to know that the initiative previously was in the hands of the Dream Shepherd Divine Chicken. After all, Kai Kun was too weak and had no right to speak at all. Now that it was a slave, it was different. Kai Kun could control everything about the Divine Chicken. That feeling was too satisfying. Zhou Han patted his shoulder. This was nothing. Increasing the strength of the guild members was also indirectly helping him. Everyone benefited. This was the long-term plan for the guild's development. Moreover, because of the special nature of the God-slaying hall, Zhou Han could deprive the members of all their attributes at any time, and there was no need to consider betrayal. It was very easy. Moreover, he had to start preparing to enter the ancient abyss. The condition to enter was Emperor-grade strength. The number of people was limited to 1 to 20. According to Catherine's information, there was a high chance that ancient abyss, could drop supercontinent fragment. In that case, the more people entered, the greater the benefits. Therefore, he had to help them advance. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for the members to advance to the Emperor grade alone? I envy Brother Kuan for subduing a divine grade slave with boss's help. I'm so envious that I'm turning purple. Brother Kuan's providence is one thing, but boss is still loyal. It's reassuring to follow such a boss. That's right. Boss really has nothing to say. Be it looks, strength, suppression, or character, they're all admirable. Clearly, Zhou Han's actions resonated with everyone. Such a boss had a powerful charisma, making people even more convinced. This matter was just an interlude. Soon, everyone was immersed in the exploration. As time passed, more and more people stepped on special coordinates and gained something. In a secluded palace, it was filled with a large amount of thin black fog. A cold aura spread everywhere. Good for nothing. You're all F-king good-for-nothings. There are so many guards. Can't we find a single person? What's the use of you? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor sat on the throne and roared loudly. The veins on his forehead were bulging, making his ferocious face even uglier. Ever since he used the Ghost Eye, secret prying, and discovered Zhou Han's improper relationship with the Ghost Queen, Wei Xiaoqian, his temper became more and more violent. During this period of time, he never stopped searching for Zhou Han. As the monarch of a dynasty, how domineering was he? Therefore, he had to kill Zhou Han personally to vent this huge humiliation. That's right. They had sent a large number of troops, but they had still found nothing. Your Majesty, the Ghost Emperor, I think there's a high chance that Zhou Han is not in the Firmament Imperial City. Maybe he went farther into the area. There's another possibility. He hid in the Sunluo Ghost Domain. One of the commanders braced himself and spoke carefully. I agree with that speculation. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhou Han naturally can't sleep or eat in peace in the face of your Majesty's monstrous anger. If he uses the conventional method to hide, he definitely won't be able to escape our Ghost King Guard. It's a special search method. Therefore, he's definitely doing the opposite. The commanders in the hall seemed to have found a breakthrough and immediately opened their mouths, becoming more and more certain of this guess. Yes, you're right. In that case, let's make two preparations. Mobilize ordinary people and search the Sunluo Ghost Domain. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor pondered for a moment and combined the opinions of the commanders. Then, he made a decision. Yes, I'll lead the Ghost King Guards to search the Sunluo Ghost Domain. This time, Zhou Han will definitely not be able to escape. One of the Ghost Generals hurriedly took the initiative to take on the search mission and said firmly, after all, a mere Zhou Han could not easily complete the mission against an Emperor-grade strength and an incomparably elite Ghost King Guard. How could he let go of such credit? Damn, fool is too fast. I was about to take the order, but I didn't expect him to beat me to it, one of the generals said in frustration. That's right. This kid is cunning. When he encounters trouble, he stays as far away as possible. As long as there's something beneficial, he always races to be first. We can't snatch it. The other general was also quite emotional. Hunting Zhou Han is simply free. I'm so envious. What a pity. I was a step too late. The Ghost Generals complained, feeling sorry for missing out on the credit. Very good. I'll give you a day. If you can't find Zhou Han, don't come back. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor agreed to Fool's request. He didn't care who completed this mission, as long as he could do it. Yes, it's a small matter. Please wait for my good news, Your Majesty. Fool said excitedly. After bidding farewell, he did not waste any time and directly took action. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor nodded with a cruel smile. Zhou Han, you're dead. I won't let you off. And Wei Xiaoqian, you itch. When I find a way to deal with the Ghost God Edict, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. After a period of integration and collection, Xiaoyan really obtained a basic eye technique book. Boss, look, we've collected a total of 3 books. Then, I used my sect contribution points to exchange for 2 books. Xiaoyan hurriedly handed them over, his eyes filled with anticipation as he said respectfully. This concerned whether he could take off. As long as Boss was satisfied, his Emperor-grade skill, heaven-burning technique, could become stronger through Boss's methods. It was no longer a secret in the guild that Zhou Han had such a magical ability. Many members had used or felt the huge enhancement effect after enhancement. However, they did not know how much they could increase or where the limit of the increase was. Seeing that Catherine could only summon King-grade soul beasts previously, she could now summon Emperor-grade soul beasts. The team members immediately knew that they could at least advance to the Emperor grade. As for whether it would be stronger, it was unknown. Yes, you did well. Zhou Han rubbed his eyes and felt a little sour because he had just used the blood massacre vision for a period of time and swept through many square coordinates. After all, it was an eye technique. Unlike other skills, even someone as powerful as Zhou Han could not withstand it. Therefore, it was very necessary to find a stronger eye technique. After taking the skill book, Zhou Han checked it briefly. White eye, a gold-grade eye technique that can observe distant objects and see the target's structure and other effects. Red eye, gold-grade eye technique. It can sense the target's prying and emit chaotic energy, causing the target to obtain wrong information. Green light eyes, platinum-grade eye technique. After learning it, the power of the storm will erupt from your eyes, greatly reducing the target's movement speed. This quality is a little low. After reading it, Zhou Han shook his head. Although he had a wonderful skill like skill combination, the problem now was that these skills' quality was too low and there were few of them. It was impossible to fuse high-quality eye technique skills. Boss, can't these do? Xiao Yan asked nervously when he saw the disappointment on Zhou Han's face. There's still not enough. You have to continue collecting. Zhou Han said. All right, I'll collect it now. However, there's something I have to report to you. Xiao Yan had just taken 2 steps when he remembered and hurriedly said, I discovered that you can buy a high-level eye technique book in a limited mall. Oh, limited mall. Open it, and let me see. Zhou Han asked curiously. If he could buy it directly, it would definitely be best. Okay, I'll share the link with you. However, this limited mall can only be bought with a currency like the Ghost God Pearl Fragment. I've never heard of such a thing. Xiao Yan said as he shared the link. A fragment of the Ghost God bead? I understand. Zhou Han opened the limited mall and realized that it was indeed so. At a glance, there were several eye technique books. The quality was not bad, and the lowest was at the Starlight grade. If he bought them all and used skill combination, he did not dare to say anything else. It would not be a problem to reach Emperor grade. In that case, after enhancing it 10 times, the effect would definitely be stronger than the blood massacre vision he was using now. By the way, the Ghost God bead fragment. Why does it look so familiar? Zhou Han thought for a moment, and his head quickly lit up. I remember now. It's the special effect triggered by Zhong Kuei after he became the main soul of the Honorable Soul banner. He immediately checked this special effect. It was called Ghost God Submission. After killing the target, there was a certain chance of dropping a Ghost God bead fragment. This was because Zhong Kuei had not killed anyone during this period of time, so it was normal for Zhou Han to ignore this. Now, as long as the Ghost God bead fragment dropped, he could exchange for these skill books in the limited mall. This was much easier and more efficient than trying to collect it. Xiao Yan, you did well this time. Zhou Han patted his shoulder and encouraged. This is what I should do. Xiao Yan smiled shyly and asked, do you know about the Ghost God bead fragment? Of course I do. Soon, I'll be able to get some. Boss, you're indeed knowledgeable. Then about my skill. Xiao Yan took out the heaven-burning technique and said expectantly, you're in such a hurry. I'll enhance it for you. You have to perform well in the future. Zhou Han smiled and kicked him lightly. Then, he directly activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. 10 white lights flashed. The skill had already undergone a qualitative change. One could see violent flames burning on the skill book. The temperature of the air instantly burned. Hiss! It's hot. Is it that powerful? After Xiao Yan took it, he realized that just this flame was very terrifying. After the shock, his heart was filled with great joy. This should be divine-grade power. Although Xiao Yan did not know what divine-grade power was, this was the first time he had felt such power. Thinking of Zhou Han's previous words, he promised that it would not be inferior to a divine-grade skill. This power had undoubtedly reached the divine grade. How could Xiao Yan not be shocked and happy? Thank you, boss. Boss, your methods are really superb. Xiao Yan said gratefully. Cut the crap and quickly learn the skill book. Zhou Han waved his hand. Yes, sir. Ouch. Hot, hot, hot. Xiao Yan shouted. Clearly, The power of the flames was very fierce. The power of the divine grade made him feel uncomfortable. However, Zhou Han did not look at it or help. If Xiaoyan could not even learn a skill, he would be trash. Was there a need to waste time? Zhou Han believed that he could do it. As long as he successfully cultivated the heaven-burning technique that had been enhanced 10 times, Xiaoyan's strength would easily reach the Emperor grade, so he could enter the ancient abyss. Everyone also saw Xiaoyan's expression. All of them shed tears of envy. Xiaoyan is taking off this time. We can't fall behind. Lin Dong naturally envied Xiaoyan's opportunity and said emotionally, "That's right. He'll reach the Emperor grade soon." Xiaoyan was also filled with emotions. Thinking back to the salted fish trio, Xiaoyan had already taken off. He must be feeling upset. In my opinion, boss's methods are even more awesome than God's. He easily created an Emperor grade expert. That's for sure. I finally know the origin of the God-slaying hall. Gods are nothing. We can still slaughter them. Ignoring his teammates' bragging, Zhou Han prepared to start obtaining the Ghost God bead fragment. "Master, what can I do for you?" Zhong Kuei ran over from the Honorable Soul banner and asked curiously. "Yes, I need you to work now," Zhou Han said with a smile. "Yes, Master. Are you puzzled?" "Yes, Master. You're extremely powerful and can easily kill targets. After I became the main soul, I realized that there seemed to be no place to use force. There should be another reason why I'm needed to kill the target now." Zhong Kuei still voiced the doubts in his heart. He naturally knew Zhou Han's methods. The time it took to summon him was much slower than the time it took for a sword light to shoot out. Then there must be another reason for doing such a time-wasting thing. "That's right. I need your Ghost God submission special effect to help me obtain the Ghost God bead fragment," Zhou Han said directly. "I see. If I only kill king-grade targets, the drop rate is very low. The drop rate has greatly increased after reaching the Emperor-grade target." Zhong Kuei told him what he had learned. Then, he said something about the origin and specialness of the Ghost God bead fragment. Zhou Han nodded. After confirming it, Zhou Han ordered his team members to report all the special combat coordinates they encountered to him. Then, he would let Zhong Kuei kill it. Although the probability of a king-grade demonic beast dropping the Ghost God bead fragment was relatively low, if it was in large numbers, the benefits were not bad. Zhou Han had no reason to let it go. Everyone gathered firewood. The advantage of numbers was displayed again. In just a few minutes, they found 3 special coordinates that led into the combat space. "Zhong Kuei, it's up to you," Zhou Han said with a smile. "Don't worry, Master. Leave it to me." Zhong Kuei's expression was calm as he plunged into the combat space. Zhou Han's gaze also fell on that space. Battle prompt. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has stepped on a special coordinate and entered the clear water lake. At this moment, he is surrounded by a large number of evil spirits and silver-armored calves. There was a lake inside. There were many evil spirits in the water. They all had bullheads and dog bodies and an imposing aura. Seeing Zhong Kuei's intrusion, they mooed, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Hee, my luck is not bad. There are 3 Emperor-grade demonic beasts among them." Zhou Han was not worried about Zhong Kuei's strength at all. Instead, he scanned the large group of evil spirits and discovered that the 3 leaders of the evil spirits had all reached the Emperor grade. In that case, the drop rate would increase a lot. It should be a good start. "How dare you barge into my territory? You really don't know what's good for you." One of the leaders, the golden-armored Bull King, berated fiercely. "Bulls, teach this guy a lesson. Moo, moo, taste the sharpness of my horns." Under the command of the golden-armored Bull King, these silver-armored calves directly blew the horn to charge. Their voices shook the sky, and they were unstoppable. "Overkill, soul-stealing hook." Zhong Kuei smiled calmly and threw out a hook. Swift as thunder, fierce as the wind. Then, before the arrogant golden-armored Bull King could react, it was blasted to pieces. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has successfully killed the 9-star Emperor-grade demonic beast, the golden-armored water bull. It has dropped 3 king-grade equipment, 1 Emperor-grade equipment, and 4 Ghost God bead fragments. What a good start. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Han, who had obtained the information, was also very happy. Before long, the eye technique skill book would be completed. Although the silver-armored calf was shocked again, its charging speed did not stop. It arrived at Zhong Kuei's close range. Annihilation hook lock. Split. Zhong Kuei's cold voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-star supreme-grade hook in his hand split into 4, into 16. Soon, it turned into a chain net that covered the sky and enveloped all these calves. The chains were filled with a terrifying and soul-stirring aura. Then, Zhong Kuei made a killing move. They heard all kinds of cries and were instantly wiped out. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has successfully killed the 300-star king-grade demonic beast, silver-armored calf. No items have dropped. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has successfully killed the 300-star king-grade demonic beast, silver-armored calf, and dropped a fragment of the ghost god bead. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has successfully killed the 300-star king-grade demonic beast, silver-armored calf, and dropped a king-grade equipment. The battle has ended. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has obtained 18,000 dungeon points for the team this time. EXP, 662,000. Master, this is a fragment of the Ghost God Pearl. I obtained a total of 13 pieces. I've also packed the other items I obtained. After counting, Zhong Kuei handed over the profits. There were fragments of the Ghost God Pearl, equipment, pills, and other items. Not bad. I obtained 13 Ghost God Bead fragments in this wave. According to the price, I can buy a Starlight Grade I Technique book. Zhou Han muttered to himself happily. Although the drop rate was not very high, it was not bad. As long as he found a few more special combat coordinates, he would soon reach his goal. In the limited mall, a Starlight Grade skill book required 10 fragments. A King Grade skill book required 30 to 70 fragments. According to the quality, an Emperor Grade skill book required 100 to 300 fragments. The price was quite fair, and Zhou Han only needed to obtain about 200 fragments. Because skill combination could increase the quality of the skill after fusion, Zhou Han did not need to buy anything of too high quality. Of course, if he bought the fragments he obtained, it would not be a problem to buy something better. According to this drop rate, it could be completed in less than 10 battles. Now, you can use any ordinary soul in your soul. Increase the pace of the battle, Zhou Han ordered. One had to know that other than the main soul, there were already 100,000 souls in the Honorable Soul banner. These souls relied on numbers to form a powerful combat strength. Yes, Zhong Kuei agreed. Then, he summoned these souls, making the space instantly cold. The powerful force was terrifying. Originally, many of these souls were very strong when they were alive. Now that they were enhanced by the Honorable Soul banner, the power emitted was even more violent and ferocious. Only blood can make me happy. Kill. The enemy deserves to be killed. Ugh, I have to go crazy. These souls had no self-awareness. They were only subconsciously bloodthirsty and violent. They clamored there and became perfect killing machines. They would only listen to the orders of the owner of the Honorable Soul banner. Now, Zhou Han handed control to Zhong Kuei and asked him to command the battle. With such strength, he could speed up and share the pressure on Zhong Kuei. Although Zhong Kuei was very powerful, it could not change the fact that he was in a soul state. The characteristic of a soul was that it could deal high explosive damage in a short period of time, but it also consumed a lot of energy and could not fight for a long time. After all, without his main body, he could not provide an endless stream of energy. Therefore, with the help of these 100,000 souls, the battle would be even easier. At the same time, Zhou Han had also asked. After he authorized Zhong Kuei, these souls were currently under his command. After killing the target, the Ghost God Bead fragment could also drop. What terrifying power! Why are there so many of them? Boss, this is terrifying. His teammates suddenly felt a cold aura and were shocked. When they saw that Zhou Han was controlling them, they still had lingering fears. This number is 100,000. This growth is too fast. Boss is too awesome, Yang Dingtian said in shock. When he first entered the Night of 100 Ghosts dungeon, he had also seen Zhou Han use the Honorable Soul banner, but the effect was far less terrifying than now. After all, there were less than 10,000 souls previously. During this period of time, he had been constantly absorbing souls in the dungeon, including when Tao Tai acted alone and constantly devoured them. The number had already reached 100,000. How could the power it displayed be the same? Why was the Honorable Soul banner terrifying? It was by controlling a large number of souls and using the human wave tactic to gain a crushing advantage that countless people's expressions changed. Therefore, after his soul reached the 100,000th level, his combat strength increased to another level. Zhou Han, you're too abnormal. There's actually such a divine artifact. Catherine had been beside Zhou Han the entire time and saw all of this. At this moment, she was so shocked that she could not close her legs. Are you the summoner, or am I? Catherine was very speechless. She, a pure summoner, was completely crushed by the unorthodox Zhou Han. This was really ridiculous. Ha, don't be discouraged. Perhaps when you obtain a divine grade or supreme grade skill, you might be able to summon such a huge number. Zhou Han comforted with a smile. Catherine was speechless. Do you think divine grade skills are cabbages that can be obtained just like that? Can they really reach 100,000? Catherine drew a question mark in her mind. As the two of them chatted and laughed, Zhong Kuei had already brought 100,000 souls to the next special coordinate that Zhou Han had marked. Soon, a battle was about to break out. Battle prompt. Your main soul, Zhong Kuei, has stepped on a special coordinate and entered the cockroach nest. At this moment, he is surrounded by 50,000 evil spirits, the Dark Night cockroaches. In a dark, damp cave, the cockroach king felt the fluctuation of spiritual power and sneered sinisterly. Who are you? How dare you offend my realm? I wonder if your cockroach king is famous. The cockroach king roared angrily, its aura shaking the sky. It did have the right to be arrogant. After all, it had 50,000 lackeys under it. There were originally other fierce souls in this space, but after fighting, they were all defeated by it. Therefore, it was the undisputed king of this cave. Brothers, teach this reckless guy a lesson. Be careful in your next life. No one is someone you can provoke. The cockroach king calmly gave the order and looked at Zhong Kuei with pity. Competing in numbers? Your number is not worth mentioning. Zhong Kuei sneered. With a gentle wave of his hand, 100,000 souls immediately surged over, carrying an endless aura of slaughter that constantly surged in this nest. Damn you! 100,000 lackeys? Why do you have so many lackeys? The cockroach king's expression changed drastically, and it was extremely ugly. 2 drops of sweat flowed down its forehead. It had actually never lost in lackey numbers. Now, it only hoped that its lackeys could give it some strength. However, things did not go according to plan. While the cockroach king was shocked, the battle had already begun. The souls opposite it were like killing machines, unafraid of death. Its lackeys were immediately stunned by this aura. Under all kinds of pressure, it could only unleash less than 70% of its original strength. This made things worse for the Dark Night cockroaches, who had twice the number. The cockroach king's face turned even paler, and its last hope was shattered. As the two sides collided, the lives of the Dark Night cockroaches were constantly harvested. The battle was one-sided. As the battles accumulated, the notifications of killing kept coming. On the team's combat interface, spamming mode was activated. Player Zhou Han's main soul, Zhong Kuei, led 100,000 lackeys and successfully killed the evil spirit, the Dark Night cockroach. No items dropped. Player Zhou Han's main soul, Zhong Kuei, led 100,000 lackeys and successfully killed the evil spirit, the Dark Night cockroach. He dropped a Starlight Grade pill. Player Zhou Han's main soul, Zhong Kuei, led 100,000 lackeys and successfully killed the evil spirit, the Dark Night cockroach. He dropped a fragment of the Ghost God bead. Player Zhou Han's main soul, Zhong Kuei, led 100,000 lackeys and successfully killed the evil spirit, the Dark Night cockroach. A king-grade equipment dropped. It's over, it's all over. The situation is over. There's nothing we can do. Why am I so unlucky to have encountered? The cockroach king looked lonely. Seeing the battlefield where it had suffered a crushing defeat, it never expected that it would one day lose to the human wave tactics it was good at. It sighed in its heart. As he looked up at the sky and sighed, a hook flew over and killed it before it could finish speaking. Player Zhou Han's main soul, Zhong Kuei, led 100,000 lackeys and successfully killed the 9-star Emperor-grade evil spirit, the Cockroach King. He dropped 5 King-grade equipment, an Emperor-grade pill, and 7 Ghost God bead fragments. The battle has ended. Player Zhou Han's main soul, Zhong Kuei, has obtained 3,010,000 dungeon points for the team this time. 380,000 experience points. As the battle ended, the rewards were counted. Then he saw many of his teammates glowing white. Damn, I leveled up. Damn, what happened? I remember that I just reached level 39. Why did I level up again? Jiang Xiaobai discovered the white light on his body and said in shock after checking. Are you f-king stupid? Didn't you see the scrolling message on the team panel? Xie Sun said angrily. Messages. Jiang Xiaobai was still a little puzzled. He had stepped on a special coordinate point previously. Inside was a dilapidated weapon storage room. Therefore, he had been so focused that he did not pay attention to checking on the team. Damn, he killed more than 50,000 evil spirits. Boss is too awesome. The team obtained a total of nearly 400 million experience points. This is f-king ridiculous. Seeing the information on the interface, Jiang Xiaobai was dumbfounded. The amount of experience points was extraordinarily terrifying. It felt extraordinarily good that he had leveled up while lying down. Then, he looked at his other teammates around him. Everyone was like him, filled with comfortable smiles. With so many experience points distributed, each team member could advance to level 1. It was simply awesome. Follow Boss and live a good life. Take off. Boss is too awesome. His 100,000 lackeys are ridiculously strong. Fortunately, these souls don't have their own consciousness. Otherwise, I feel like I'm not as useful as these souls. That's why we have to continue working hard. Otherwise, others will come and snatch our jobs as lackeys. That's right. If I don't improve, I won't be able to do anything. While feeling the great joy of leveling up, a new sense of crisis appeared in everyone. The appearance of 100,000 souls showed very powerful combat strength. If they had their own consciousness, would Boss still nurture members like them? Therefore, they had to show their potential and value seriously. Otherwise, they would lose their job. Why has everyone become so diligent? Especially since a few of them, who usually like to slack off, were filled with fighting spirit now. Zhou Han was a little puzzled by the sudden change in his team members. Without thinking too much, he also leveled up to level 70 after obtaining so many experience points. Reaching level 70 required a lot of experience points. However, Zhou Han's experience points were already level 69, with more than 80% progress bar. Therefore, he reached level 70. Otherwise, these experience points would definitely not be enough. Zhou Han was about to check the increase in attributes after leveling up. However, Zhong Kuei sent over all the items he had obtained. Zhou Han decided to count them first. Yes, I gained a lot this time. Good, very good. I obtained 116 Ghost God bead fragments in an instant. Zhou Han was delighted. When he saw the statistics, he was in a good mood. He was getting closer and closer to 200. However, this time, he had such benefits because he had encountered a group of 50,000 evil spirits. Such a large group was not something one could encounter just because they wanted to. Therefore, Zhou Han estimated that he would have enough Ghost God bead fragments to buy the corresponding technique skill book after 5 more battles. Master, not only have we gained a lot this time, but we've also taken in many evil spirits with the Honorable Soul Banner. Zhong Kuei reported happily. This was because he could obtain many benefits when the power of the Honorable Soul Banner became stronger. Oh, he took in the evil spirits. Looks like the team has grown a lot stronger again. Zhou Han took a look at the information on the interface. During this battle, more than 2,100 souls died in the Honorable Soul Banner, and more than 15,000 souls were absorbed. This conversion rate isn't high. Zhou Han asked curiously. After all, with more than 50,000 souls, he had only recruited more than 15,000. The conversion rate was only 30%. Master, you don't know. There are 2 ways for the Honorable Soul Banner to deal with souls. They are enslavement and killing, Zhong Kuei explained. Actually, to be honest, Zhou Han knew less about the effect of the Honorable Soul Banner than Zhong Kuei. After all, Zhong Kuei was already the main soul and had been inside for a long time. Therefore, he knew some of the characteristics better than Zhou Han. What's the difference between the 2 methods? Slavery is to forcefully put a soul into the Honorable Soul Banner with powerful strength. There is a certain chance of failure. After killing the soul, there is a certain chance of transforming the other party into a soul in the Honorable Soul Banner. Of course, the success rate is even lower. I see. Zhou Han was enlightened. Soon, he analyzed two ways, each with its advantages and disadvantages. If he directly enslaved it, he would not be able to obtain killing rewards, including experience points, dropped items, and so on. However, this success rate was high. Killing the target would give him a reward. However, the conversion rate was quite low, only 20 to 30%. Now was the time to get the fragment of the Ghost God Pearl. Of course, choosing to kill and obtain the dropped items was the key. The number of souls in your Honorable Soul banner has exceeded 100,000. New attributes have been activated. Please check. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.